Wow, mi con Indo mi con póng.
Trong mẹ
ចឹង
Tới nhỉ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
Nè nè, có từ lễ trên đài.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow, mi con Indo mi con póng.
Trong mẹ
ចឹង
Tới nhỉ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
Nè nè, có từ lễ trên đài.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCBG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow, mi con Indomieកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែន
ចង់
តែញើ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណានាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
The
ប្រកួតនេះរៀបចំដោយ Moonton Infinix Note 50 Series MPL Edition សម្រាប់ gamer គ្រប់គ្នាសាកថ្មល្បឿន90 W និងសាកថ្មឥតខ្សែ30 W បំពាក់អេក្រង់ AMOLED ល្បឿន 144Hz អាចលេង Mobile Legends Bang Bang ដោយរលូនដំណើរការកម្មវិធីលឿនជាមួយនឹង RAM សរុប 24GB អមជាមួយនឹងការរចនាពោរពេញដោយអានុភាពខ្លះមកប្រើកញ្ចប់គម្រោង Secard AO Gamer ថ្មីទទួលបានអ៊ីនធឺណិត 8GB និងពេជ្រ35ត្រឹមតែ$1.5 កាក់ក្នុងមួយសប្តាហ៍ទស្សនាភាពយន្តល្បីៗញ៉ាំអាហារឆ្ងាញ់ៗសារចាក់បញ្ចាំងនិងកៅអីធំទូលាយទស្សនានៅរោងភាពយន្តខ្មែររោងភាពយន្ត Legend យើងក៏មិនភ្លេចផងដែរជាមួយ Esports Partner Indomie សូមអរគុណដល់សហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកដែលតែងតែគាំទ្រនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតសូមស្វាគមន៍អ្នកនរគ្នាមកកាន់ការប្រកួត MPL KH រដូវកាលទី9 វគ្គ Play-off ជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃទី2ក៏ដូចជាគូទី1របស់យើងជំនួបរវាង Galaxy Legend ឬប៉ាជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports វ៉ាវពិសេសមែនតើកាលពីម្សិលមិញយើងបានដឹងហើយជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports គឺគាត់ធ្វើបានល្អខ្លាំងមែនតើដើម្បីមកប្រកួតនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Galaxy Legend ដូចអ្នកបានដឹងថាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតមិញគឺមានជាមួយនឹងធីមខ្លះគឺគាត់មិនអាចបន្តជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតទេប៉ុន្តែថ្ងៃនេះក៏យើងធ្វើការស្វែងរកណាតាជាមួយនឹងធីមមួយណាដែលគាត់ធ្វើបានល្អហើយឡើងទៅ upper bracket ក៏ដូចជានៅ lower bracket ដូចគ្នាផងដែរដើម្បីទៅប្រកួតនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកបន្តទៀតជាស្ដែងជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃនេះយើងក៏មានជាមួយនឹង2គូដូចគ្នាហើយគូទី1របស់យើងជំនួបរវាង Galaxy Legend ត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports យើងក៏ទាន់ដឹងនោះទេថាតើធីមមួយណាដែលធ្វើបានល្អនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះផងដែរចំណែក Galaxy Legend វិញក៏នៅជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតគាត់គឺនៅតារាងលេខ1តែម្ដងការវគ្គ regular season ជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃនេះវគ្គ Play-off គឺគាត់ត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports ព្រោះការពីម្សិលមិញយើងបានដឹងហើយថាគឺការប្រកួតស្ពតស្វែងខ្លាំងមែនតើហើយថ្ងៃនេះក៏ដូចជាការប្រកួតរបស់យើងនៅតែបន្តស្វែងរកថាតើអ្នកណានឹងក្លាយទៅជាជើងឯកនៅក្នុងរដូវកាលមួយដូចគ្នាផងដែរចាសម្រាប់ Galaxy Legend គឺគាត់មានភារកិច្ចច្រើនខ្លាំងមែនតើសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះដូចគ្នាដើម្បីបន្តដំណើររបស់គាត់ឆ្ពោះទៅកាន់វគ្គជាថ្មីរបស់គាត់ដូចគ្នាចាំមើលថាតើ Galaxy Legend អាចធ្វើបានឬមួយក៏ Pro Esports អាចធ្វើបានដូចគ្នាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតសង្ឃឹមបណ្ដាគ្នាដែលគាត់ចូលរួមទស្សនាឲ្យបានច្រើនក៏ដូចគ្នាផងដែរជាពិសេសកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការ like share comment លើកទឹកចិត្ត idol របស់គ្នាថាតើជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports ឬមួយក៏ Galaxy Legend ដែលធ្វើបានល្អជាស្ដែងជាមួយនឹង Galaxy Legend គឺថាធ្វើដំណើរមកច្រើនខ្លាំងមែនតែម្ដងដែលគាត់តាមពីការប្រកួត regular season រហូតមកដល់ពេលនេះគឺពួកគាត់តែងតែធ្វើបានល្អជាពិសេសគឺលេខ1នៅក្នុងតារាងតែម្ដងចំណែក Pro Esports វិញគាត់ក៏ខំប្រឹងប្រែងដូចគ្នាដើម្បីមកប្រកួតជាមួយនឹងវគ្គ Play-off របស់យើងហើយឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងទឹកដៃរបស់គាត់គឺមិនធម្មតានោះទេដែលយកជាមួយនឹងជ័យជំនះហើយមកប្រកួតបន្តដែលជួបជាមួយនឹង Galaxy Legend តែម្ដងអញ្ចឹងជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតចង់ដឹងដូចគ្នាថាតើ Pro Esports ឬមួយក៏ Galaxy Legend ក៏សូមផ្ដល់ទូរីជូនទៅដល់ caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នា
Okay, I am back. I am so sorry. Okay. So that's on me. Let me redo everything again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 1 of the play-ins. That was all on me. I'm so sorry. That was a muted microphone on my side. But anyways, my name is Abstract from MPL SG, and you are watching MPL Cambodia Season 9, day number 1 of the playoffs. What we had yesterday was the play-ins, and we unfortunately had to say goodbye to 2 teams, and that was See You Soon and Valhalla, both of which are strong within their own rights. And Valhalla is the team that surprised us to oblivion. I gotta have to say that Valhalla, I really hoped that they are able to make it, but unfortunately, one must leave, and that had to be Valhalla all the way until game number 5. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is. But either way, here's going to be the schedule of today. The very first match that we are going to be watching is going to be Galaxy Legends versus Pro Esports. Galaxy Legends have been reigning supreme for quite a long time, and they are understandably a very strong team. In fact, when I say long time, it's not necessarily a very long time. They came into fruition in the year, the late 2024, and they entered into Cambodia, MPL Cambodia Season 7. They played in, and that was their second place. MPL Cambodia Season 8, they came in as third. So they do have a vying chance to come in and do what they can. As of course, since we are talking about Galaxy Legends, ladies and gentlemen, up on stage, we have Galaxy Legends! Galaxy Legends, they are indeed legends of their own right as they wait at the top for the play-ins to finish, and now they finally have their competition, and that is Pro Esports that got 3-1 against CU Soon. And on the other side, the one that 3-1 against CU Soon, we have Pro Esports. Slogging one entire day yesterday. They gave one free game over to CU Soon, and undoubtedly we will want to hope that that is not going to be happening in today's games against Galaxy Legends. And up on stage, the coaches that make the draft happen, that makes the game happen. From Galaxy Legends, we have CHA and, of course, PJane. While for Pro Esports, we have Cat God and Rexar. As the players from both teams takes their seat, let's introduce the players that will be playing for the side of Galaxy Legends. We have Wiki, Cadenza, Seacat, Lin, and Lewis. And undoubtedly, when it comes down to all of this, we gotta have to take a look at Lin, right? It has been playing amazing Assassin's games, the Lancelots as well as the Hayabusa. Undoubtedly highlight planes altogether. Not a big fan of the Fredrin at this point in time, but hey, it is what it is, right? Really is the one that makes and paces the game very effectively. And of course, next to him is Seacat. Seacat, this guy is not someone that you would want to underestimate in the mid lane. He has never made mistakes, or rather not have never made a lot of mistakes. So keep an eye out for him. Well, for Pro Esports, we have Kozen, D7, Sa, Azu, and Sorry I'm Felix. Kozen as well as Azu made quite an amazing showing in yesterday's games, and Kozen, without a doubt, has been dominating in his gold lane encounters. And despite the fact that he's not exactly winning in the lanes itself, he is still a very strong player that generally does very well when it comes down to the later parts of the game. So this is where things get interesting, right? To see if whether Galaxy Legends is the kind of team that will want to play late game against Pro Esports, with the fact that they have very high average KDA, DPM, GPM, and a very high overall match win rate. It is relatively fair to say that Galaxy Legends have got almost same of an identity to CU Soon, where they would dominate in the early games as per how they would generally play around with. Now, between the coaches, how they draft, we got Galaxy Legends that generally and always want to go for first pick rate, right? With 86% of the first pick rate definitely on the higher spectrum as compared to Pro Esports at 33%. Second pick rate is more towards Cat God, right? Cat God generally wants to pick on the second phase, or rather in the red side. So this is probably what we're expecting, right? Galaxy Legends onto blue side and Pro Esports onto red side right off the bat at the very first game. We don't see that much of a difference when it comes down to play styles, when it comes down to their picks as well as their bans. But one thing for sure is that we do have Gotchi that actually do put quite a lot of emphasis onto the Fredrin ban. And we gotta have to talk about the goal laners, right? Wiki as well as Kozen. I definitely have got quite a lot of hopes on the Kozen. I really want to see how well Kozen is able to do into later stages of the game. He's going to be the late game monster that will just eventually pop off. However, Wiki is consistent always being able to do well from the start to the late parts of the game. And generally, his Granger is the one that we gotta have to look out for, right? His snowball will happen somewhere in the mid stages of the game. He does well in the early stages, and he plays and have very good positioning, just like Kozin. So this is just going to be a fight between positionings of the gold laners. Whoever gets caught first is eventually going to be the one that will go down along with the team. Would it be Wiki or would it be Kozin? They have a massive target at the back of them, and that is what we are going to be looking out for. If whether the teams are able to just snipe these gold laners out. We're going to be watching a best of 5 games, a maximum of 5 games, and as long as the team reaches 3 wins in total, we have the team that will move on to the next part of the stage. As you guys have saw in the previous graphics, when it comes down to the playoffs brackets, this is the playoffs, so we do have double elimination at the bottom part of the bracket, right? We'll be playing a total of 2 series of today, Galaxy Legends versus Pro Esports, and later parts of the day, CFU Gaming going up against Team Max. Tomorrow onwards, we will start to see the lower bracket semifinals and the lower bracket finals, which will eventually lead up to Sunday being the grand finals day. The day that we all have been waiting for to eventually crown the champions, the kings of Cambodia. We gotta have to wait, though, as we slowly will inch ourselves closer and closer to one part of the game to the next part of the game. We don't want to skip and jump onto any horses as of yet, but talent predictions, this is what I want to see. It does seem like the host is actually putting the dark horse on top, while every one of the other casters is looking at Galaxy Legends getting themselves a winning game. In fact, a lot of 3-1s all across the board, with only one of them has been hailing it as a 3-0. Now, Pro Esports, they are a very late game centric team, and I think that as long as Galaxy Legends is able to hold out the game, or rather is able to dominate in the early stages of the game, I think that they should be fine. However, out of 3 games, I would like to believe the first game or the second game would generally be the rougher one, right? So I would like to believe that Pro Esports will be able to drag the game against Galaxy Legends, because Galaxy Legends is still kind of, you know, understanding how the playoff is like against Pro Esports, and they will be thinking, you know what, we have some time that we can play around, so let's just not be too aggressive. Number one, let's not be too aggressive, and let's not jump any guns. We'll just drag out the game and not play too aggressively, and that would, in the end of the day, just end up being a point whereby, hey, look, this is a game that would work for Pro Esports because they're going to the late game. Because Galaxy Legends, maybe they might just opt for a safer approach to end the game. Wait for objectives, wait for lords, and that is exactly what Pro Esports wants them to think. Go for these kind of lord takes, 18 plus minutes, 15 plus minutes, whatever it is, that is Pro Esports games. So we'll see how that is gonna go, and if whether Pro Esports is really gonna be upping their ante to work their way across and get that game ongoing. Yesterday's games definitely did put quite a bit of toll onto Pro Esports, but understandably that is also gonna be a bit of, I would say, a warm-up for our fellow players from Pro Esports. Oh, I actually really like Galaxy Legends jerseys. They have the rolls at their shoulders. Oh, I kind of like that. Honestly, I kind of like that. That looks pretty darn nice. Oh, and Pro Esports has the BYD on their on their shirt. They're sponsored by BYD. Huh. I hope that each one of them actually drives a BYD. I would be happy to join Pro Esports just so that I can have a BYD at here in Singapore, man. Car prices are crazy over here. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, and for those people that were here yesterday, please give a holler at me. Let me know if whether you were here yesterday. I would love to see if there's anyone that was watching yesterday. I want to acknowledge and I want to recognize some of you guys. And for those people that are new to the broadcast, new to today's games, and or rather the MPL Cambodia itself, I am actually in both of the live streams here at MLBB Esports and ML Mobile Legends Bang Bang's live stream. So every now and then I'll just kind of take a look at the chat and read out a couple of these comments. If anyone have any questions per se, any questions or any comments about the things, I would love to kind of read them and have an idea how you guys are, thinking about the game. So without further ado, we're gonna be jumping into game number 1's random map draw. We managed to watch all 4 different maps yesterday, and we're gonna be starting today's games with expanding rivers. Straight up over to the drafting stage, we've got Fanny, Grok, Hayabusa, Hilda, Juicid, and the Bakja. They'll be thrown over to the banning pool right off the bat with Galaxy Legends a priority with B1 pick onto the CC. Now, the way that Pro Esports have been picking thus far, they do kind of seem as though they like the Gatokacha a lot. So picking up the Yves later on will definitely be a possibility. In the second phase, it seems it would definitely spell to me that they will pick the Yves, pick the Harif, that kind of jazz. But it also depends if whether Galaxy Legends is going to be focusing onto any of these picks in order for Pro Esports to get that wombo combo kind of game ongoing. So with the Gatokacha and the Lancelot, I think that this is not going to go too far as of yet. It's not going to tell us exactly what their game plan is. It could still change a lot, but the moment that you pick the Gatokacha, you are essentially you're not, what's the word? You're not making the opponents want to pick the Yves that much. It discourages them to pick up the Yves. As such, we have the Yi Sun-shin as well as the Kimi. So with the fact that the Kimi has already been picked, they don't have to care so much about picking the Yves right now, but they can choose to. What I would believe is that picking out an XP laner right now might actually be not too bad, but they gotta be careful about this, right? If excuse me, if they want to secure the Yves right now, they might lose a possibility of picking up a Harry for themselves. But if they leave the Yves open, that means that the opponents might possibly go for the Yves ban. So indeed, they're gonna be picking the Lapu Lapu. So now, Galaxy Legends, they have the opportunity to go straight in for the ban onto the Yves. We'll see if whether that direction is going to be the direction that Galaxy Legends is looking out for. But Lapu Lapu, Lancelot, as well as Gatokacha is a very solid and standard opening for them, which doesn't lock them into any composition as of yet. It could go anywhere, it could go anyway. So when it comes down to bans, I would say the Galaxy Legends, they have opportunity to play double side lanes. So with the CC up, that could be a gold laner. So personally, I will want to ban XP laners, right? XP laners that is really strong or roamers that are strong. And the fact that the Hylos has actually been banned from the side of Cat God, he's just preparing himself in the event that he can't pick out the Harif or the Yves combination, that kind of stuff, right? They still have the mage that they can play around with. So Granger's out. That is going to be a one-sided ban. So it does not affect the members of Galaxy Legends for now. But I think that having a... Since they picked up the Lapu, Yuzhong and Ruby might be very good bans here. I would like to say that because this is quite a divey composition, perhaps a Ruby ban might be better than going for a Yuzhong. Because Yuzhong is more about a zoning tool. It doesn't really do much to this composition when the Lancelot and the Lapu Lapu just wants to dive right in your face. The Yuzhong can't really zone too much. So Ruby would be my choice of ban. Esmeralda. Okay. So this is actually hindering them to really go for the Harry. So Galaxy Legend decides to go for the ban onto that X-Ball. So this is a U pick right now for Cat God. There's no reason for them to kind of pick the Harif right off the bat because the opponents highly likely would not play the Harif due to the fact that there's already a Gatukacha on the CatGod side. If they pick the Yve, it makes it worse for Galaxy Legends to even play the Harif. What's my prediction? I'm actually calling it 3-1 in favor for Galaxy Legends, to be honest. I would say that one is this game. Is this game where Galaxy Legends have their guard down. They're throwing caution into the wind and they're just believing, hey, you know what? We can play late game. So because of the fact that Ruby is not banned, this is actually a really good pick for Galaxy Legends because of this very divey style. But they have decided to pick up a Lunox. I don't know why they decided to do that. They're not lacking of damage because they have the Lancelot and the Lapu Lapu. So now, it doesn't really make a lot of sense for them to play the Harif. It still can. They can still do that. But they don't have a lot of aerial denial to really supplement the Zaman Force. You don't have an initiator that can work very well. Because if Yve comes in, Yve is actually the initiator. And then when it comes down to follow-up, it comes down with the AOG from the Gatukacha. So CatGod might actually go for a fighter side lane here with another Yuzhong or something like that. Oh man, he's actually gonna go Harif. Oh man. Just because of the Lunox pick, it kind of threw me off. And I'm not actually a very big fan of this Lunox in this game. You don't have the first 3 picks coming in from Galaxy Legends does not suggest them needing a Lunox this early. But they have decided to go for the Lunox right off the bat. And as a matter of fact, if they were to pick the Harif first, they can actually bring out the Yve later on because technically speaking, the opponent has already picked up the mid laner. There's no way that they're gonna play a mid lane. However, that will also show out that, hey, this is the direction we're gonna play. We're gonna play more aerial denial to really deny your Harif from being able to play anything. So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. So that's generally how it works. The Kimi team has way better draft for sure. You think so? Dude, okay, to be honest, if the Lunox is swapped out for Yve, I would say the Pro Esports has a better draft. I genuinely think that way. But because of the way the Galaxy Legends has tagged in for the Ruby, and Pro Esports did not ban the Ruby, I've called out that the Ruby is a very good answer to this very dive style composition from Pro Esports. The Lunox adds on to that dive. So Ruby has a very good answer to this. The Cho pick is actually not too shabby. Is not too shabby. However, Galaxy Legends, they don't really have someone that can burst anyone down from the side of Pro Esports to make full use of the Way of the Dragon. So both compositions actually do have some form of weakness. The weakness of Galaxy Legends for themselves is that they can pick off. They can pick off and displace. However, they do not necessarily have the means to just kill everyone at one go. And do note that as long as you have a Cho, goes in for a pick off, everyone jump in because they have lack of damage. This is actually gonna incentivize Pro Esports to dive onto these 5 members. Because it will become a 5-for-1 trade. Galaxy Legends focusing 5 members onto one, while Pro Esports comes in as a counter engage with that AOG. The Lapu Lapu could eventually go in as well with a Bravest Warriors and stun right down, and perhaps Harif would still be safe because there is no way of Galaxy Legends to reach the backlines to do anything about Harif. Well, in the meantime, Pro Esports, their weakness is the fact that they are very divey. So there is kind of like a tit for a tat kind of thing, right? They are very, very divey. But ultimately, they will lose in the later part of the game, and Harif would have a very difficult play. What I talked about for Galaxy Legends is 5v5 teamfight. But it is not skirmish. It is not skirmish and it is not ganks. Galaxy Legends have a very strong gank maneuvers. The moment that Cho is just running around, he wave clears so fast together with the Kimi as opposed to the Gatukacha plus the Lunox. It is generally similar, but I will still say that because of Cho and the fact that he does have concussive blast, he can wave clear so much faster. But this is not a good start for Galaxy Legends. The fact that he does not have Concussive Blast, his HP is all the way down low, it's just the first wave. It's not gonna matter. And Pro Esports is not a composition that can raid and disrupt Galaxy Legends. Yusujin is not a slow jungler by all means as well. So it's actually okay for Galaxy Legends to kind of lose out the first wave this early in terms of lane priority. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. But this is kind of like protect the precedent, protect the Harif kind of composition for the side of Pro Esports. As long as you are able to protect Harif, this is a composition that would work out for Pro Esports. You have a very good answer to Galaxy Legends pick-off strategy against you with the Cho kicking in 5 members, huddle down this 1 man. While Pro Esports, they can just jump in shortly after. Very good follow-up to the Way of the Dragon. So with the game paused down, unfortunately, we can't just jump right in and talk about the game, talk about lane priority, but technically speaking, we do have the composition. So we can talk about lane priority at this point in time. We talked about middle lane already. XP lane, it is very likely gonna be CC, right? CC versus the Lapu. CC would win against the Lapu. Lapu will start to go a little bit crazier at level 4, but that will become a skill-based matchup. But it's still gonna be disadvantageous to Lapu. In the gold lane, Ruby does have priority. Ruby has got very good spell vamp and a very good poke mechanism against the Harif. Harif does have a good poke mechanism when it comes down to the chrono fission as well. So they can kind of tit for a tat. But the difference is Ruby has spell vamp, while Harif does not. So generally speaking, the early game control of Galaxy Legends is gonna be strong. They're gonna be focusing onto the gold lane a lot. So Harif would have a lot of problems, provided that if Pro Esports do not help him. So let me take a look at the composition for a bit. Or not composition, let me take a look at the comments just a bit, because we do have quite a bit of people that has been talking around. I wanna learn a little bit more about what you guys think about the composition. So feel free, chat up in the comment box, tell me what you think about the composition, and if whether I agree or not. If I agree, it doesn't mean that you are correct. If I disagree, it doesn't mean that you're wrong, okay? It's just my honest opinion, okay? So let's take a look at this, right? We do have someone that talk about Lunox, right? Lunox isn't a good pick here because of the range and crowd control. Generally, the crowd control from Ruby is a problem, but it doesn't affect Lunox all that much, to be fairly honest. Is not substantial enough to be a hard counter or a soft counter to Lunox. My only problem about the Lunox is the fact that her role as the Shred is not realized in Galaxy Legends. Your Chaos Assault does very well against heroes that have really high base HP. However, both the CC and the Ruby does not have very high base HP. They just have very good spell vamp. Eventually, as they build on, they will have slightly higher HP, but it's not as amazing or out of control like what a Hylos does have. So the next one is by the same commenter, and they have nothing to do to get the Kimi. It's a lot of CC for a Harif, but I don't know. I don't think there was a better choice than a Harif. But yes, you're right. I don't know about the Lunox here at all. Yeah, so we both disagree about the Lunox, but in slightly different points of view, right? This is why looking at the comments, I love to look at the comments, because it really helps me understand, how people think about different situations. And it doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, and it doesn't necessarily mean a good thing. There are some different kind of situations, right? Let's see. Harif is the win condition. Yeah, Harif win condition. They have a lot of answers to the Harif. Their playstyle and their gameplay is literally just going to be jumping on the Harif. You believe that Kimi will shine? I doubt so, actually. I think that Kimi is a supporting cast. Kimi's Traction Pulse and the Immobilize is going to be really important to do a counter engage against the counter engagement of Pro Esports. So this is the stack. This is how the stack is going to be. Cho goes in, kick. 5 men jump in from 4 other men from Galaxy Legends jump in to kill this 1 man because they don't have enough damage. And then Pro Esports be like, hey, look, there are all 5 men together. Let us all 5 men jump onto them. They have the AOG, they have got Lapu Lapu that can go in at the same time. They have got the Lancelot that would just puncture his way through and deal a lot of damage. And that is gonna be Pro Esports' response. And in the meantime, Galaxy Legends' response is Kimi is generally a tad bit away, right? So once Pro Esports jumps in, then Galaxy Legends have to respond. I have an Immobilize, I have got my Traction Pulse. Here's what I can do afterwards. Boom, boom, pow, bum, bum, bada, bada, bum. Kind of thing, right? So we have a very standard stack that can happen. And how it resolves is entirely up to the players. This is all about instincts, and this is all about how they would want to play the game. So I don't know how it's gonna be like at all, and if whether Galaxy Legends can play around well enough, or if rather Pro Esports is able to play around well enough. Personally, in this game, without looking at a draft, I believe that Pro Esports can win, just because of the way that they play and their playstyle. While in the meantime, Galaxy Legends, they are a more early game centric team. They want to play for early game. However, they might throw caution into the wind, and they just be like, this is game number 1. Let's just play a little bit safer, and let's just get a little bit more guaranteed win through objectives. And that is playing into Pro Esports game. They like to play for objective, and they like to play after 15 minutes where they get some miracle plays ongoing. So game number 1, I believe, just because of team playstyle, Pro Esports wins. And to supplement that, I personally do prefer Pro Esports lineup, only because of the fact that they have a very good team fight composition. It would be better if they have a Yif. It would be better if they have a Yif. But it's still okay. Alright, it's still okay. But Galaxy Legends, the way that they play is very microcentric. So they need to play their own individual heroes very well in order to win in team fights. Very, very well. While Pro Esports, they just need to have very good teamwork in order to win in some of these team fights. One other thing that Pro Esports need to ensure is that they do not lose by too much in the early stages. Okay, let's talk about power spikes for Pro Esports. In the mid stages, anything that's after 5 minutes, the only power spike that we have is from technically 2.5. Technically 2.5. Lunox will have the power spike. The moment that she gets a Genius Wand, she starts to go a little bit crazy, right? Genius Wand plus Glowing Wand, that is enough. She pops off. Next one, Lapu Lapu. Lapu is tanky enough, and his base damage is strong enough to be able to bruise the enemies. So this is the point in time where they need to find ways to get some free kills over to the Lancelot. The Lancelot eventually will want to play in a way whereby the moment that he gets the first item, they start to play a little bit more skirmishy. They need to be prepared for engagements from Galaxy Legends. The reason why I say that is because Lunox and the Harif has Purified. So they have get out of jail free card, and they can retaliate shortly afterwards. Right? So I've been talking too long. So let me take a look at what the comments are talking about. Yi better than Lunox. I agree. What do you think about fighter gold lane meta? I am an XP laner. So I actually kind of like fighter gold lane meta. It incentivizes early game fighting. Like, it incentivizes a lot. So just jump, fight. And the way that Project Next has been introduced together with this fighter gold lane meta, it gels together perfectly. You have expanding rivers, you have dangerous grasses. All of these incentivizes team fight. So the faster that you get out of lanes and go for these fights, the better it is. And this also kind of makes things makes fight a lot more scrappy. And scrappier fights leads to more entertaining fights, leads to more entertaining plays. And as a caster, watching people having this amount of HP, right? And winning the team fight or coming back in the fight, those are the kind of things that I absolutely love. So fighters are the only one that can do that. One of the only ones that can do that, because they have thick HP like a Lapu Lapu. about the defenses, physical damage reduction, spell vamps, and all that, right? Joe should rotate well on time. If not, Joe can easy dive mid lane. Correct. This is a very dive heavy centric, dive centric composition from side of pro esports, and generally that will happen at the 15 minutes Lord mark. Yes, there's quite a few of you guys are talking about MPL Malaysia as well, which is happening right now too. So make sure you guys support both streams, okay? We've got MPL Malaysia, MPL Cambodia. In fact, my fellow Singaporean, no, he's not Singaporean. My fellow MPL SG caster, Jace, is also casting an MPL MY right now. So if you guys have watched MPL SG, make sure you guys, go on over and support them. And make sure you guys stay here too to support me and, kind of have a nice little podcast between me and you, okay? So this is the great thing about solo casting, is that I don't have a partner to talk to. So you guys are my partner. You guys are my partner. It's a lot more, I would say, intimate between myself and the viewers in this case. Most likely go for the damage dealers to get advantage. Yep, they don't even have tank. Why pick Lunox? Exactly. That is my problem. That is my problem when I talked about it. The first 3 picks being the Yisunshin, CC, and the Kimi, right? You looked at that and you'll be like, okay, the last 2 is going to be an XP lane and it's going to be a roamer. You can, if you are afraid of the opponents picking very tanky heroes, even though the Hylos has already been taken away, you can pick the Harif first. You can pick the Harif and then you can choose what you want for the mid, whether it would be a Lunox or whether it would be a Yi. That way, there is some flexibility in that. The only problem if you were to pick the Harif first is that you will incentivize Galaxy Legends to play Aerial Denial, because they would expect the Eve to come out, right? So if they expect Eve to come out, they play tankier heroes, and boom, that will mean that, okay, I can play Lunox now. So you are essentially baiting out Galaxy Legends to pick tanky heroes by making them assume, I'm gonna pick Eve. So go and pick your tanky heroes, that way I don't have burst damage and mess up my game plan. But in this case, yeah, that is what they have, right? Yi would have been a great answer. Yi Sun-shin, bad choice. I think that Yi Sun-shin is a very flexible hero. I don't think that there is any point in time where you will look at a Yi Sun-shin and be like, this is a very bad hero. Especially if Yi Sun-shins are generally priority picks. Yi Sun-shins are generally priority picks. So it's either B1, B2, R1, R2. There will be a point in time where Yi Sun-shin just gets completely countered because you picked out the Yi Sun-shin very early. But you don't have a choice. Yi Sun-shin provides utility to a composition. The utility is it enables your team to effectively pull off double fighter side lanes. It also gives you the Mountain Shocker. So you have vision control now. You have a fast moving jungler. So you are not that afraid of losing your jungle camps. So there is actually a lot of things that Yi Sun-shin actually checks out. The only problem about Yi Sun-shin as a jungler is that he does not have burst damage. Without that burst, it's actually a lot tougher for Yi Sun-shin to be able to win in 50-50 objective takes. As opposed to fighting against a Lancelot. Lancelot has got Phantom Execution, does have Thorn Road, both of which can drop Lord's HP down instantaneously while you press the Retribution at the same time. So your Retribution damage is essentially higher than the Yi Sun-shin's Retribution damage just because of the fact that you have Thorn Rose or you have Phantom Execution. So that is one of the only few things why having a Lancelot is better than a Yi Sun-shin. But Yi Sun-shin still have a lot of utility that he provides to the team, and it's prio pick. So you can't you take what you get, right? You take what you get. It's really unfortunate that we have a game pause right now. I'm not too sure what is going on. If the pause goes on for an extended period of time, we might actually go off for a little bit of a break, just so that I conserve my voice. Because remember, guys, I will be with you guys solo casting all the way until Sunday. We have 2 more days after today. We got 2 more days after today. Yeah. So yes, I do reply to chat. This is an exception because as a solo cast, typically as a solo caster, I do like to engage with my audiences. Because I don't know what to talk to myself. So I have managed to I have managed to pick up some information. We do have a slightly longer break, so we're gonna go off for maybe about 10 minutes break. I will still be around the chat box if you guys will want to kind of talk a little bit. I will be at the chat box talking to you guys. We can so far and do whatever you guys want to say whatever you guys want to say. I will say hi to you guys. We can chat away. Okay, we're gonna go off for a 10 minutes break. My name's Abstract. I'll be right back with you guys in a short bit. See you.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow, mi con Indomieកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែន
ចង់
ទិញទៅ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណាណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow, mấy con Indomie con bóng.
Trong mẹ.
ចឹង
Cái nhỉ?
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំ
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. All right, so now what we have so far is going to be a little bit of a fight down in the middle lane. I don't think that that's going to be too much of an issue at this point in time. We talked about lane priority. We talked about how the team fight is going to be like, what they would want to do. In the meantime, here in the middle lane, there's a lot of damage down over the side of Sa. The Revitalize was used in order to ensure that Sa still remains to be in the middle lane. Well, for the bottom lane, we had originally expected that Lewis would do a very good job against RM Felix because it is a CC going up against a Lapu Lapu after all. Now, Ruby though, Ruby versus the Harif. We know that Ruby is understandably gonna win in the lane solely because of the fact that she does have spell vamp. So no matter how much that Harif is able to poke out the Ruby can do the same thing by poking and spell vamping the damage back. So not that big of a problem, right? Not too big of a problem. We do have got Kozen, as we talked about, have a little bit of problem up to the top lane, being a little bit of a aggressor at the point in time. Slowly but surely, with the turtle currently available up in the bottom, down in the bottom lane, Azu has already used his Phantom Execution, so we don't have that anymore. While in the meantime, that's the Mounted Shocker from the side of Lin that will be connecting, but it also, we do have got the Traction Pulse that did not manage to pull anyone in at this point in time. All four members from the side of Pro Esports just going to be down to the bottom lane. Well, Galaxy Legends have all 5 members in here with a good hook. Azu finds himself killed, and now Galaxy Legends does have an opportunity to steal away the purple buff. So this is some easy plays for the side of Galaxy Legends. They stole everything that they would require from the Pro Esports. Great payoff just from taking the turtle alone. This puts Pro Esports Azu behind by quite a bit. Azu is currently at level 4 and Lin is just a tad bit towards getting himself the level 6. So being 2 levels behind is definitely going to be a little bit of a problem. However, this is still according to what Pro Esports usually play around with. So I'm not afraid, and I don't think that is going to be too big of a problem. No! No! Not again! I hope that is going to be a short pause. Please 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 be a short pause. But it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. So, at this point in time, Galaxy Legends managed to get that one kill. As you can see down in the bottom lane there, bottom lane, sorry, down at the bottom, lower third, Galaxy Legends took one kill. We've got 3 minutes into the game. We do have a little bit of talks about the Philippines region. Chill, guys. Chill. Calm down. I do agree that at this point in time, Philippines and Indonesia are at the top of the hill, right? Both regions are extremely strong. It's extremely strong. So it really just depends on playstyle, teams, and I would say that both regions have very different ways of playing, right? Philippines, they focus quite a lot on macro plays, while Indonesia, they focus a lot more on the micro plays. So their win objectives is quite in the different kind of realm. The best team ultimately is the one that can adopt both Indonesian and Philippines kind of region kind of play, right? You have very strong ways of playing in micro and macro. So that's why, as long as a team that have both of that down, they would understandably be champions. But if whether M7 will have a champion that way, or what kind of champion is gonna be like for M7, then that is the biggest question, and how that's gonna be. I do believe that the game will be unpaused soon. One of the players seems like they are preparing themselves for the game. I'm not too sure if whether we are actually gonna be jumping right in. But anyways, yes, there we go. Yeah, back into the game, and nothing changed. We're still back at what we have got so far. CCAT, this guy has been into the international scene before, so we aren't exactly surprised by any pro plays or very good plays coming from CCAT at this point in time. Back together with Shamar in the MSC 2023. That is the one that I remember from CCAT the most back then. But I still really want to find out if whether Galaxy Legends have enough damage to realistically. Ooh, wow. Now that is what I want to see. Oh man, takes up a little bit of the damage, but not too big of a problem. Lewis literally just playing with fire. Just playing with fire right now. Doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but hey, it does have got himself the Brave Smite. So he can actually heal up pretty effectively. And also managed to bring out a War Axe for herself. So the CC is going to be fine. CC is going to be fine. Turtle now available at the bottom lane, with 4 members from the side of Pro Esports preparing for something. But sorry, I'm Felix, unfortunately, didn't really make full use of his Bravest Warrior in the right place. But here we go. A little bit of brilliance from the side of Luna just to get herself away. But Cadenza almost down. But Sorry, I'm Felix almost getting there. But now is going to be the death of Sorry, I'm Felix for being overly aggressive. The AOG from D7 gets himself right out of dodge. And that is going to be Pro Esports that manages to take 1 turtle for themselves, however, at the cost of 1 player. That is going to be their XP laner. The gold priority still goes over to the side of Galaxy Legends, though, with about 1,300 gold lead. Slowly climbing to 1,400. As long as Azu keeps up the pacing when it comes down to farming, it shouldn't be too big of a difference. It shouldn't go too big of a difference, rather. He can, doing what he can to just poke out the middle lane T1 turret. Objective-wise, Galaxy Legends is not playing overly aggressive as well. I would like to assume that they want to play in the early game, but now that I'm looking at it 5 minutes and 55 seconds, they are not going crazy. They're not crazy at all. So I think that this game, Pro Esports will do well. Azu is slight bit away to level 9. He's got the conceal play. Lin wants to steal it away. Did not manage to go for the retribution just right in the nick of time. And he will still be able to have his retribution in here for the upcoming turtle. Hey, Sheffin! Yes! Yes, it's a solo cast. What's up, buddy? Sheffin in the house, guys! Make sure you guys say hi to Sheffin, yeah? But yes. Ah, not again. Bloody hell. Oh well, it is what it is. It is what it is. I have absolutely no idea what's going on, but we've got a pause ongoing. Wiki is completely frozen up. I have no idea why, but Wiki is frozen. But we are back. We apologize for any delays of the game. Apologize for the technical difficulty that it might be experiencing, but we want to ensure that players are able to play at their peak performance. Make sure there's no ping problems, there's no hardware problems, or any communication issues that they might encounter. So as much as possible, we want to ensure that the players have got the tip-top, they're playing at tip-top condition, absolute peak performance. People are always so shy of the camera. Don't be shy. Everyone's so shy of the camera. What do I think about a CC nerf? You don't really like it, but she's still picked in MPL. Generally, I think that it's not that big of a problem for CC, because CC is just genuinely strong in the laning phase. Because there is a very good balance coming in from a CC either way. CC is a very selfish individual, right? Right from the start when she got released, she's strong in the lane. She can really shred down tanky heroes, and she's able to just outright win in her lanes. However, she's not gonna be that big of a problem in the team fight. It's not that big of a problem in terms of burst damage, and she don't contribute too much when it comes down to utility. And at that point in time when CC was released, utility is actually very important. But now, you know, the way that the game has shifted definitely changed some things. That is why CC is still used in current MPL, just because of the fact that the meta can excuse a bit of utility loss. As such, the turtle currently available up to the top lane. A little bit of knock-out coming in for the side of Cadenza, but not to be a problem. Lou is trying to go for a little bit of yo-yo tricks down on Felix, but he's still fine. Brilliance from the side of Star disengages. And the entirety of Pro Esports, they're gonna be fine. They wouldn't go down that easily as of yet. But they managed to take the turtle. Now that is important, right? They did manage to take a turtle away from Galaxy Legends. In fact, they were behind, but I think that Azu is slowly catching up. He's currently at level 10 as opposed to Lin, that is at level 11. And do note that both of these junglers, they are actually really fast roaming assassins. So no matter what it is, as long as Azu is able to keep up and is not losing out in farm, that means that Pro Esports, they are on the right track. We are 8 minutes into this game, and it's 1500 gold in favor for Galaxy Legends only, okay? So I think that Pro Esports still have a chance. In terms of late game, it is relatively fair to say that Galaxy Legends have got a slightly better late game potential, right? They have the pick off, they have a marksman, they have two marksmen that can kind of work for them. They have got pretty decent lockdowns as opposed to Pro Esports. Pro Esports is a lot more team fight oriented. So in terms of pick off, Galaxy Legends wins. In terms of team fights, Pro Esports wins. However, Pro Esports, even though they have only a single marksman in the name of that Harif, we still have got Star that can come in as a pseudo marksman, as you can see right here. Deals crazy damage over the side of Wicked, brings him down. We are the Dragon onto D7, but he does have Revitalize, so he's going to be safe and sound for now. Soren Phillips goes in to tank a little bit of the turret damage and goes in with the Bravest Warriors to eventually sleep down onto D7, giving the kill over to the side of... Wait, D-Cat? Okay. But Soren Felix, unfortunately, will still go down. The T1 turret up to the top lane finally goes all the way down to the first T1 turret of the game for Pro Esports. So it is a little bit of a trade, right? Top lane for Pro Esports, bottom lane for Galaxy Legends. It's only 9 minutes and 35 seconds in here. Pro Esports just need maybe another 5 more minutes to be going crazy. Understandably from their previous games yesterday, their late game is where they go crazy. Oh, look at that! The Zaman Force as well as the Darkening. More than enough to bring Wiki down again. AOG from D7 gets himself right out of dodge. Pro Esports is out pick-offing the Galaxy Legends. Pro Esports is actually going for a very good pick-off of going up against Galaxy Legends, which is actually pretty darn surprising. The Lord does have the Pro Esports currently does have priority over Pro Esports right now. Cadenza does not have HP to go for any pick-off, while in the meantime, Lewis also doesn't have a lot of HP to kind of play around with. Now, Pro Esports, they are slowly climbing back out in terms of their goal disadvantage. They're tallying up with Galaxy Legends. So kind of like a very slow marathon. Cadenza, way out the dragon. Why though? But very good taunt from the side of D7. Now Cadenza is in a tough spot. Went for the way of dragon, but there is no one around to go in for the assistance. No follow-up. As now the fight is going to be breaking up into two. Pro Esports, we do have Sorry and Felix that's taking the enmity of Wiki for a long time actually. So that is a lot of time wasted on the side of Galaxy Legends. The Lord marches up from the top lane. And with the fact that Pro Esports currently do have 500 gold lead, we are at 11 minutes. I think from this point on, Pro Esports should have a very smooth sailing experience. Way of the Dragon tried to execute down on the Star. However, he pops off with the Purify and goes into Brilliance immediately, just so that he would not be knocked out of commission and displaced. As such, Kozen takes the T1 turret in the middle lane. The rest of Pro Esports looks to take a little bit more out of Galaxy Legends. Yes, Daniel, you're right. Galaxy don't have the burst damage. As such, even with Cadenza, with the Way of the Dragon, they can't make full use of it. So the only way to make full use of the Way of the Dragon is they need 4 members to literally jump in on whoever that has been caught by the Way of the Dragon. That is the only way for them to realistically be able to burst enough damage to bring one person down, to play into that pick of win con that they have in this lineup. But they are not doing that just yet. So until the Galaxy Legends realizes that, then they won't be able to do too much for now. They need to realize that. D7, good taunt, pulling Cadenza away. Sorry, and Felix goes in, straight in. But D7, that does seem like the AOG is not gonna land on anyone. As such, Pro Esports looks to run back a bit more. Well, that is all just a bait, and that is all just a diversion. Because Azu just focuses down onto the T2 turret, down in the bottom lane, the only thing that they need. They have quite a bit of lane advantage now. They have a lot of gold for themselves, making full use of some of these macro plays, and I absolutely love that. So now with the Lord that will be popping up in 5 seconds time, Galaxy Legends, I'm not too sure if whether they have what it takes to bring this Lord down, or rather to fight this away from Pro Esports. Galaxy Legends, I think that they still have a fighting chance though. I'm pretty sure that they still have a fighting chance. As now Pro Esports, they're cutting the wave net now. Another Way of Dragon onto Sora and Felix, but no damage at all. Where's everyone from the side of Galaxy Legends? Completely blindsided and completely just split up. AOG lands onto one. That's only on Wiki, but he's tanky and he has got the spell vap that he needs. With only Cadenza as the sacrifice of Galaxy Legends. Goes and joins in the fray with that Zaman Force, almost bring Lin down. Not gonna go down. Oh, what was that?
Team turret has been destroyed.
Crazy damage from Kozen. This is gonna be a three-way road split from Pro Esports. The Lord is marching down in the top lane. Middle lane no longer have got any creep waves, but bottom lane will slowly push in eventually. The Lord is still very healthy. Galaxy Legends does not have 2 members. So with only 3 members, they need to burst down this Lord. But bursting down that Lord takes time, and that means that they will lose the middle lane inhibitor turret. I'm not too sure whether this is actually a communication problem for the side of Cadenza or not. But Cadenza have went in for 2 Way of the Dragons with no follow-up. It is actually kind of disappointing that they can't do anything, and they are not working with Cadenza. The only time that they can do anything to the players that is caught by the Way of the Dragon is they need everyone to focus fire onto that one person that is displaced. And they don't have a very big window of opportunity to do that as well. Why? Because Kozen and Saab, both of them has Purify. And Purify is a very big problem to going up again. It's a very big problem for the Joe. So it has been like a good 90 seconds since both of the Purify has been popped, but Galaxy Legends, they did not look out for any opportunity. In fact, all Cadenza was doing is mostly onto kicks onto Sora and Felix, which actually is not what they want to do. As such, that's a stun right down on Lin. Lin only half HP, but he's trying to do as much damage over to the Sora and Felix, but he's a pretty tanky boy, alright. Lewis got caught in the crossfire, and Pro Esports will go on, literally focusing down over to Lewis. It's 5v4. Lewis is not around, but it's not that big of a problem actually. But Sora and Felix now being hooked in by Armor Fended. Easy goes in for the Phantom Execution. Thorn Rose is not going to land unfortunately, but Sora and Felix will lose his life, but he does have immortality, so he's going to be fine for now. None of the members from the side of Galaxy Legends died, but that's a good defense so far from Galaxy Legends. Back to the stalemate. 16 minutes and 44 seconds. This is yet another team fight that Pro Esports can do very well, right? Remember, I talked about 15 minutes. That is the pick. That is the timing that Pro Esports would require to go online. So mark my words. I think if Galaxy Legends actually take this fight, Pro Esports will be wiped out. As such, the Zaman Forge is just going to be dropped right down, right on top of Wiki. It's going to go down. The next one is going to be Seacat and then Cadenza. Why is Galaxy Legends actually taking up this fight? I talked about this. They will be wiped out. Lin now gets a shutdown of the Star, finally. As now Azu looks for an opportunity down in the middle lane. They don't even need a Lord at all. They focus fire onto the Lewis as well as Lin. Another Zaman Force popped up on the side of Kozen. As such, he will bring Lewis down. Oh wait, he did not! But it doesn't matter! Pro Esports, they take game number 1! Call me the Oracle, guys. Call me the Oracle. Everything I said before this game started, it worked exactly and it happened exactly as it showed that. Everything I said, it happened. I talked about the fact that if Galaxy Legends, they do not focus fire on that one person that's kicked, they don't have the damage to bring anyone in. And the moment that he actually does do that, then it allows Pro Esports to come in as a counter-engage, because that is what they are, a counter-engage composition. They can't initiate because they don't have the Eve. It doesn't break their composition, but it changes the way that they play. They can't play very good aerial denial anymore, but they have very good burst damage because of the Lunox plus the Harif. And this is a divey composition. So if Galaxy Legends is unable to draw any distance between them from the opponents, then Galaxy Legends is going to go down. And right before that final team fight, I said, if Galaxy Legends were to take the fight, they will be wiped out. And they did. Almost wiped out. That was 3 men down for the side of Galaxy Legends. Technically, it was a very good 50-50, right? It is a very good 50-50 between the 2 junglers. But remember, at the start of the game, I also mentioned about the fact that Lancelot always have an inherent advantage in taking objectives because of his natural burst damage that he can apply onto a Lord, which essentially and artificially inflates the amount of damage a Retribution can deal. So that is one thing that makes Lancelot a good jungler, right? Now, we've got game number 1 done and dusted. That is game 1 that is working for Pro Esports. Galaxy Legends, they need to wake up. They do not have communication in this game because this is a game of communication. They need to be good enough in their own individual heroes when it comes down to their micro mechanics. But that doesn't mean that they can throw their team fight and their team communications away. When whoever Cadenza kicks, all 4 other members have to focus on that one person. Although I will say that Cadenza is actually a bit too deep into some of these fights, and Cadenza himself is actually not with the main party. So I don't want to be pushing blames to Cadenza or the rest of the other 4. This is purely just the team not working together, and they have to find an answer as to how they would want to play pick-off compositions like these. And to make matters worse, if you want to play pick-off composition, it's way better that you have someone, just one person, that can kill that one person. You just use one person to kill that one person, right? So, such as a Lunox or a Beatrix, someone that can burst damage, someone that can throw burst damage just to kill whoever that got kicked. That's what we want. But regardless, Kozen, the MVP of game number 1, without a doubt, 100,000 damage credited to him and a massive amount of kills to his name as well. Thank you so much for everyone for coming on to the chat and talking away. And of course, thank you so much for your very kind words. As Primal said, we support you, Abstract from Philippines. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go off for a short little bit. We will be back with you for game number 2 between Galaxy Legends versus Pro Esports. The question is if whether Galaxy Legends can come back and give us a better game 2. Take care. See you guys in a few minutes right before game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be jumping right into the next game. And that, of course, is gonna be Galaxy Legends going up against Pro Esports. And I gotta have to say that Galaxy Legends, they surprised me. Because technically speaking, they are supposed to be able to do a little bit better. So, well, it is what it is, right? But regardless, Galaxy Legends, they do have got the priority when it comes down to the favorites of the viewers. Most people believe that Galaxy Legends is gonna get 3-1. So technically, we are still on track. I think that Galaxy Legends can win 3-1 because Pro Esports, they have got one win to their name. And I would like to say that it is a very strong momentum for Pro Esports, but I'm not too sure if whether that momentum is gonna be enough for them to, you know, take Galaxy Legends down. I think that the draft is ultimately gonna be the most important thing, and they need to be able to play their best, you know, play with their best foot forward. But anyways, while we are waiting for the game to be ongoing, I do have a couple of comments that is on the chat once again. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, for those people that are watching, please feel free to use the chat. The chat box. I'm on YouTube on both of the MLBB Esports channel as well as Mobile Legends Bang Bang channel. Every now and then, I will read out some of these comments. You know, talk about some other topics. And I think that this is actually very apt for me to talk about M7, right? Because right now, I do have a viewer that talked about M7. Who are my favorites, or who I think is the best team within M7. It's definitely going to be a little bit hard for me to say who is going to be the best, but as of now, I do have a couple of favorites, right? With Team Liquid Philippines being a first one, Onyx Indonesia being my second one. I definitely gotta have to say that Selangor Red Giants is probably my third favorite. I'm not too sure how to feel about Aurora Gaming, to be fairly honest, so I'm not gonna talk too much about them. How about, okay, maybe Alter Ego as well, right? Maybe Alter Ego. I think Alter Ego has a pretty decent chance in the M7 too. But I'm gonna have to give respect to my Singaporean brethren as well, right? Team Evil, their very first time in the international scene. No, very first. I wouldn't even call it first time in the international scene, but first time in the M Series competition. First time in the M Series competition. So I really want to see them going. But regardless, we're not going to be talking too much about other regions for now, because we're going to be focusing on an MPL Cambodia Season 9, which is exactly what you are watching right now. We've got the it is Wandering Cloud for this one. Fanny, we got Fanny Band together with the Grok, Baksa, and Ju Sin. I'm not exactly sure how far this would go, or what might we see from this point onwards. But Lunox Band, Hilda Band. This might be a CC pick from Galaxy Legends again.
It is my mission to banish all.
Oh, stealing the Lancelot away from Pro Esports. That means there is a chance that they will play the Hayabusa. Hayabusa plus the Gatokacha. But they might not need to rush it. Yeah, I don't think that they need to rush this at all. Let's play it a little bit slow and steady. It's probably gonna be my name of the game. Catgod does like to pick a jungle in R2 though. But okay, that's a gimme. At this point, it doesn't really tell us anything, but for Catgod's draft, for now, it is very team-oriented. It's very team-fight oriented.
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise.
CC again, okay. Not too surprised.
Is picking.
which I was made for.
Your team is banning.
Okay, there we go. Hayabusa. Yep. So I'm not too surprised about the Hayabusa pick.
My mission is to protect lives.
But I don't like the Yve pick from Galaxy Legends. Too easily countered by the Gatokacha. A little bit too easily countered by Gatokacha. But it's not end of the world for them. It's not end of the world. The Yve can still do things. It can still do things.
Magic is my life.
Aaron.
Your team
Okay.
is banning.
Good Harris.
when I give the word.
Khalid ban as well. At this point, CHA. CHA is looking at very. I would like to believe they're more team fight. They want to play team fight, but in the meantime, they also want to have lane priority. This is not a competition that can play a Cho very well, but they can do that. Granger's banned. Beatrix might still be a possibility,
End of one thing is the beginning of
but they need a
another.
roamer as well. They need a roamer for this one. Esmeralda pick. You wouldn't want a Uranus. CC can still go over to the XP lane. Honestly, Galaxy Legends draft doesn't really hint us anything. They can quite literally do anything right now. It's pretty divey, so if Lapu is not banned yet, they can actually pick the Lapu.
Your team
Okay,
is
so they are actually gonna go for Cho and the Alex. I talked about the Cho. Cho is pretty okay in this composition, solely because of the fact that there is a Lancelot. Lancelot does have the burst damage required to make full use of the Way of the Dragon. So now that all of that is out, huh? Okay, and Xbox, huh? I would definitely say I am surprised with the Xbox pick. Why is that so? They want a little bit more burst damage, right? Okay, I can understand that, right? I can understand. They want a little bit more burst damage to effectively deal with the CC and the Ruby. The good thing about these sustained XP laners or sustained laners is that they are weak to burst. They are very weak to burst. And to make matters worse, it is a true damage burst. So as long as, you know, these side laners, they're just thinking, hey, I can play a little bit later. Hey, I can just kind of bring my HP all the way down to a maybe 30% HP. I still can survive because of the fact that I have Spell Vamp. Having an Xbox just essentially just tell them, no, this is not gonna be how you play. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna go in for game number 2 between Galaxy Legends and Pro Esports. We do have got Lin that is gonna be starting out at the blue side, or rather the purple buff, and Azu starting out at the orange buff. So both teams will end up at the gold lane and will be assisting in the gold lane for a tad bit. In terms of the way that they play and in terms of their win condition, I would say that Galaxy Legends does have pick-off potential as well. This is definitely more of a burst. Yeah, this is more of a single target burst and pick-off competition from Galaxy Legends and want to win in a team fight from that point onwards. But for Pro Esports, they are a counter-engage comp. So they are still a very good composition that can play around with the way that Galaxy Legends catches their players. So it's the same thing that's same thing, right? Galaxy Legends, they play Cadenza. They play Cadenza into a cave. And then Galaxy Legends, they jump in, or rather allow Lin to go in and jump. So Pro Esports from that point on, they will counter engage with necessary jumps coming in from Azu, Felix, D7 as well as Kozen to blast everyone else out in one fell swoop. If whether it would work or not, that is entirely up to them and how they play. I do, however, prefer Galaxy Legends lineup solely because of the fact that Pro Esports, or rather the way that they play around with their burst damager, is Lin as the Lancelot. So it does have quite a bit. They do have quite a bit of crowd control, iframes coming in from Lin. So Lin is not afraid of counter engage from Pro Esports. So just let them be. Let Pro Esports play their win condition. And then Galaxy Legends will be able to come back afterwards. Is initiate from Galaxy Legends, Pro Esports counter engage, Galaxy then counter engage. And generally that would be the end of Pro Esports. So we'll see how that's gonna be like. At this point in time, everyone else is just gonna be jumping right in, and CCAT opens up with the RWM, locking Sorry I'm Felix inside together with D7. Now D7 is gonna be the only one that will go down throughout that entire fight. As such, it's 2 minutes and 45 seconds in with about 1,000 gold advantage for Galaxy Legends. It's a small little bump for Galaxy Legends. Small little bump. But in terms of lane priority, this is also something that we can talk about, right? I would like to believe that Kozen and Wiki, both of them are pretty much neck and neck. Xborg has pretty decent lane priority just because of the fact that he can actually spell vamp as well. He does have pretty good wave clear on top of that, and he momentarily deals true damage shortly afterwards. While in the meantime, Wiki is more of a single target basis. He's more of a single target basis kind of hero. In the XP lane, Esmeralda versus the Ruby, yeah, none of them would die. It does not matter. It does not matter between these two. It's generally a slow gameplay for Galaxy Legends. Are they a late game composition? No, they are not exactly a late game composition. They're more of a mid game composition. Pro Esports, they can play late game because of Sa. The fact that they have a Kibi, they can play late game. They have true damage from Kozen. Wiki can do a bit as well. I think the Pro Esports might actually surprise us this game. Yeah, I'm actually finding a little bit difficulty to really understand if whether that is actually going to be true. It's kind of tough for me to identify if whether Galaxy Legends or Pro Esports have a better draft this game. They both kind of work in their own specific ways. But Galaxy Legends, once again, they need to answer that one problem that we saw in the previous game. Do they have the teamwork to actually make full use of Cadenza? As such, now the fight's gonna go straight out. The RWM locks down the 3-person, but shortly afterwards, the rest of the members from Pro Esports gets themselves running away. The AOG coming from D7 is not gonna do too much, as it's still gonna be safe and sound for now. With Sorry I'm Felix at an all-time low HP, Pro Esports wins in that fight, as they manage to bring Wiki down. The Turtle, however... Who did that Turtle go to, actually? The Turtle went to Pro Esports then. I don't see that Turtle buff onto Lin right now. But good, immobilized. Thorn Rose to get himself a little bit out of that dodge. But Kozen blasts off with the last Insanity. Did not quite connect, but it doesn't really quite matter. 5 minutes in. Slow game plays. Both teams and completely neck and neck. Entirely similar in terms of economy. Galaxy Legends is not as aggressive as I would expect them to be. As such, Wave the Dragon. Not gonna land, or rather, it's not gonna hit. But we do have Azu that has expended his Ogi Shadow Kill though. RWM from CCAT. More of a zoning tool. The problem about Galaxy Legends right now is that they are not playing together. They're not playing together. Who is top 1 in regular seasons? Galaxy Legend. Galaxy Legends is the one is the top 1 in the regular season. But CFU has been a back-to-back champion for season 8 and season 7. Galaxy Legends was 2nd place in season 7 and 3rd place in season 8, because I think Team Max was 2nd place. CFU won 4-1 against Team Max. Yeah. And now Cadenza taking a bit too much damage, but he's looking for an opportunity. He did manage to get a knockup, but unfortunately the rest of the members from the start of Galaxy Legends, they will run away now. AOG on the D7. As such, the rest of Galaxy Legends now focuses down on the D7. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. Lin takes him down. Whale Dragon finally down over to Saab. This is what I want to see. That is what I want to see. Galaxy Legends now picking up 2 kills. However, they will lose the turtle to Pro Esports. Small little disadvantage, but this is very good payoff for Galaxy Legends. After taking these 2 members down, takes 1 free turret in the middle lane. Kozen goes for a refrag down onto C-Cat. CFU and Galaxy Legends is actually won the same amount of games, but Galaxy Legends, if I recall correctly, has 14 points, and CFU have got 13 points. Galaxy Legends is top 1 in the regular season. You can check Liquipedia to double confirm that. Well, in the meantime now, sorry, I'm Felix. Quick little CC immunity coming in from the Purify. He's still gonna be fine, but the Falling Star Moon will immobilize down onto Lewis, but he's pretty tanky, alright? The Ogi Shadow Kill will be transferring among all 4 other players, but not quite enough to deal any significant amount of damage to kill anyone at all. Welcome to the stream, guys. For those people that have just tuned in, this is the MPL Cambodia Season 9. We are game number 2 into Galaxy Legends versus Pro Esports, the very first series of the day. And speaking of that, it does seem like Sorian Felix is in the tough spot. Oh, Cadenza finds a knockout on the D7. However, the taunt will stop him from executing a flawless combo. That would have been a good kick. That would have been a good kick if not for the taunt. As such, middle lane, they're trying to do something onto Lin. The Thorn Rolls is not quite enough for Lin to get by. The rest of the members from the side of Galaxy Legends, they're looking for that opportunity on the side of Azu. The AOG, as well as Falling Star Moon, will just be crumpling down onto the rest of the members when it comes down to Pro Esports. Galaxy Legends trying to hold their own. As such, C-Cats opens up the real-world manipulation. The rest of the members from Pro Esports will now make their way backwards. Galaxy Legends, they do have a little bit of the priority onto the Lord now, but it doesn't matter because Lin and Azu, at this point in time, both of them they're not around. But in terms of winning in the 50-50 against the Lord, Lin does have the advantage because of level advantage and the fact that he is a Lancelot. But now that's actually a good thing. Getting a kill down onto Wiki. With the kill on Wiki now, Pro Esports will have a way better time in taking up a fight. But remember, Pro Esports, this is not their timing just yet. They won't be able to outright win in these battles just yet. So Galaxy Legends, they might still be able to take this Lord away. They might still be able to. So where exactly is Lin? He's still somewhere at the bottom parts. He still have a lot of HP. Phantom Execution will connect down onto D7. But in the meantime, D7 will finally go down. Sam will get a kill down on Lin. Wait a second! How did his HP drop all the way down like that? Azu, he's still around though. So he can still kind of go for the Lord. And this is a massive, massive win for Pro Esports. What was that? Wiki comes in. The Falling Star Moon will not help Sorian and Felix run away. But Wiki, his damage is kind of insane. And Sa has got no answer for this. He runs himself all the way back. Kozen comes in to make sure to help him out. Spraying some fire. Inferno. Right into the face of Wiki. Azu throws out a little bit of that as well as the last insanity. They will blast Wiki out. Completely cycled out. Oh, that's not what you want. Oh, that's not what you want. Wiki has been cycled 2 times within that, 4 minutes? Hot damn. This is not good for Galaxy Legends. Now, the Lord is going to be fighting in favor for Bro Esports. He's going to be trampling down onto the bottom lane with a very strong wave up top. Azu does have the way of the, he does have the Ogi Shadow kill, but it doesn't seem like he wants to waste it onto Lin because of the lack of creeps around. He can't transfer these over to Lin and continue on after the Thorn Rose has finished the animations. So it would have been a wasted ultimate if he continued to go for that. Oh, not again. That is actually a very good zoning tool from the side of Star with the traction pulse, but unfortunately it's not quite deep enough. But hopefully Pro Esports will be able to get a little bit more out of Galaxy Legends. The top lane is about to go down with a quick little proxy from the side of Esmeralda. Top lane T1 will go down, left with middle lane. The T1 is still up. And that is a very good news to Galaxy Legends. I think Galaxy Legends is not really playing into the win con at this point in time. What we want to see is Cadenza just going for kicks whenever he can. But they are definitely looking for some of these opportunities. Some of these pokes onto Kozen. But they are all just tiny little pokes. I think that they should be fine for now. Someone did mention Blood Wings against Esmeralda. Actually, there's nothing wrong about having Blood Wings against Esmeralda. Yes, it does give you shield against Esmeralda. Or rather, you will give your shield over to Esmeralda. But it's a kind of like what's the word? It's a double-edged sword. Because here's the thing, remember this. Blood Wings gives you movement speed the moment you have shield. So the moment that Esmeralda hits you, you have shield. And you proc your Blood Wings passive, and that is to give you movement speed. And the main reason that you want Blood Wings for is that movement speed. Is not the added survivability. The added survivability is actually a bonus. The main reason you want that movement, the main reason you want the Blood Wings is for the movement speed. So it's completely fine for you to pick up a Blood Wings against an Esmeralda. In fact, I would advise you to buy Blood Wings first item against an Esmeralda so that you actually do have a better movement speed against an Esmeralda and you will be able to run away better against an Esmeralda. So, the more you know. Need to remember to read the items. The moment you have shields, you get movement speed. You have enhanced movement speed. And no other heroes can give you shields. And all the other heroes, they hit you, they will drop your shield. And then, poof, you no longer have your movement speed anymore. At this point in time, both drafts are okay. They both excel in very different ways. But it's a lot tougher for Galaxy Legends to execute their one because theirs is actually going to be more of pick-off and it plays around Cadenza a lot. So as long as Cadenza still holds onto his Way of Dragon, they are not doing what they are doing with their composition. Cadenza is really holding on to his Way of the Dragon. Mostly, number one, because of number one positioning. Number two, because of wrong priority target. In the previous game, they have been targeting the Lapu Lapu over and over and over again. And that did not bring them anything. Now everyone is going to be on to D7. So now is the perfect time to go for the Way of Dragon, which exactly he did. One person out. It's a 5 versus 4 now. They have a little bit of opportunity and a little bit of that advantage. So going up for this Lord fight, they can win. And remember, they can go back home because of Wandering Clouds. So you pick up a Wandering Clouds. And now you're back in team fight. You have a priority against the Lord, and Pro Esports Azu does not have a better 50-50 fight than a Lancelot. So Lin should take this Lord, no problems. But Pro Esports, they should not take this fight at all. They definitely should not take this fight at all. But that is going to be a very good Last Insanity that managed to clip onto Cadenza. He's still alive though. The rest of the members from the side of Pro Esports, they are just going to be putting themselves away. Never mind. D7, he re-engages with the AOG. but that also zoned out the rest of the members from the side of Galaxy Legends to run further away. So now Pro Esports, they managed to extend the team fight and without losing anyone at all. So yes, Dargan said, so Blood Wings against Esmeralda is to run away faster from people hitting you. That is right. And it also improves your rotation speed. It improves your rotation speed. The reason why first item Blood Wings is actually good for some of these mages is so that you actually rotate a lot faster. That was the case for a few patches ago. You want that movement speed. But now it's not that important. But you know what's important? This fight! Because this might actually be really big for Pro Esports as now they managed to rampage over Galaxy Legends with Lewis already been taken down. Good immobilized. Down over to the side of Wiki. But he will be able to jump from one place to another in order to keep himself a little bit safer. While Sorry and Phoenix will push the rest of the members from the side of Galaxy Legends away. While Cadenza leaves and survives with just a slip of HP. The middle lane now is going to be pushed out by Pro Esports. And unfortunately, we do not have any more Faraga armor from the side of Kozen. Kozen now loses his immortality. D7 loses his immortality as well, so he will now go down. The Void Blast destroys D7 and disintegrates him. As such, Pro Esports now, they have their back against the wall. Galaxy Legends right now, with a 2,000 gold lead, they actually have a pretty good way that they can win this game. They just have to continue with what they have been doing. They just need to take one Lord. But remember this is 18 minutes. This is 18 minutes. And Pro Esports have a track record of being able to do very well in the late stages. And you will see, once the Lord eventually pops out, Pro Esports have their ways in team fights. So what will work for Pro Esports, right? What will work for Pro Esports is that they need Azu to split push. I'm not too sure whether they will actually do that or not, right? I don't know whether they will actually do that or not. But if Azu does split push, he does have a very good way to escape away from a Lancelot. Lancelot is the only one that can reasonably tackle this split pushing issue from Azu because he has Phantom Execution and he has Thorn Rose. Both of these are iframes that will escape out of an Ogi Shadow Kill. You want to counter or you want to answer one person with one person. If you answer two person with one person, you are at a numbers disadvantage. And the main objective, which is the upcoming Lord, is going to be important. But that's going to be a kick from the side of Condenser. But no one followed up onto D7. That is a kick wasted. That is another time that's clocked onto Galaxy Legends that they can't do anything to play it towards a win con now. You know what that means? Pro Esports, they can take a fight. They can take a fight now. We have a slow push going down the bottom lane. Very good foundation work from Azu. That foundation will help them later on in this Lord's fight. And they don't even have to commit. Take a look down at the bottom, right? That is 2 additional creep wave. That will set up a slow push. If they were to clear out that wave entirely, that is no longer be a slow push, that's an immediate push. So now they can extend the fight as much as possible. Pro Esports, they actually have an advantage in this upcoming fight, not because of a micro, but because of macro. Take a look down the bottom lane. It will be a very hard pushing lane that will reach the inhibitor turrets the longer Galaxy Legends stays around for this fight. Pro Esports, they don't even need to engage in this. They don't even need to jump in for this fight. They just need to pull them backwards more and more. Keep Galaxy Legends in this fight. And the moment that Galaxy Legends realize, hey, that's a huge wave down in the bottom, they need to bring one person down. And that is numbers advantage for for Pro Esports. Watch this. Pro Esports, they're not even gonna be very, they're not gonna commit to it until they see someone down in the bottom lane. Now, it's all about pokes. D7, Sorry and Felix, they're still looking for something. They're still looking for something. The bottom lane is still pushing out. They're not gonna commit. But that is gonna be a commit from inside of Cadenza. Oh no, Azu! That's a mistake! But we do have Kozen with the last insanity that managed to blast onto Lin. The Saurian Felix just goes in with the falling star moon, but did not manage to clip onto Lin. Oh man! It's almost there. They were almost there. The foundation work at the bottom is amazing. But this doesn't matter because take a look down in the bottom lane. They won. Pro Esports won in that encounter. They did not win in team fight, but they won in objective. The moment that they did not see anyone down the bottom lane, they take the fight anyways. That's a very heavy push down already. They got a free turret. And now, because of the fact that they got a free turret down the bottom lane, it's a naturally pushing lane down in the bottom. It's a natural pushing lane down in the bottom. They don't even have to care about the bottom. They don't have to commit to the fight. They just have to pull Galaxy Legends over and over and over again. This is what they want. They want to force Galaxy Legends out of the Lord's pit. They want to dance with the Lord as much as possible. And the bottom lane will eventually rush in. And with your throne at stake, you need one person down. You need and you must have one person to defend. Otherwise, that's game over. That's Whale of Dragon. Purify from the side of, I'm sorry, I'm Felix. So no follow-up for the side of Cadenza. Goes in for the Falling Star Moon down on the Cadenza. That will bring down the immortality. RWM open from the side of Seacat, while the AOG will land onto Lewis. Lewis flickers on forward, hoping that he will be able to take one person down with him. But Kozen does have a very good mobility. As such, he will be able to run away from all of that. They focus down on Lewis next, hoping to take down the immortality, and indeed they did. Lewis is down now. There is a number disadvantage over to Galaxy Legends. They saw in the bottom lane that CC went down to clear that wave. So this is actually prime opportunity for Pro Esports to go for this upcoming fight. But Azu, he does not have proper buff. I don't know if whether they actually want to take this Lord because he does not have proper buff. This is very good macro play from Pro Esports here. Pro Esports should win this game solely because of the foundation that they made down in the bottom lane. That foundation and forcing Galaxy Legends to choose one: win in the fight, or win in the fight, or win in pushing the lanes. I guess win in the fight or keep your turret. Kadeza's looking for something. Lin is looking for something as well. The AOG is not gonna land on anyone. However, this last insanity is gonna do quite a number to people. Wiki is still alive while Azu focuses down onto the Lord. The rest of the members from the side of Pro Esports now will focus on one after another with a little bit of the immortality pop from the side of Wiki as well as the Winter Crown. Or rather, with the Winter Crown, that is going to be Wiki and Seacat down. That's the 60 seconds death timer onto Wiki and Seacat. The Lord will be marching in about 11 seconds from now. And look, this is the foundation I'm talking about, right? Look at the core. Just because of the fact that Pro Esports extended that fight, they pulled that fight for so long. Bottom lane just have free entry down to the bottom. Galaxy Legends has to work on their macro game. They really have to work on their macro game. Traction Pulse misses. Azu's Shadow's not gonna grab onto anyone. But this is 3v5. No way they're gonna be surviving this. Ogi Shadow kill for the side of Lewis. Who cares about kills? That is a win from the side of Pro Esports. 2-0. Now, Pro Esports surprised me. I gotta have to say, Pro Esports surprised me. Galaxy Legends didn't show any macro play. Or not much macro play. But Pro Esports, they did. They did play macro. And they dragged on and not wanting to go for a lot fight. Because they are actually a little bit greedy there. They are actually a little bit greedy. They want to wait for the lanes down in the bottom lane to push even more. They are constantly just looking at the lanes down in the bottom lane. Because there is a possibility that they don't even need the lot to end the game. You guys saw previously, right? Just how much damage that throne or that core suffered. The longer that they pulled out that game, or rather that fight, that would have been a game over. That would have been game over. And in the eyes of Pro Esports, their idea is, it is 3v5. We pull them over to us, and we end the game there. Because they are just gonna come up to the top lane, right? They're gonna come up to the Lord. We fight them 5v3. The bottom lane pushes all the way in. We win the game that way. Otherwise, if they're going to be staying in their base to clear out that lane, we can see them. We can see them clearing that wave. And that means no one is coming in to challenge for the Lord. So we take the Lord down and then come in from top, middle, and bottom. That is a guaranteed win for the side of Pro Esports. So a little bit greedy, but it worked. This is an upcoming upset, guys. This is an upcoming upset. Remember, let me just remind you guys, okay? Pro Esports came in from the play-ins. And of course, when it comes down to Galaxy Legends, they are the top of the regular seasons. I am excited for this upcoming game number 3. Pro Esports, please blow me away. Please prove everyone wrong with our predictions. Congratulations over the SAR as the MVP of Pro Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna leave you guys for the highlights as well as the post-game statistics, and I will be back with you guys before the commencement of game number 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in for game number 3. Game number 2, understandably, went all the way down to a 24 minutes game, and it went down the wire. It is definitely a lot more of a scary game for Galaxy Legends, because after losing that game, they are now gonna be in match point. And this is scary, right? Just one more win for Pro Esports, and that is Galaxy Legends that will drop to the lower bracket. You know that this is still double eliminations, so they still have another chance in playing for the competition, and they can still climb back up over to the grand finals later on Sunday, provided that they win all the way through. So losing out here is not the end of the world just yet, but it will definitely create some amazing upset to many people all around the world, and perhaps especially to some of the Cambodians that are supporting Galaxy Legends. Galaxy Legends right now, they are at the top of the board, and someone did mention and someone did ask about how well the Galaxy Legends do in the regular seasons, and Dustin, like, I remember correctly. Wow, I'm surprised. Galaxy Legends is at the top of the board with a total of 13 games. 13 games won, so that will give them 17 points. And CFU Gaming won 12 games with a total of 16 points. So right now, Galaxy Legends, because of their regular season, they managed to find themselves at the first seed, while CFU Gaming found themselves in the second seed. CFU Gaming will come up in the game after this, the series after this, rather. So if Galaxy Legends were to be dropped by Pro Esports, which is actually ranked number 5 in the regular season with a total of 9 points, that is actually kind of a scary testament to what kind of plays we can expect from the Cambodian teams. Although I gotta have to say, it is definitely a little bit disappointing from my side that Galaxy Legends did not exhibit any form of macro gameplay, right? When the time is when it's really necessary for them to play macro, the basics, you know, pushing out and setting the foundation for a slow push opposite of where the Lord spawns, it's gonna do wonders for your team. And at that point in time, whoever pulls the trigger first, whoever sets up the foundation first, will always have an advantage in the upcoming team fight, right? Because once you're done pushing a wave, once you're done setting up a wave there, if you set up a slow push, the opponents can always respond with setting up a fast push shortly after, and then you're forced to you're forced to move exactly, and you're forced to move fast. So previously, when Pro Esports were to set up their slow push, if the Lancelot actually came in, like maybe a few seconds after Azu set up that slow push, he can just wipe out that lane, set up a really fast push, and now we have Pro Esports that needs to respond to that fast pushed lane. So it doesn't mean that whenever you set up a push on the opposite side and you play macro first, it doesn't mean that you are immediately gonna win in the macro game. The opponents can always set something up there and just do something, right? You can always win from that point on. I think the mental state for Galaxy Legends is at a pretty bad spot, right? I definitely will say that Galaxy Legends is having a really bad time if they do not change the way that they play. And I think that they can't play the Cho, man. I don't think that Cho is the right pick going up against Pro Esports. You tried twice. I don't think it works. But now we're going into Flying Clouds again. So a bit of that comeback mechanic in the battlefield itself. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching MPL Cambodia Season 9. And we've got game number 3 between Galaxy Legends versus Pro Esports. With Pro Esports having 2 wins to their name right now, we are on match point. With a Fanny, Grok, Hayabusa, Baxia, Juicin, and Hilda that has been taken away. It does seem like Lin will snap pick onto that Lancelot almost immediately. The standard opening of Gatokacha for their side. Might not pick the mage first. I don't think that they want to play the Yves right now, but they have the opportunity to once again play the Hayabusa or the Yi Sun-shin. Again. Whichever that works out for them. Since Baxia is taken away, then you can't counter up against the Baxia. Still gonna go with the Kimi. Okay. So it's gonna be the same first two picks coming in from Pro Esports. B1, B2, B3 and R1, R2 are the same. So if Cat God wants to go for the same route, then that's the Hayabusa. Oh! Oh, that's different. Oh, that's different.
My mission is to protect lives.
Oh wow, okay, Yi Sun-shin now. Okay, so what are they looking out for? They do have counter engage from Gatokacha. They have engage from the Kimi. You don't really have a channeling area denial, so Harif was not a pick that I would expect Pro Esports to go for anyways. But they are a composition that plays late game very well. But having two marksmen on the side, definitely gonna be. Yves is essentially gonna be countered by the Gatokacha already right now, so it's not a problem. Now the next one they want to deal with is that they want to deny the CC in a natural winning lane, right? A natural winning lane. Yu Zhong might still be a decent pick, but it's not necessarily tanky enough. Yeah, I think that is a Lapu pick, honestly. The Lapu has been working well for Saruman Felix. Then they have two initiators that can work with the Traction Pulse. The Traction Pulse is a very non-committal initiating spell, and then Lapu can go in shortly afterwards. And it sets up pretty decently. They are also lacking of one other side laner, right? So two side laners is lacking. Oh, that's a repick on the Esmeralda. Okay. You're still gonna go for the Esmeralda. Alright, alright. Can't say that I am surprised.
Will it grant immortality? Dragon is ready anytime.
Cho and Alice. Not Cho again. The only one that can make full use of Cho is the Lancelot. They really like the Cho, huh? So because of this, they need someone that plays Purifier on the side lane so that they don't get picked off that easily. Harif has already been taken away. There's no longer a free Purify. Any other marksman generally plays a Purify? I mean, you have a 1-1. 1-1 is a free Purify. You have very tanky frontlines from the Esmeralda and the Gatokacha. You can actually go for triple marksman if you want. I'm calling for a very tanky goal lane or... Huh, Natan can Purify. Right, Natan can Purify, yes. Natan can play with Purify. Okay, okay, okay. I don't mind this composition. I don't mind this composition. It still works along the same line as triple marksman as I was hoping for. I think the Cat God is onto something here. Cat God is onto something here. I like this. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we have the full lineup coming in from Pro Esports. This is a great draft from Pro Esports. Galaxy Legends, I wouldn't say the same. They need to play so... This is once again another lineup that is a little bit more difficult to execute, right? They have a good initiator. They have good initiators coming from Yves and the Cho. You can come in with a counter engage and follow up from the Alice. And then you can generally do enough damage onto using the Lancelot. But it comes with a caveat. The Lancelot will be the hyper carry. Lancelot is the hyper carry. The moment that Lancelot does not win in the early game and does not manage to get, lane controls all the way from middle lane to top lane to the bottom lane or whichever it is, then Lancelot will not be able to farm. If Lancelot can't farm, he can't kill. If he can't kill, then you can't make full use of Cadenza's Way of the Dragon anymore. And that will end up being a loss for Galaxy Legends. They have a lot of AoE control, but the only one that can AoE damage is Lin. It's the only one. Technically speaking, you can say that Lewis does have AoE damage as well, but I do not want to count him as good damage because we need burst. We need burst damage. And one of the other good things about Galaxy Legends lineup is the potential of Lin being able to deal with these marksmen from Pro Esports. So Lin can answer to these marksmen, but is it enough? Because we have 3 marksmen from Pro Esports. So what if? Lin uses all his spells to kill Kozen? Just Kozen. Then we have Sarnezu. Sarnezu is still around, and they can still deal passive damage with those basic attacks. I'm calling 3-0. I'm hands down gonna be calling 3-0. Pro Esports have a better draft. Galaxy Legends have the answer to it, but it's just not enough. They don't have enough answers to what Pro Esports have. And in a world where Galaxy Legends does very well in the early game, the only caveat is they have to win in lanes, right? They have to win in lanes. So putting a CC in front of Nathan, CC win. But the middle lane is a question that we'll talk about in a short bit later on. Right now, Pro Esports 4v3. We do have D7 that's currently taking a tad bit of damage, but unfortunately, he does have revitalized. The RWM pops up from the side of CCAT. He will be able to help Lin. Takes down a kill onto Azu. As now, they're moving on to the next one. This is actually looking very good. Lin double kill. That's what we want. Now he's got the power spike. But unfortunately, Sorian Felix is the one that also managed to get a kill for himself. Why is this so scrappy? This is a very scrappy fight. Why are they continuing with this? Esmeralda taking farm is nothing. He's the last person that you want him. He's the last person that you want to get farm. He's position 4. Alright, position 4. Position 3 onto the Kimi. Position 2 onto the Yushin. And position 1 onto the Nathan. So right out of the box, right now, Galaxy Legends have an advantage. And this works out for their draft. They have double side lane fighters. They are naturally going to be stronger in the early game. Naturally. And if they don't get that 1,000 gold per minute advantage for every minute pass, they lose. I'm just going to be very clear. The moment that they don't get anywhere remotely close to that, like, okay, let's say it's 10 minutes. They need 8,000 gold advantage in order to win Pro Esports very effectively. That's a good kill from CCAT. He's already gotten a glowing wand for himself. There is a chance. There is a chance. Oh! Bird! Oh! The Purify! The Purify! Oh, man! That was close. If not for the Purify, I think that an orange buff burn would have killed Sa. Very good Purify. Now, them looking to get a kill down on the Sorian Felix, but it's not going to be as easy as you would have thought and hoped for. I know, right? 3 Purify really is good luck to Cho, man. Really is good luck Cho. He's not going to be able to do anything. So that's why I'm not looking at the fact that Cho is going to be one of their win condition anymore. Cho is not their win condition anymore. At this point in time, it's all about CCAT and Lewis. CCAT and I would say that CCAT is the one that initiates. Opens up with RWM, Lewis goes in shortly afterwards the TOR. That is what we want. 5 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead, not good enough. Oh, immobilized! And Mountain Shocker, Thorn Rose, punches! Lin got out from a 1v4 fight. That's the difficult thing about a very slippery assassin from Lin, right? He always is able to get out of this kind of tricky situations very effectively. I feel bad for Cadenza, really. I really feel bad for Cadenza. There's not much that he can do in this game. All he can do is just reveal, show information, go around kicking, and that's all. All he can do is kick. He has one target, Azu. Azu is literally the only target. You don't go for Kozen, you don't go for Sa, you only go for Azu. And that is a way that they can win in lot fights, or these objective fights, by relying on Cadenza. So because of the fact that Cadenza only have one person to aim, this actually makes it even tougher because he can't. That means that he will have a lot of downtimes when it comes down to his Way of the Dragon. A lot of times that he can't use the Way of the Dragon because he don't want to waste the Way of the Dragon on someone that can just purify that out. Oh, this is kind of bad for Lewis, but he does have escape mechanism, so it's not too bad for him. Turtle now available. Got a very fast push down in the top lane. Lin should be able to get a free turtle here. He's currently at level 11 as opposed to Azu at level 12 or level 10. That is a good lockdown onto Lewis. Azu gets the kill on that as well. 2.1, 2.2. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's only 7 minutes. They need at least 5,000 at this point. They need 5,000 gold lead at this point. So the reason why we are asking for that amount of gold lead at that very specific time is because of the power spike of Pro Esports. If they are able to get 10,000 gold for at 10 minutes, then Pro Esports will only be able to pop off at somewhere around 20 minutes with these 3 players. These 3 players, 20 minutes, that's when they pop off. If we're looking at 8,000 gold in 10 minutes, then we're looking at somewhere around 18 minutes. And same thing, that means if we're 10 minutes, that is only 3,000 gold in 10 minutes. Then you can pretty much expect about 13, 14 minutes. Pro Esports starts to get a little bit more gold for themselves. And they can start playing. There will be neck and neck at that same point in time. The more gold lead that Galaxy Legends have, the longer it takes for Pro Esports to get the items that they want and to accumulate wealth from across the map. Note that the timing that I give is very, very much of an estimate, right? Very much of an estimate. But generally speaking, 15 minutes is all that's required for Pro Esports to start to come back and fight. 10 minutes, 3,000 gold lead. Galaxy Legends starts to struggle at 13 minutes. 13 to 14 minutes. They'll start to struggle at 13 to 14 minutes. But then they won't be out of the game just yet, and they will still have a lead. It just matters how long Pro Esports will be able to hold on to. And when do they start to be more of a threat. Right now, at this point in time, okay, maybe not 13, 13 to 14 minutes, they will start to become a threat. They'll start to become a little bit more annoying. But Kozen still needs time to pop off. He still needs time to pop off. That's a good kill. Lin getting a kill down on Sa. Could very potentially get one more. Yes, he will! On the Story and Felix. This is working well. This is working well. Lin now Lin just needs to take every single farm that he can possibly get from opponent's jungle and from the lanes. Galaxy Legends already have got the Lord for themselves, so this is very good news. They should be able to get a little bit more out of these maps, right? So 5,000 gold lead. They're almost at 5,000 gold lead, so Pro Esports needs to take about 15 to 16 minutes to start to really power up and fight against Galaxy Legends. So 18 to 19 minutes is when Pro Esports starts to win in some of these lot takes. The longer this game drags out, the harder it is for Galaxy Legends to end the game. As such, Lin manages to pick up a kill on the D7. This is the best early game that they have played so far. They are finally there. They are finally here. With a lot that will be crashing down in the top lane, the RWM opens up as well, while Cadenza gets a kill down the Kozen. While the Lin now, oh, the bounty. This is not gonna be good if Lin goes down. The bounty goes to Azu. But never mind. It's only Star. And they finally managed to take one game off of Pro Esports. Oh, finally. Oh, finally. One is to 2 in favor of Galaxy Legends. Good job, Galaxy Legends. Good job. I doubted them. But it looks like the snowball did happen. They really need Lancelot to pop up. The moment that Lancelot don't pop off like the other few games, this is not possible. But the moment that he got that double kill at the start of the game, you kind of get an idea that they can actually start to win the game. And this is just the nature of triple marksman, right? This is the nature of triple marksman. The moment that triple marksman does not the moment that triple marksman just kind of start losing to a single hyper carry off of an assassin, your early game hopes are dashed. Because you gotta have to take a look at this entire lineup, right? From the side of Pro Esports. In order for them to stay afloat, Azu needs farm as well. And Azu needs kills. He needs that way of snowballing. Why? Their idea is to snowball in the early game as well. Because of his emblem, he chose Killing Spree. The moment he went for Killing Spree, you know that he's trying to go for something there. But congratulations over to C-Cat from Galaxy Legends as the Yeeve, as they now finally managed to grab and snagged one game to their name, putting a 2-1 scoreline for themselves. A clean game indeed, Savannah. Clean game indeed. This is kind of what we expected from Galaxy Legends. It took time for them to actually reach this stage. So hopefully they will be able to come back stronger, and hopefully that they will be able to do the same thing for game number 4, which will come shortly after these highlight showcase and the post-game statistics. I'll be back with you guys shortly after that. So for now, enjoy the rest of the footage. I'll be back with you guys in a jiffy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it one more time. Fourth game of this series, Galaxy Legends. Finally, they're coming to show us exactly what we are doing, or rather what they are doing. This is the Galaxy Legends that we know of in the regular seasons. And now, they are coming back. Do note though, it is still match point and just one more win, and we will eventually see Pro Esports make it to the next stage, and that is the upper bracket finals. That is if that happens. Pro Esports, they are just one sneeze away to getting there. And of course, if they were to lose one more time, then Galaxy Legends will be able to catch up, and once they caught up, it is match point, series point. No matter what it is, one man will be dropped down to the lower bracket and one man will be at the upper bracket. Can Galaxy Legends win? That's the question, and that is something that I will want to ask CHA and Cat God, the drafters, the coach of the team that will enable the team to do what they want to do. So, at least one thing that we know is that Hyper Lancelot is something that can be very much possible for the side of Galaxy Legends. And honestly, I think I already know what might be the bans for Pro Esports. I think that they're just gonna ban the Lancelot. I think that they're just gonna ban the Lancelot. Pro Esports, naturally, I think that they like playing from behind in red pick. I think that they like to go for second picks. So as much as possible, I think that they will want to start as second pick and just ban out the Lancelot. Do not want to give the Lancelot away and force that Yi Sun Shin pick over to the side of Galaxy Legends, or maybe the first pick onto the CC. So far, CC doesn't feel and doesn't seem like a problem. So CC should be something that will be gifted away. They should be giving that away to the opponents at this point in time, and that is what I believe will happen. But a little bit too early for me to just jump the gun and assume that. Eventually, we'll see how that eventually works out. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching MPL Cambodia Season 9. Remember this because we have got 2 more days after this. 2 more days after this, okay? So there is, of course, more probabilities of, seeing Pro Esports because we still have them at the lower bracket. Whoever that's going down to the bottom lane, or rather the bottom part of the bracket, they're going to be, having a second lease of life. So we'll see how that is eventually going to work out. And we'll kind of enjoy, have fun with all of that. Now, the drafting is about to start. We are waiting for that part to happen. We're waiting for Cat God versus CHA. It's a tough thing to watch, honestly. Because Pro Esports, we clearly saw how much determination they have, how much time they have put into just to play these games. And to get these first two wins is just amazing. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Match number 4 between Pro Esports and Galaxy Legends. Pro Esports have got a smooth victory all the way from game 1 to game 2. Game number 3, the match point, Galaxy Legends woke up and they said, you know what, we need to do this. Right now, it does seem like Pro Esports are going to be starting at first pick. They're starting at first pick. Well, now, Lancelot banned. So, no Lancelot. CC is gone. Gato Kacha has been a very good prio pick in R1 for Pro Esports so far. I think that this is a Gato Kacha first pick here. This should be a Gato Kacha first pick. Unless they are putting a priority onto the Yi Sun Shin. It's an either-or situation. Oh wait, Baxia! Wait, they leaked the Baxia! This is tough. Maybe Baxia first pick. Oh my goodness. I still like the Gato Kacha first pick. I still like it. But that is big. No Gato Kacha? I mean, sorry, no Baxia ban?
Need no protection.
Oh man.
I see easy prey everywhere.
This is a tough composition. So, will Hylos still work? I think Hylos is still... But they have a Gato Kacha already. Hylos is not gonna be the answer. This actually disables a lot of fighters. So, they need a fast-moving jungler. No way they're gonna play Fredrin against the Baxia, right? The moment that they play Fredrin against this Baxia, they will start to lose jungle camps. Fredrin is just way too slow here. They still picked the Lapu, and they went for the Harif as well. Yves is a potential pick in the second phase, which should and might be banned out. The thing about Lapu Lapu is that he is still good despite the fact that there is a Baxia, only because of his passive. Whereas he's not entirely afraid of the lack of healing. Oh, the Angela! Oh my god. This is a completely different realm of drafting. This is a complete different drafting realm.
Your team is banning. The night sky tells all. Your team is banning.
This is a very sustainable team comp from CHA. Yves is good here. Yves is really very good here for Pro Esports. Everyone will be hit by the glowing wand. Everyone. You need a Yves. I think CHA should ban the Yves. I'm thinking about Farsa as well. I think high ground is important for Pro Esports. They need high ground.
Because I saved my
Yisun Shin ban.
from falling apart.
Oh man, they are actually forcing Fredrin pick onto Pro Esports. This is tough. Is there any other junglers? What other junglers does MPL Cambodia play? Junglers, Fredrin, Yisun Shin, Lancelot, Hayabusa, Baxia, Joy. Okay, there's still a Joy, another Leonin that can join into the fray, which can work well for the burst. So if they pick Yves, they can go for Joy. If they play Fredrin, they can go for the Farsa. Whichever one of these that makes the most sense. I personally will definitely prefer the Yves plus Joy over the Fredrin plus Farsa. The difference that will make with this composition. Not Joe again! Come on! Not Joe again! They really like Cho, huh? So this means it's an Yves. I think that this means that it's an Yves. Yves plus Joy. The other idea is Fredrin, but I don't like Fredrin going up against the Baxia. You're actually a little bit too slow. Lunox helps you with the tankiness of the opponents. Okay, so they are actually gonna go for the faster Fredrin kind of combo kind of thing, but not faster. They use the Lunox, so they have pick-off potential by playing the Lunox with the Harif together. They have the burst damage there. Lunox can pull the Purify. Harif can pull Purify, revitalize onto the Gatokacha. Okay, who has the better drop? I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys might be wondering about this. Thank God they did not pull Akai jungle. So, Savannah. I personally don't think that Akai is good at all in this game. I don't think that they should be getting the Akai because Akai is kind of slow. It's kind of similar as the Fredrin, but in some sense, you still need some more burst damage. And the burst damage from Fredrin helps over the pure utility from the Akai. So this is the lineup coming in from Pro Esports versus Galaxy Legends. This is the same kind of situation where Cho does not have a target. Cho does not have much targets because two of the main damage dealers will be playing the Purify.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
In terms of balance and damage, they still have it. Osa is actually going for Flicker, huh? Okay, so there is a target. They can actually go for Sa. They can actually play with Sa. Or kick Sa, rather. So let's take a look a little bit more about lane priority. What is this? What is this? Kozen! Oh, hey, Kozen! Oh my god! Now that is a duel. That is a duel. Oh, wait. What is this? Just one more. Oh, wow. Aggressive flicker from the side of Wiki. Azu even came into the mix just in case. Just in case. But up in the top lane now is a good double petrify. Felix flickers on backwards just so that he do not get caught by the Dragon Tail. Not a good start for Pro Esports, but it's technically understandable for them to be at like this. A quick knocked up on the Azu, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Azu actually does have a little bit difficulty in beating Lin in terms of jungle rotation. So now Lin takes a free purple buff away from Azu. He might lose his life, or maybe he would not. He's not even level 4, so it does not even have his Appraisal's Wrath. So we are at a tough spot now. We're at a tough game. Pro Esports now is going to be playing from behind. Solely because of the fact that they lost the purple buff for Azu. They lost the gold lane as well. They are very behind now. They are very behind. So much survivability from the side of Galaxy Legends as well. I don't believe that Pro Esports will be able to get any kills until 10 minutes into this game. Unless Galaxy Legends overextends, of course. They have a lot of ways to heal. C-Cat can heal. Lin can anti-heal. And that anti-heal will work against the entire team because of the revitalize. Works against Felix. Works against D7 himself with passive hits. Technically works against Sa as well because of Starlight Pulse too. Baxia is a horrible hero for the side of Pro Esports. The moment that they have to go up against the Baxia, that's tough. Kind of scary how they prioritize the Gatokacha over the Baxia right now. But take a look at this. Azu, he lost another purple buff, dude. He lost another one. And 4 members from the side of Galaxy Legends is going to be jumping right into Pro Esports territory. And Sorry and Felix had to flicker right out of the dodge. 4 members from the side of Pro Esports. They're now safe and sound for now. They're here. They're okay. Play the late game is what I'm asking for. But we're looking at 3 minutes and 45 seconds into this game. And we are looking at 2,300 gold lead. So the lead is actually working very well for Galaxy Legend, like extremely well. So the fact that as long as we are looking at this kind of pacing, I think it shouldn't be a problem for Galaxy Legends to close out the game by 11, 12 minutes. The turtle now available up to the top lane. It's 4 minutes and 33 seconds as well. We got the Black Dragon form. They're just going to be soaring up above into the skies. A quick zone against Pro Esports, but we are already looking at what? Azu, level 6. Lin at level 8. He's so far behind, and there's not much that I expect Pro Esports to be able to get out of this. That's why I don't like the Fredrin. The Fredrin is too slow against Eboxia. It's way too slow. And not only is the game slow, or rather is Fredrin slow, but the pacing of the game is kind of slow as well. Galaxy Legends, you have lead. You can go for some of these amazing kills, and you can just force the attacks. You can force the fights. But to be fair, I think that they just want to be very safe, right? Because they're already leading, but they are just one series behind, or rather one match behind. The moment that we have one match difference, then boom! Galaxy Legends loses, and Pro Esports will then move on to the next point. This is a rough part, right? This is extremely rough. But I cannot imagine that Galaxy Legends, with this Baxia for their side, with this Baxia on the side of Galaxy Legends, Pro Esports' entire lineup will find themselves with massive amount of difficulties. I still want to see that point in time where Pro Esports, or rather the point in time where Galaxy Legends will get 1,000 gold for every minute that has passed. Cadenza joins in, Whale of Dragon, kicks for Kozen for absolutely no reason. But it's okay. Now, you do not have a lockdown. But this is also another thing I actually kind of want to talk about, right? Cadenza's kicks is not gonna give too much value to Galaxy Legends. Whenever you see a Cho, you automatically assume that, hey, this is a pick-off composition. But if you look closely at Galaxy Legends lineup, they do not have someone that can really make full use of the Way of the Dragon. They cannot burst that one person down. If Sa is kicked, if Sa is hit by the Way of the Dragon, I am pretty darn sure that by the end of the Way of the Dragon, he's not dead, and he will just brilliance his way right out of the fight. Wiki is probably the only one that can make full use of that. They can, of course, layer these. They can definitely layer the Way of Dragon with the Furious Dive coming in from Lewis, but is that enough? That is a question. But speaking of a question, will Azu be able to survive from all of that? As the Way of Dragon is going to be connecting down on him. Wiki lands, of course, Rhapsody down on the Azu. Takes him down for another time, or rather the first time over here. He's currently at level 9. He's slow. Lead is 11. And this is the third time that Lead is going to be taking his pop buff. Azu's out of the game, man. Azu is out of the game. But you know what else is not out of the game? Galaxy Legends, because they are taking this fight. Koz is just going to be dropping down. Of course, the Diamond Force, he will be zip-zap zooming all around, hoping to be able to deal enough damage to Cadenza. But his farm is just not well enough. He can't bring Cadenza down. Lin joins in the fray together with Wiki. A couple of these Rhapsody and the Death Sonata actually did manage to land right nicely onto D7. It pushes them away, and that discourages a continuous fight from the side of Pro Esports. This is fine. Galaxy Legends with 8 minutes in with 4,000 gold lead. It's okay to move on with this point. However, this is a single marksman lineup from Pro Esports. This is also a single marksman lineup from Galaxy Legends. But based on the fact that Pro Esports have a track record of doing very well 15 minutes later into the game, there is still a possibility, okay? There is still a possibility that Pro Esports can win. Because Galaxy Legends, they're not playing macro. There's not much macro that they're doing all around the board. Finally, do we have a pushing lane down to the top lane, or rather up in the top lane? They're just kind of dealing with their own ways. They're dealing with their own lanes. I deal with my lanes, I move on to the opponent's jungle and yada yada yada, look for opportunities and so on and so forth. The main thing is that Pro Esports needs to keep this T1 turret up in the middle lane. They will throw bodies just to keep this turret up. Because the moment that they lose this turret, Lin will go insane. He will be able to traverse from one place to another with absolute efficiency. And he will definitely ensure that Pro Esports will not get the farm that they need. This is not a hyper carry kind of game, but hold on a second, what is this fight? Why is Pro Esports actually going for this? Because right now we do have God Felix who really want to get himself away. That initiation just make him waste one single flicker, but they are going to re-engage on that, and once again, D7 go straight in, of course, when it comes down to the AOG, and of course, when it comes to Summon Force, doesn't deal enough damage because they don't have the farm. Azu is gonna be going down, D7 with a sliver, Kozen was untouched. But regardless, that was just perfect timing for Galaxy Legends. They take the hit, they take the farm, they take the kill. And now they have an opportunity and they have a guaranteed win for this Lord. Not only because of the fact that they took down the jungler, but the jungler is so far behind anyways. Kozen can actually get this kill down on the Cadenza, and this is the opportunity that they want to kill Kozen because of a little bit of their overextension. However, Galaxy Legends, they don't have a lot of ways to actually lock people down, so that will only be a mistake as Wiki goes down. Seacat, yeah, just be honest, you are dying here. That's a killing spree credited over to Kozen. He's got a bounty on his head right now, and Lin didn't do anything from that point. So this is a very good response from Pro Esports. They may have lost the Lord, but they managed to slightly neutralize their loss by continuing on the fight, allow Kozen to pick up more kills from there, and force Galaxy Legends to overstep their boundaries, which Wiki did. He flickered on forward, thinking that, hey, I got Seacat with the hard guard, I should be fine. But he's not fine. Right now, Galaxy Legends, they are continuing their onslaught up to the top lane with the power of the Order Brilliance. Sai's gonna be fine. They now put all of their damage onto Lewis. He's almost dead. Burning and burning, but Seacat with a single love wave keeps him alive while they look at Azu. Hey! Azu! What was that? Oh well. Airballed on that Appraisal's Wrath. Absolutely airballed that. But it's okay. Lord's coming out in 90 seconds. Yeah, Lord's coming out in 90 seconds. I think that the 90 seconds is still not time for Pro Esports to be able to do anything just yet. 15 minutes, mark my words. 15 minutes and Pro Esports might be able to get a fighting chance if Galaxy Legends allows them to. D7 now goes down into the ground, lowered his coffin slowly into the earth. As now Galaxy Legends slowly make their... I wouldn't even call this comeback, but slowly make their way into getting another win. Remember, this is match point, ladies and gentlemen. This is match point. The moment that Pro Esports win, this is what's at stake here. Oh wait, what was that? There's a single kill coming from the side of Wiki. They will be able to take down this T1 turret with no problems whatsoever. This slowly pushes the rest of Pro Esports away, ensuring that they are unable to defend this T2 turret. With the amount of gold lead that Galaxy Legends have for themselves, Pro Esports will have no choice but to respect the amount of gold, damage, and tankability that Galaxy Legends have for themselves. Now, all of the outer turrets are destroyed. Azu can't do anything. He's level 11. And even if we're going into 15 minutes, I think that Azu is only like 13, close to 14, level 13, close to level 14. He can't even fight for these objectives. He can't even steal objectives. So the pop-off timing for Pro Esports is no longer the Miracle 15. It is going to be roughly about 18 minutes plus minus. And I just realized that, that Mirko is actually watching the stream as well. Hi Mirko, hi chat. Hope everyone is enjoying the stream here at MPL Cambodia Season 9. The stakes is high because Pro Esports, they're just one step away to being able to make it to the upper bracket finals. And Galaxy Legends, as the #1 seed in the regular seasons, they are actually having a lot of difficulty against the #5 of the regular seasons, which is Pro Esports here. This is not an easy game for Galaxy Legends as much as we thought. All of the talents, except for the host actually, have predicted 3-1 in favor of Galaxy Legends. We didn't give enough respect to Pro Esports. Let's be honest here. We did not give them enough respect. Right now, they're buying our hearts. And Cozen, this guy, he has been MVP and he's big. Oh, wait, hold on a second. That's a little bit scary, but that Zaman Force is a little bit too early to be released. Pro Esports will have no choice but full swing backwards. The Lord now marches in from the bottom lane. The dragon forms up and soars up to the skies above. Wiki takes down the inhibitor turret down in the middle lane, and they will move on to the T3 turret up to the top. They should be able to take this down no problem, as the Lord will solo down the T3 down in the bottom lane. A little bit more exaggeration from the side of Galaxy Legends. The Zaman Force just gonna be dropped down. The rest of the members just gonna be focusing on the story. I'm Phoenix, but he's gonna be fine for now. Cadenza does still have the Way of Dragon. He's not gonna be using that just yet. While these 7 AOGs is right out of the dodge. Galaxy Legends only lost Cadenza, and in the meantime, Pro Esports have already lost 2 important members. With only 3 members for the side of Pro Esports, they need to defend against this. They're focusing on Lewis. They managed to. Next one, Lin, onto the chopping block. The triple kill credited over to Cozen. What am I talking about this Cozen? When I was talking about him, this guy, MVP, single-handedly manages to whip down onto Galaxy Legends. And Galaxy Legends, they have no way of ending here for now. But they will always have more opportunities to slowly make their way to end this game, because it's a barren wasteland. Over to the side of Pro Esports. I need to drink my water, man. Ugh. That was fire. That was absolutely fire. But now it's 15 minutes. Remember I talked about the Magic 15. The moment that Azu hits level 15 as well, which technically speaking, I'm not exactly sure if whether 40 seconds is enough for Azu to hit level 15. The moment that Azu hits level 15, I think that that's the point in time where Pro Esports would want to challenge the Lord. So give him a little bit more farm. Give him a little bit more farm. Let him be. Let him farm. And then fight for the Lord. That's a good start on the Lin. Zaman Force dropped already. They might actually be able to whip down onto Lin just yet. D7 goes for the taunt. AOG lands onto Lin. No, wait, Lin is still alive. Star goes down. Wiki will be able to get one. A godlike spree over to the side of Cozen. He's still alive through all of that. Appraisal's Wrath will be able to let it to the Wiki as the triple kill credited over to him. Cozen tries to fight back with a double kill credited to him. He still has got Zaman Force. 1v3. Isn't enough? Will not. That's a savage. Credited over to Wiki. What a way to end this game! What a way to bring this series to a 2-2 match point! Oh boy! This is hands down a match between the gold laners. Wiki or Cozen. It's either or. To be fair, Pro Esports, they have been playing from behind for the longest time ever. Literally from the start all the way until the ending moment. Azu did not have a good time. He got invaded while he was at level 3. This is why I said, please, no Fredrin. Please, no Fredrin. Joy plus Eve, better. Fasa / Lunox plus Fredrin, bad. But they went for that. It became a very slow rotation off of the jungle. Boxer could just swoop in very easily. Took that purple buff. Fredrin stuck to level 3 for first hurdle. And then subsequently, he lost 2 more purple buff after that because they are already behind. So that's rough. That's absolutely rough. So hopefully, I really hope that Pro Esports will be able to come on and reset themselves just a tad, a little bit, and hope that they will be able to come back a little bit stronger for game number 5. Who would have thought that seed number 1 versus seed number 5 will go all the way down to 5 games. Congratulations over to Wiki from Galaxy Legends. 11 kills, 1 death, and 3 assists. The MVP of this game. And of course, as per normal, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be passing you guys off to the highlights and the post-game statistics because I need to conserve my voice, and I have like 2 more days after today. I want to make sure that I have voice for Grand Finals to cast the MPL Cambodia for you guys. The Grand Finals, that's best of 7. That's gonna be wicked. Get it? Wiki? Wicked? Okay, never mind. I'll see you guys in a short little bit later. Enjoy the highlights, and I'll catch you guys before game number 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Cambodia Season 9. Day number 1 of the playoffs, and we have the very first series here that is going down the wire, all the way through and through. We've got Galaxy Legends that have just recently picked up game number 3 and game number 4, while Pro Esports picked up game number 1 and 2. We might be witnessing a serial comeback coming from Galaxy Legends. I don't know how that is gonna be like, because Pro Esports, they were looking strong for the start, but now they're definitely suffering a bit. And I think that leaking that Baxia was undoubtedly a difficult decision, and I think that that came to bite them in the butt. It's unfortunate, but you know what? It is what it is. Learn from it and come back again. I still don't like the Frederick pick. I still don't like the Frederick pick, man. Regardless, for all the people that are watching, welcome to the stream. I'm currently in the chat of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang YouTube and the MLBB Esports YouTube chat. So if you guys do have got anything else that you are, if you think about the game, anything that you want to say about the draft whatsoever, do write them down. I would love to have a small little debate, you know, kind of understand what you guys feel about the draft, and if whether you disagree or whether you agree with what I say about some of these drafts. It is always fun to have a little bit back and forth. And in case you're wondering, yes, this is a solo cast. I do not have a partner next to me, or on the other side of the call, I have you guys. So you guys are gonna be my partner for today and the next 2 days. It will help me a lot if you guys support me by, you know, commenting on the chat. You know, be a little bit more engaged. I will read them out every now and then if there's anything interesting or fun to read out. Okay. Now, without further ado, it does seem like the teams are preparing themselves to go over to this game number 5. And let me remind you guys of the stakes here. Game number 5. The ending of game number 5, one team will make it to the upper bracket finals, and the other team will unfortunately make it to the bottom half of the bracket. And that means that is the double elimination. That is the lower brackets, where they have to fight for their last chance of being in the tournament. That's the only way they can breathe right now. They're sinking lower and lower into this devastating pool. And that is just going to be suffocating for them. We're almost down and almost into the drafting stage now. But it does seem like the players are pretty chill for now. For a game that is such high stakes, they're pretty chill. They're extremely chill, actually. Oh boy. But let's see. Do we have anyone? What? Hello, Husky? No, I'm not Husky. I didn't introduce myself. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abstract, your caster from MPL Singapore. Husky is from MPL Malaysia. So, wrong guy. I don't think we sound similar, do we? I don't think we sound similar at all. Someone just said hello, Husky. But anyways, we're gonna be preparing ourselves to go into the upcoming game. I'm not too sure what exactly they're waiting for, but regardless, I believe that there are definitely a couple of watch parties going on as well. I mentioned about Mirko having his own watch party as well, while MPL MY is currently on an intermission. From what I see, SRG has just completed their game, so they do have quite a long break until they go on to the next part of the series. So welcome everyone that came here because of the intermission from MPL MY. Make sure you guys support both streams, MPL KH and MPL MY, when both of that is live and whenever that is ongoing. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, game number 5 between Pro Esports and Galaxy Legends. Quite literally, the final game of this series, one shall move on, and the other shall be knocked to the lower brackets for their last chance. We're looking at a Hilda, Juzin, Baxia, Lancelot, Grog, and a Fanny Bad. with response of Pro Esports immediately snap picking onto the Hayabusa. This will toss the priority back over to Galaxy Legends. They have the opportunity to pick up the Gatokacha for themselves as well as the CC. Both of these are actually pretty high in priority here in Cambodia, but they did not go for that at all. Gimme and Arlot. In fact, we haven't seen Arlot for a long time. So this is going to be a pretty good setup tool coming in from Galaxy Legends. Doesn't necessarily tell us which direction they're going for just yet, but pretty good for teamfight with the Traction Pulse and the Final Slash. Pro Esports, they have been playing Gatokacha in almost every single game that they have played. They put a lot of priority. Oh, Fredrin. They pick Fredrin? There's still Joy. There's still Yisun Shin. This is slow. To be fair, Hayabusa is kind of slow too. To be fair, Hayabusa is a little bit slow as well. Kimi plus Arlot. Okay, Arlot is definitely going to be side lane, right? So we're still lacking of a roamer. There is a high probability that Pro Esports might tackle onto that roam position, because that is something that we know for sure is going to be picked out. Someone tanky, such as a Hylos, for example. That is if Pro Esports do not want to pick heroes that have Shred. Mathilda is a good ban on top of that, so that is out of the way. Hylos should be the next one that I'm looking out for. I don't think that they're gonna be focusing on anything like oh wait, Hilda's gone. I don't think that they care about Chip. I haven't seen anyone play Chip just yet. So, but this is actually a composition for Galaxy Legends that can actually play Chip if they want to. Well, it's either the Chip or the Hylos. Whittle down the amount of roam position that will give over the Cadenza. But to be fair though, they have been playing Cho almost every single damn game. So it might still be a Cho. And in the event that they actually go for Cho, then they don't mess up. They do not have anyone that can actually fully utilize the way of the dragon. So don't ban the Cho. Let them through. Let the Cho through. Khalid. Khalid's pretty okay. Khalid is pretty okay. So Pro Esports, what? Oh, Harif. They do have pretty decent aerial denial to some extent. But having a Gatokacha is kind of rough. The Yip is available as well. Playing a Harif into a Gatokacha plus Yip is actually a very difficult thing. It's a very, very difficult thing. So I'll call for it. Yip is good here. And Phobius, wow, they doubled down. Hot damn, they doubled down onto those aerial denials. And the fact that because the Hylos was not banned, that is an easy pickup coming from the side of Galaxy Legends. This is the full roundup composition from Galaxy Legends. They do not have good damage in the mid stages. Not at all. They have decent push in the middle lane in terms of priority. Pretty okay, but not amazing as compared to the Gatokacha plus Yip. Gatokacha plus Yip will always have a very strong lane priority in the mid lane that should clear fast. And that will allow them to actually make their way over to the opponent's buff if they do want to invade over the Fredrin. So Fredrin has to start in purple. Without a doubt, Fredrin has to start in purple just so that the mid lane don't get that easy of an access to steal the purple buff. Going to the orange buff is a lot more difficult to steal. So that's one thing that Galaxy Legends must do. Start off from purple. Well, for Pro Esports, they also need to start from purple. In the event that the Azu is able to find an opportunity to go from purple, go straight on over to the orange buff, that is totally stealable, stolenable, steal can be stolen. My goodness. But yeah, looks like both of the junglers will start in the purple buff indeed. They have their own game plan that they are looking forward to. And it does seem like no one is actually going to be helping Azu. So it's not going to be all that slow after all. I was expecting that D7 will at least throw the punch to at least clear that fast enough. But you can see that Star as well as D7, they are doing what they can to kind of get more information. Their stealings 1 And in fact, I think that's Ricky, right? That's the name of the creep, right? That's Ricky, right? So they stole at least one Ricky away from the Fredrin. It does slow him down just by a tad little bit. Not amazingly, but just a tad little bit. It's gonna be once again back to Wiki versus Kozen. Look out! Huh? Wiki? You know what? I don't care. That was a sacrifice. That was a tribute to Kozen, because that is more or less the same thing that happened in the previous game. That is what Wiki did over to Kozen in game number 4. So we'll see. We'll see how that is eventually gonna go. Is a 1,000 goal lead already? Okay. So they are technically on track with the 1,000 goal per minute for every minute that has elapsed. Galaxy Legends, I think that the main problem that they have is that they do not have enough damage. They don't have a lot of damage to actually stop Pro Esports. They have pretty tanky front lines coming in from D7. Not exactly on Sora and Felix. I think that it is a very comical lineup for the start of Pro Esports. If anything, Sora and Felix is mostly going to be the sacrificial lamb. And now they're looking for something at the Cadenza. Takes him down while he was stuck in the taunt zone. And the RWM opens up and brings Lin down. 2 free kills. Credited over to Pro Esports. Great start coming in from them. This is not a good draft from Galaxy Legends. This is not a good draft for Galaxy Legends. Not at least for me. Not at least for me. I would be rooting Pro Esports solely because of the fact that they are not high in the regular seasons and they are showing something against Galaxy Legends. This is a testament that you do not gauge a power level based on regular seasons. Anything could happen across the regular season to the playoffs break. Those boot camp can make a very big difference. My goodness. But either way, Cadenza is still at level 3. Very unfortunate. Lin is level 5. Yeah, Lin is level 5 as opposed to Azu at level 7. That's 2 levels behind. The next 2 turtles probably don't have a lot of gameplay for Galaxy Legends. As we take a look at the items, that is going to be the Hunter Strike first item for the side of Kozen. And going straight in for the Sky Piercer shortly afterwards. Good RWM. That is going to push Wiki out of lane. Kozen with that Rhapsody and the Death Sonata. Second death to the side of Wiki. This is the power spike that we want to see from the side of Pro Esports. With good amount of damage that allows them to spring... excuse me. For them to snowball out of control. A good 3,000 gold lead. And most of that is probably going to the Azu and Kozen. Exactly the people that we need for a mid-game win. In fact, I don't even know if whether it is even necessary for Pro Esports to win early game. They can stomp. They can take down all of these objectives, no problems. They already have one standing objectives up in the top lane that's been taken down. Or take a look at this, AOG slamming right down onto Lewis. Doesn't have a lot of things that he can do. And now RWM onto everyone! They all have to run back to the T2 turret. Essentially free T1 turret if they want to go for it. Wait, hold on a second. Azu, everyone clumped up together. This might be opportunity. D7 wasn't able to taunt everyone else, but that was opportunity for sure. They had eyes on a wombo combo. They almost managed to get that. But this is a very good payoff for Pro Esports. Just from pushing the rest of the members from Galaxy Legends into the T2, they now have the payoff of taking the T1 turret down in the bottom lane. T1 in the top lane is already taken down, and the middle down to less than half HP. This is great progress for Pro Esports. So at this point in time, we gotta crack our brains a little bit and just really understand what's going on with Galaxy Legends. What is their game plan, right? They have a tank jungler in the mix. And tank junglers in the mix is generally a little bit slow unless we are talking about Baxia or Hylos or Akai. Fredrin is undoubtedly a little bit on the slower end the longer the game expands for. And you are not looking at a Fredrin as pause 1 or pause 2. You don't expect them to be a pause 1 or pause 2. In this game, CCAT is position 2. Wiki is position 1. It's fair to say that Lin is pause 3/4 together with Lewis, right? So most of the farm will still want to go to Wiki. And the moment that you want a gold laner to be a position 1 in this situation where your jungler is not position 2, then someone, either Wiki or CCAT, needs to get most of these lane farms. And the moment you get some of these lane farms, you need to open up the river lines. But right now, Galaxy Legends don't even have the advantage in these rivers. You need to win in some of these river fights. You don't even have the objectives, these neutral objectives that you can win. You don't step in the river, so you can't even make your ways to the other parts of the lanes. So Wiki and CCAT, they will lose out in farm tremendously. And Pro Esports will only start to gain more farm. And to make matters worse, Kozen is pause 1, Azu is pause 2. Azu has got very good mobility when it comes down to the quad shadows. But we'll talk about that later as well. A lot of damage that's going to be willowed down onto Wiki. Well, that is going to be one person down. Make that 2. Kozen just going to be snowballing all his way through. Solar and Felix sacrifices himself, literally pushes the rest of the members from Galaxy Legends away. 3 men down, left with 2. Pro Esports takes a free tier 2 in the middle. Galaxy Legends is playing from a massive disadvantage. Massive disadvantage now. How do they get themselves right out of this ditch, right? I think the first caveat is that Lin needs to catch up to Azu. And the only time that he can catch up is in terms of levels. The only time that he can catch up in terms of level is when Azu reaches level 15. And that is the point in time it stops. He don't grow anything else after level 15. So Lin will catch up from that point. And that also means that Galaxy Legends will start to be able to fight back only after 16 minutes or so. That's double the time from now. Anything can happen for Pro Esports. And they are in a really good spot. 8 minutes, 8,000 gold lead. This is what we see from the Philippines region, Indonesian regions, as well as the Malaysian regions, whereby they brawl. They get 1,000 gold per minute for every minute that has passed in terms of advantage, and they just snowball the heck out of that. And you know that they can play aggressively from that point on. They don't even have to care. You lose one team fight, it's okay. From 10,000, we drop to 8,000, 7,000. We still have a gold lead. So this is an easy game for Pro Esports as long as they continue to work in this way. We do hear the conceal. They want to catch on to Lin. He's tanky, but not really tanky enough. Azu will be able to successfully take down the Lord, while Kozen picks up a monster kill onto Lin. But Azu, he got caught! Not too sure whether that's a big deal. Kozen picks up a double, essentially a triple now. Cadenza will go down to that, and CCAT puts up a little bit of a tickling. That is really a tickle. From CCAT onto the D7. D7 is not even caring about anything at all. Wiki have to go back home. It's a 4v2. That's a free lane in the middle lane that will be pushed out. They don't even have to move these lane in tandem. Hylos is dead, but he's coming back out in 4 seconds, and so will Lewis. This is going to be a great push. The middle lane T3 will go down, but at some sacrifice. As now, Pro Esports, Kozen, he will go down. Massive bounty going over the side of Wiki. That is what we want for Galaxy Legends. This is a potential comeback that we want. From 9,000 gold lead, we dropped to 7,000. Just like that. With just a single team fight. With a little bit of gold advantage because of the Lord, it should be relatively okay. Just give Wiki a little bit more farm here. The moment that he got that bounty, I think that he can... No, he can't. That is very little. He's only at 5,500. Oh, Jesus. But now another death over to the side of Lin. Galaxy Legends is still very far behind. They still need to win a lot more fights in order to realistically be able to come back again. With the conceal. D7 looks for an opportunity. Sorry, and Felix crashes down on the Cadenza while he responds with the Revitalize. Since the middle lane T3 turret is already destroyed, Pro Esports looks for another avenue. There is a top lane that can be crashed down. The bottom lane is building up a foundation for a slow push. Sorry, Felix, you are a little bit too deep in, but luckily Galaxy Legends is not going to commit to that as of yet. Seems like Pro Esports is going to do the slow but steady way. At the point, Crystal goes up. RWM immobilized on the star, but it doesn't matter. He still have a lot of shields. He will be fine. Well, Lin, he will not be, as he's almost going down, but that's a pretty good final slash coming in from the side of Lewis that will displace Star and bring him down. It's a 1-for-0 trade. And this pushes and forces Pro Esports to go back home. There's not much that Pro Esports could do at that point in time just to shove Galaxy Legends into the base. They don't want Galaxy Legends to farm. However, that comes at a cost. The moment that Galaxy Legends looks for an opportunity and they found one, they will take a kill. And that's a kill on the Sar. Fortunately, Sar does not have a bounty. He does not have a bounty. Lot spawning. Lin level 12, Azu level 15. There is still gonna be a very massive gap between the retribution damage. Lin will still not be able to do anything. They're still definitely gonna dance around. They will still watch. But, okay, maybe not. Lin, tough spot, RWM, catches him, Ogi Shadow Kill, takes him. Maybe that was not a very good idea after all. As such, Pro Esports, the boys, they're doing it. 12 minutes and 30 seconds. 8,500 goal lead with a lot that will be marching in now. This is rough. As the glorious pathway opens, traction pulse lands, final slash lands, but that is a beautiful follow-up from the side of D7 with the AOG. It settles down for Galaxy Legend. And Sora Felix looks like he didn't even got hurt at all. That was 3 ultimates used just for Sora Felix, and this is gonna be a losing fight for the side of Galaxy Legends. As such, Pro Esports focuses himself down to the bottom lane. T3 turret taken down. The rest of Galaxy Legends, they focus onto the core, walks around, ensuring that they will be able to cover all bases, clear out all of these minions. There's 2 minions coming in from the top lane, but now one of theirs is gonna be caught, and that is gonna be Lewis. Well, they managed to catch Azu themselves. A little bit of a back and forth trade. It's a 1-for-2 trade as Coulson picks up a double. Sora Felix nicks one down, but D7 goes straight in. A little bit of a burn, but that core will take him down. CCAP picks up a double. 2-for-2, 2v2 rather. Wiki as well as Lin, they should be able to defend this maybe, but Wiki taking a little bit too much. But Coulson ends the game. Pro Esports 5th seed of the regular season knocked Galaxy Legends, seed 1 of the regular season, down to the lower bracket. Who would have thunk that this is gonna be the outcome? Who would have thought that Galaxy Legends taking game 3 and 4 will give the final game over to Pro? It was a situation where it could have been an ultimate comeback for Galaxy Legends. Pro Esports maintained their focus and mental, and they upped their ante, ensuring that they will be able to move on. And congratulations over to Pro Esports. They will now move on over to the upper bracket finals. While Galaxy Legends, fret not. They still have a second chance down at the lowest bracket, where they will face the losers between CFU Gaming as well as Team Max. I'm gonna go off for a short break now, as we're gonna be passing the time over to our host on site, as we will now, of course, pass the time over to Pro Esports and see what they have got to say after this stunning victory.
Okay, so the name of Pro Esports. Wow, ធ្វើបានល្អមែនតើជំរឿនផល2 ទល់នឹង 3 សម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះផងដែរអាយ៉ាពិសេសមែនតើសម្រាប់ Pro Esports នៅក្នុងរដូវកាលមុននេះគឺពិតជាធ្វើបានល្អខ្លាំងមែនតើតែម្ដងតោះសូមចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍តិចកណ្ដោះសារដោយសារជាក់ស្ដែងគឺយើងបានយកជ័យជំនះទៅលើចាអាចនិយាយបានជាធីម1គឺលេខ1នៅក្នុងតារាងវគ្គ Regular Season មិនដែរអារម្មណ៍នៅពេលនេះ
មានអារម្មណ៍ថាសប្បាយចិត្ត
សบายចិត្តឡើងញ័រដៃ
បាទ
តោះមានអីបន្ថែមលើហ្នឹងឯង
អត់មានដល់សុបាយចិត្តពេក
សบายចិត្តពេកអូខេតែសារតែយ៉ាស្នៃយើងទទួលបានជាមួយនឹង2បន្ទុកមុនទេណោះហើយក៏ឃើញថាជាមួយនឹង Galaxy Legend ក៏គាត់អាចធ្វើការ comeback មកយើង2បន្ទុកវិញអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់វគ្គទី5នេះយើងមានអារម្មណ៍ថាភ័យខ្លាំងអត់
អត់រងបង
អត់ភ័យទេ
បាទ
ពេលហ្នឹងយើងនិយាយគ្នាដែរណោះថាធ្វើម៉េចវគ្គទី5នេះយើងធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អណោះ
បាទបង
អូខេអញ្ចឹងមានអីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់ fan របស់យើងក៏ដូចជា founder របស់យើងថ្ងៃហ្នឹងអត់
ពិតជាអរគុណដល់ពួកគាត់មែនតើតែគាត់មកគ្រប់គ្រងយើងធ្វើឲ្យយើងមានកម្លាំងចិត្តយកឈ្នះថ្ងៃហ្នឹង
អូសូមសលេងទៀតដែរជូនគាត់វិញមកចុះជាស្ដែងយើងឡើងទៅ upper bracket ណាអញ្ចឹងយើងនឹងមានប្រកួតនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកថ្ងៃនេះក៏យើងមានជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតមួយដែរសម្រាប់ CU Gaming ក៏ដូចជា team make អញ្ចឹងគិតថាពី team នេះចង់ឲ្យ team ណាឡើងទៅប៉ះយើង
ចង់ឲ្យ CU
CU
បាទ
អញ្ចឹងចង់ប៉ះ CU នៅវា upper bracket ណោះ
បាទ
អញ្ចឹងឥឡូវមានអីជូនពរពួកគាត់អត់
good luck next match
អូវ៉ាអូខេមិន D7 សុំ D7 តិចកណ្ណាមានអារម្មណ៍ថា D7 ថ្ងៃនេះបើមកណែ បើមកណែប៉ាម៉ាក់អូ
ប៉ាម៉ាក់
ប៉ាម៉ាក់មកឃើញថាប៉ាម៉ាក់អ៊ំពូមីងគឺគាត់គ្រប់គ្រង support ខ្លាំងមែនតើទៅកាន់ D7 អញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃនេះយើងទទួលបានជ័យជំនះដែរមានពាក្យពេចន៍អីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់គាត់ខ្លះអត់
អរគុណពួកគាត់ដែលតែងតែមកគ្រប់គ្រងពួកខ្ញុំរហូតហើយតែងតែ support ខ្ញុំជាដើមហើយអរគុណដល់ pro fan ទាំងអស់ដែលមក cheer ពួកយើងថ្ងៃហ្នឹង
សូមចំណេញទៀតដែរជូនទៅកាន់ Pro Esports មួយទៀតមកវ៉ាជូន personal ល្អទាំងអស់គ្នាណាតោះឥឡូវនេះក៏សូមដល់ទូរទស្សន៍ជូនទៅដល់ caster របស់យើងវិញទាំងអស់គ្នា
MVP player របស់យើងក៏បានទៅលើក
Red team hero has been slain.
ហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណែណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow មីកុងឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែន
ចង់
ទៅញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណែណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow មីកុងឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែន
ចង់
ឃើញទេ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណែណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Indomie កំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់តែញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណានាក៏ទៅលេចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow មីកុង Indomie កំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់តែញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណានាក៏ទៅលេចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow, mi con Indomieកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់ទៅញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណាណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow មានកងឥណ្ឌូមានកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់តែញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណានាក៏ទៅលេចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow មានកងឥណ្ឌូមានកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់តែញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណានាក៏ទៅលេចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow, mấy con Indomieកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែន
ចង់
ទៅញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណានាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
មីកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់តែញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណែណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow មីកុង Indomie កំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់តែញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណែណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Wow, មីកុងឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែន
ចង់
ទៅញ៉ាំ
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
ឥណ្ឌូមីកំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ណែណាក៏ទៅលេងចិនដែរ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
ដូមីកំប៉ុង
ចង់មែនចង់តែញ៉ឹង
ស្រួយឆុងស្រួយញ៉ាំ
Indomie កំប៉ុងរសជាតិឆ្ងាញ់គ្មានពីរញ៉ាំហើយចង់ញ៉ាំទៀត
ការប្រកួតនេះរៀបចំដោយ Moonton Infinix Note 50 Series MPL Edition សម្រាប់ gamer គ្រប់គ្នាសាកថ្មល្បឿន90 វ៉ាត់និងសាកថ្មឥតខ្សែ30 វ៉ាត់បំពាក់អេក្រង់ AMOLED ល្បឿន 144Hz អាចលេង Mobile Legends Bang Bang ដោយរលូនដំណើរការកម្មវិធីលឿនជាមួយនឹង RAM សរុប 24GB អមជាមួយនឹងការរចនាពោរពេញដោយអានុភាពផ្លាស់មកប្រើកញ្ចប់គម្រោង Secret AO Gamer ថ្មីទទួលបានអ៊ីនធឺណិត 8GB និងពេជ្រ35ត្រឹមតែ$1.5 កាក់ក្នុងមួយសប្តាហ៍ ទស្សនាភាពយន្តល្បីៗញ៉ាំអាហារឆ្ងាញ់ៗសារចាក់បញ្ចាំងនិងកៅអីធំទូលាយទស្សនានៅរោងភាពយន្តខ្មែររោងភាពយន្ត Legend យើងក៏មិនភ្លេចផងដែរជាមួយ Esports Partner Indomie សូមអរគុណដល់សហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកដែលតែងតែគាំទ្រនៅក្នុងការប្រកួត
បើកនេះជាមួយនឹងការឌីលេទៅលើឡតភ្លាមបងជាមួយនឹងពេលមួយគ្នាមកណាជាមួយការគប់ថែមទូខែបងជាងអ៊ីស៊ូជាមួយនឹងកូសេជាមួយការបងជាមួយដល់ណាត់អត់មានជាមួយនឹងទីមីវាយផ្ទះនោះទេឡតដល់ឃ្លៀអាស៊ីរ៉ាហ្វលលងបាត់ហើយសោះជាម្ដាយកូ chop ball quay cuma dah cuma ball bat cuma ball cuma dah cuma ini mana ada berapa baik so liam so kompre so kom tengah yo sai ke mana dia kom tengah kom tengah lai kom tengah baik kau ya kom tengah primo dia ada end why dia vừa tập lập sẽ tham mấy chúng mình nâng cácประกวด MPL KH រដូវកាលទី 9 វគ្គ Play-off ជាមួយនឹងថ្ងៃទី 2 ក៏ដូចជាគូទី 2 ជំនួបរវាង Team Make ត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង CU Gaming ពិសេសមែនតើជាមួយនឹងការពួតរបស់យើងឃើញថាអ្នកដែលគាត់បានឡើងទៅ Upper គឺបានដឹងណាជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports អញ្ចឹងនេះគឺជាការប្រកួតដើម្បីចង់ដឹងថាតើជាមួយនឹង team ណាដែលគាត់ទៅប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports នៅថ្ងៃស្អែកដូចគ្នាផងដែរហើយចាំមើលថាតើក្រុមណាដែលទៅប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Galaxy Legend នៅថ្ងៃស្អែកដូចគ្នាជាមួយនឹង Team Make វិញគឺពួកគាត់តែងតែធ្វើបានល្អខ្លាំងមែនទែនតែម្ដងតាមពីវគ្គ Regular Season រហូតដល់ពេលនេះអញ្ចឹងគាត់ប្រកាសជាចង់ជោគខ្លាំងមែនទែនជាមួយនឹងចា CU Gaming ដែលជាក្រុមជើងឯកនៅក្នុងរដូវកាលមុនហើយពួកគាត់ក៏ដូចគ្នាគឺពួកគាត់ជាក្រុមជើងឯករងនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតកាលពីរដូវកាលមុនដូចគ្នាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវនេះក៏គាត់ចង់ដឹងថាតើគាត់អាចធ្វើការចាទំនាក់ជាមួយនឹង CU Gaming ទៅ Lower Break Hack បានឬមួយក៏យ៉ាងណាប៉ុន្តែដល់ជាមួយនឹង CU Gaming ក៏នៅតែចង់ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Team Make ដូចគ្នាដោយសារតែជាមួយនឹងការវា Regular Season គឺ Team Make បានធ្វើការចាយកជាមួយនឹងបន្ទូរបស់ពួកគាត់ដូចគ្នាចាំមើលថាតើ CU Gaming អាចធ្វើការសងសឹកទៅកាន់ Team Make បានឬមួយក៏អត់ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាដែលទស្សនាទៅនេះឬមកក៏តាមគេហដ្ឋានកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការ Share Like ក៏ដូចជា Comment លើកទៅជាដៃដល់របស់គ្នាថាតើ CU Gaming ឬមួយក៏ Team Make ដែលធ្វើបានល្អនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះផងដែរតោះយើងក៏អាចខាប់ពេលដែរសូមផ្ដល់ទូទីជូនដល់ Caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នា
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. My name is Abstract from MPL Singapore. Welcome to MPL Cambodia Season 9. Yeah, 9. Now, we are now on the second half of the day. We have just sent one team down to the lower brackets, and that happened to be Galaxy Legends. I am still taking the time to realize that, hey, crap, it's Galaxy Legends that went down to the bottom. And Pro Esports, they made their way over to the upper bracket finals. Oh, damn. That's an amazing thing. However, there is another team that will be making their way over to the next part of the upper bracket finals. And another team that will be making their way down to the lower bracket semi-finals. It's either going to be CFU Gaming or it will be Team Max. We have saw Team Max play yesterday and they have been amazing. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, up on stage, CFU Gaming! They have been waiting at the apex for the longest time ever. The shark resolved for anything to, of course, save their hunger. They are hungry for more. And then on the opposite side, Team Max. Coming up on top, got the game against Valhalla. It wasn't an easy game. Went all the way down to all 5 games. It's not a situation that they want to be at if it's going up against CFU. And dividing up on stage, the masterminds behind all these draft and strategy. From CFU Gaming, we got Team Ego as well as Hansi. And of course, when it comes down to Team Max, Steel Baby and Tosh. A quick fist bump will send the players and the coaches on their way to prepare themselves for this match. Representing CFU Gaming, we have Singh, Wadu, Boxy, Detective, and my GOAT, Opie. Opie is now on the mid lane. I remember him back when he was playing the XP. His Benedetta caught my eye, and I've always looked up to him ever since then. And of course, I gotta have to put him on the main lines and say that Opie is the one that you gotta have a look out for. This guy will do whatever it takes to ensure that he will be able to play in the early stages of the game and really assist the team. And on the other side, Team Max, we have Lei, King Ares, Cypher, Sakzu, and Bimo the Key. I gotta have to say that for the side of Cypher, he has been showing dominance when it comes down to his roaming potential in yesterday's games. And it's not exactly the kind of roamer that you will want to mess around with. Team Max, as long as they're given the opportunity to roam free, they will roam hard. As such, we pull up the head-to-head statistics between these two teams. With CFU Gaming, their hunger is, of course, never to be sated. With 11.77 average KDA, that is some crazy KDA that they have gotten for themselves. At least average every game, they have at least 12 kills. That's kind of crazy if you ask me. With higher DPM, GPM, and match win rate all the way through, going up against all the other teams in the regular seasons, CFU Gaming, without a doubt, is one of the main top dogs. And of course, with the fact that they have been winning seasons by seasons, they are your back-to-back champions. We put our coaches against one another with Steel Baby as well as Team Ego. So far, I am not a very big fan of Steel Baby's way of drafting. There are definitely some changes that I would have hoped for when they were going up against the Team Valhalla. Valhalla showed some crazy games, and of course, I love their drafts. But I would say that Steel Baby's drafting is not something that I would understand very well. So it would require the teams, and as long as the teams understand what Steel Baby is trying to do and what is exactly their idea of going into the game, then that is the way to go. Team Ego, representing China as well, is actually together with CFU now. That is something that we gotta have to remember, right? As we pit the head-to-head between Singh as well as Lei. So far, Lei, oh man, this guy, as the gold laner with such a high KDA ratio, high GPM, and high damage, this doesn't tell me that, hey, Singh is useless. No, this doesn't tell me that. It tells me that all the other 4 players, they are so independent and they are so good in their early game. They literally only need Singh to be a siege minion. They just need him to help them win the game, close out the game, and destroy our turrets. So we very likely we are looking at the roaming trio. The roaming trio of CFU. Whenever we have maybe OP, for example, I think that OP is probably the one that I personally will want to really look out for. You know, we've got OP, Boxy, CCCC, and Detective. How many C's are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Boxy, CCCC. Boxy, CCC. Okay. Challenge me. From this point on, I'm gonna say his exact full name, Boxy, CCCC. And I will make sure that it's always 4 C's. Well, of course, we're going to be jumping over to the draft very soon. And for those people that have just tuned in, welcome to MPL Cambodia Season 9. My name is Abstract, hailing all the way from MPL Singapore, your only caster for the entire week here in MPL Cambodia. Yesterday, we had the play-ins. Today now, we're starting day 1 of playoffs. tomorrow is more of a tighter day because we have a total of 3 series to cast tomorrow, which will lead up to one grand finals best of 7 at the final day. I really like this host. The host has been consistently betting onto the underdogs, and I absolutely love that. Right, this reminds me of one of my other colleague in MPL SG as well, by the name of Vertigo. Always rooting for the underdog, and sometimes the underdogs just wins, and we're just like, oh, what the hell? But everyone have got their eyes on the CFU. CFU undoubtedly the champions, undoubtedly the reigning, the undying sovereign here in MPL Cambodia. We gotta have to agree that CFU is going to be the top dog, and they are the Titans, the Megalodon. They're not a shark, they're a Megalodon. And Team Max, they have to find a way to maximize the potential to literally just harpoon this Megalodon down. It's not easy, man. Not easy, man. We're going to have to look out for them. 1 minute until draft pick. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, I am at every single, okay, not every single, but I'm currently at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang YouTube channel and the MLBB Esports YouTube channel, and technically also part. I also have one tap on the Merkel stream as well. So if you guys have got anything that you'd like to say about the stream, about the draft, anything that you want to say, please feel free to use the live chat. I would love to understand what do you have in mind when it comes down to how well the drafting is. Who do you think is a better team, or who do you think has the better opportunity to win, all the kind of jazz. Throw it out over the live chat. Let me understand what you guys are feeling about this game. You know, you guys are my partner of today. I may not have a partner casting with me, but at least I will have you guys as my partner. But before we jump into the game, I would like to take this opportunity to talk about our official mobile gaming partner, Infinix. And when would you ever see a mobile game partner that will have an MPL edition phone? No? Never? No? Oh yes, there's one. Infinix, the GT30 Pro is right on the hands of everyone, and of course rather on the table as well. But what I want to talk about is the Infinix Note 50 series. That's the one with the MPL edition. It has lightning fast 90 watts wired fast charging, and if you're not really into, you know, fast charging and that kind of stuff, which you're weird if you don't look for 90 watts fast charging, you do have 30 watts wireless charging. So if you're more of the go compact kind of person, then hey, you got a 30 watt wireless charging that will work for your Infinix Note 50 series. And to ensure crisp display with an ultra smooth 144 Hz AMOLED display. Alright, this gives you full fluid immersive MLBB experience all the way through. And in order for you to really make full use of this immersive screen, 144 Hz AMOLED display, you need to be able to multitask well, right? You need to multitask. Once you go in the game, you die, you switch on, you switch over, go to a stream, watch MLBB competitive gameplay, watch Merkel with his live stream or all that kind of jazz. You need strong RAM. As such, the Infinix Note 50 series MPL edition does have the 24 gigs of total RAM. This is not the phone, it's a bloody weapon. And in fact, it's a weapon that we want, and it's a weapon that we need to harpoon down the Megalodon. To maximize the potential of Team Max, we're going into game number 1 between Team Max and CFU Gaming. We'll start things off with the bands, with Boxia, Arlot, Fanny, and Lancelot. So far, we don't have a lot of, if not, we don't have any bans onto Gato Kacha. We don't have any bans onto what was that again? Yi Sun Shin, all that kind of jazz. We don't see those bans just yet, even though they have really high pick rates. And perhaps even chip, right? We don't have any chip bans or whatnot. We're just gonna left down with Timego. What are we looking out for when it comes down to bans? So far, I don't remember seeing them banning too much of mage heroes. Yi, Fasa, Jusin, all the kind of jazz, right? That has mostly been leaked out.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation
go,
from
he's
falling
legit.
apart.
Gonna play things a little bit slow for now. Lei right now, I think, honestly, CC, Gato Kacha, all of these are very much possible to be priority. Those, they are taking the time with this first pick.
Your team is
Hayabusa, okay. Not gonna be against that. Not CFU Gaming's draft is probably something that we haven't seen for yesterday, but naturally, I kind of want to know how CFU Gaming wants to draft this. If whether they are a very aggressive early game kind of team, if they are aggressive early game, they want lane priority heroes. Typical combination such as a Juicin plus Hylos, that's available. Typical combination Gato Kacha plus Yeeve is also something available. Grok and Kimi, okay. Can I just say that I absolutely love the typeface of the heroes? You know, that coach words, the names of the names of the heroes. I love that typeface. I think that that's a very amazing flair into the overall look of the show. I love that. I love that. At this point in time with the Grok and the Kimi, it's kind of suggests that they are kind of wanting to play more into team fights. I mean, the fact that the Harif has been picked up as well, I would believe that Gato Kacha will need to be picked up. But because of the fact that CFU Gaming already picked up the Kimi, it's kind of tough for them to actually want to counterpick the Yi. So that's not something that they want. In fact, they will probably just want to ban that out instead. Looking out for a jungler might be a good idea. Otherwise, another XP laner such as the Lapu Lapu would also fare very well. Oh man. I think that this is something that CFU can make it work though. In the Cambodian meta, I'm actually not a very big fan of seeing a Fredrin. Plays a little bit too slow, in my honest opinion. Oh, that's interesting statistics. Team Max have got 100% win rate in expanding rivers. Okay. So Yeeve is probably the ban that we want to see. Anything that is gonna play around area denial is probably gonna be one of a good bans. Yuzong is okay. I'll call Yuzong, Volvius, and Yeeve. Either one of these should go away. While in the meantime, for Seal Baby, what you're looking out for is a technical front to back, right? A very strong front to back that is unforgivable. It's very difficult to bring them down. So they definitely need a little bit more damage to them. I would say that they would require either an early game marksman or a damage XP laner. A damage XP laner could be a CC that can do very well against the Gato Kacha. But right now, they don't have anyone that can realistically be able to stop the Harif or to just burst him down. But in the team fight game from Team Max, to focus on one thing to another is probably something difficult. A little bit of catch wouldn't be bad. With the Grok on their side, displacement knockups, they do have quite a bit of mobility. Volvius, okay. Volvius comes in for the damage as well as a little bit of staggering of fights. The final pick would be a gold laner. The gold lane could quite literally be anything, but we'll take a look at what Team Max is looking out for first. Yves is available, so I'm pretty sure that they will snap pick onto that. That will leave them with the XP laner to go up against the Phobias. They would want to have lane priority so that they can hyper farm the Hayabusa. CC is very likely going to be my answer so that they have an answer to Fredrin and Grok. Ah! I lost. Okay. So they are a lineup that doesn't have Shred. They can't Shred very well. They have Yves that can do that with the glowing wand. It's not too shabby. Just putting a lot of faith onto the Yves. Considering the fact that Yves is the initiator, you will open up the box, initiate, get people locked in through the borders of the RWM, and then you follow up with a Katakacha's AOG. So yeah, that is the kind of layering that you'll be able to do. But Ixia, Ixia, very team fight oriented. They want to go tit for tat against Team Max's team fight. But my problem would be that Ixia will be pretty far behind. He will be pretty far behind of the team fight, and that is actually an avenue for Hayabusa to go in for a free assassination. I'm not too sure if whether this is gonna do too much, but I'm gonna be looking out for them. I'm literally gonna be looking out for them. Sakzu, I think his early game is going to be the one that paces the game. He consistently takes very good note of neutral objectives, and he mostly is able to take neutral objectives extremely well. I have quite a bit of respect over the Team Max, and I would want to see them to be able to play a very good game against CFU Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go right in to game number 1 between CFU Gaming versus Team Max. We start things off, of course. We talk about lane priority. With lane priority in the middle lane, we always talk about middle lane first. With the Grok plus the Kimi versus the Yves plus Gatokacha, I will always say that Yves plus Gatokacha is the one that have better lane priority, way better poke, and they don't even have to stay in lane for all that long. They can prepare themselves and, of course, position themselves in a way whereby they drop the Void Crystal and as well as the punch from the Gatokacha, and the wave just clears itself naturally. You don't even need to auto attack or anything. You just throw it down and prepare to walk away. You get the XP, you get the gold, and you provide influence to another part of the map. And of course, Ixia being doing Ixia things, right? Right off the bat, already punishing Lei all the way up the top. Cypher looking for the taunt. He already wasted a flicker onto the side of Sing. This might actually do pretty well, but not quite enough as Lei was a little bit far behind. Box CCCC is still in here, but I think they should be more or less okay. I'm not a very big fan of the high loss XP though. I do want to see Team Max actually prove me wrong about this as to how they want to play this high loss XP. He doesn't have a lot of potential, or he doesn't have a lot of utility that he can give, and you're not going to use the Glorious Pathway to initiate in the battles anyways. You do have people to key with the RWM to start things up, and of course come up with a follow-up with the AOG, which is something that we'll see right about now. No AOG as of yet, but the RWM will be keeping a couple of them right inside of the box. But in the end, Sakzu, as I mentioned, you will always be able to take the neutral objective very well. Cypher will go down. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Detective and Wadu has already been taken down. Opid goes down to People the Key as he flickers on forward with a single Void Blast. And the next one is almost Box CCCC. Oh, with a sliver. Oh, with a sliver. But that is a very strong opening coming from Team Max. And Lei is already a level ahead of Sing.
We are sooner.
Good start. Amazing start, in fact. I would say that Team Max, their composition is... I think the only thing that kind of tosses me off is really the high loss. I feel that the high loss is forced for that double revitalize. I feel that they are forcing the double revitalize in this composition. But in the meantime, it is mostly about the wombo combo Unga Bunga coming in from the Harif plus the Gatokacha plus the Yi. This is something that you will always see that dominates very well in team fights. You box people up, they are stuck inside the box, continue, and you stack onto more of these crowd control while your Harif is completely free and open to just dance right inside the summon force. But right now, Cypher is in a tough spot. His Revitalize is giving him a lot of HP, but he still can't get himself away because of the Nature's Barrier. The Boxicity opened up. King Ares even popped up when it comes down to that Glorious Pathway, but CFU Gaming is doing their absolute best to trample one person after another. This is the kind of thing that we wanted to see from Galaxy Legends. You find one, and you jump onto that one person. No questions asked. Just jump in. But right now, because of the numbers disadvantage, the Hylos is not going to be around here. Sakzu finding himself a little bit out of possession as such. He will go down, giving Detective that the turtle kill. Team Max may had a great start, but it does seem as though that CFU Gaming has managed to find a couple of these opportunities to flush Team Max away from where they sat at. But the Glorious Pathway opens, AOG onto Sing, taunts him up a little bit, but the main thing is not to take a fight, but just to defend the top lane to ensure that Sing don't get all these free energy plating gold. This front-to-back game from CFU is all about trampling. They trample one, then onto the next one. They need to be able to eliminate that one person that has been either, number one, slowed to oblivion because of the amount of crowd control that they have from the Fedrin. But that is also going to be the difficulty because they are doing that against a composition that wants to deny an area. It's a composition that wants to play for team fights. The moment that CFU Gaming were to stack all of them onto one person, that is actually the goal time for Team Max to drop their RWM. So, technically speaking, that is the role of King Ares. He will want to overextend himself, put himself in such a bad positioning, and let CFU Gaming dive onto him. And from that point on, Team Max will be able to counter-engage. It's a steal. Detective stole that right under the nose of Sakzu. There's no orange buff for the side of Team Max. That slowed Sakzu down a little bit when he was clearly ahead of Detective. But perhaps we'll see a little bit more from here. A good amount of stuns. This is just literally CFU Gaming one after another. Opens up the RWM as Ixia literally opens up. Did quite a number over to Bimo the Key. But that is the answer that they have against the Ixia. They have the answer that they have against the RWM. Because Ixia's ultimate is actually out of range to the RWM. So the moment that Sing realizes, hey, RWM is popped, they're just gonna open it. The full barrage has got amazing, amazing range. That will force Bimo the Key out of his RWM. You don't even need a Gatokacha to force a, what's that called? Force a taunt onto Bimo the Key. We're now 7 minutes and 20 seconds into this game with about 3,000 gold lead. The RWM opens up for the side of, oh my god! The answer to Bimo the Key is just amazing from the side of CFU Gaming. That's not what I was expecting, but that is some insane damage and bruising for the side of CFU Gaming. Now that is a free T1 turret for the side of CFU Gaming. And Sing with 2 kills and 2 assists, I think that he has good amount of farm already. Gold earn total of 4,900, Wadu at 4,600, and OP at 4,400. Sakzu only at 4,200, and Lei is only at 4,100. That is crazy. And now, King Ares opens up with the glorious pathway. Clears up the siege minion just nicely. But Bimo the Key focuses on the Zing right underneath the RWM. They have the opportunity to just back off now that they have managed to bring the goal laner out. Now that the pause one is out, they do have a little bit more space to breathe. The Feather of Heaven is collected from the side of lane. King Ares is currently in a bad spot, but he's pretty tanky after all, so it's not too bad for him per se. We do have, once again, the Summon Force that has been popped up, but Wadu takes a kill down over to the side of King Ares, allowing Wadu to actually get an unstoppable spree. Positioning is key for this game. CFU Gaming, I think that as long as Singh has got good positioning, he will be unstoppable. They don't have a Matilda, that's unfortunate, but that is what makes a very big deal for the Ixia right now. But now the full barrage goes right in, but unfortunately the AOG is not going to do too much as it suffers a little bit too much damage. Wadu is just going to be slamming Demonic Force after Demonic Force, while more monster kill collected from the side of Wadu. Sakzu did at least manage to shut down on Wadu, so that is some good bounty that will be going over to the side of Sakzu. Now with Lord available, a completely free Lord. Detective is playing this pretty darn well. The slowness doesn't feel like anything in this game. This is a very well-oiled machine from the side of CFU Gaming. They don't exactly have very good macro game though. I gotta have to accept that. They don't have a composition that can play for split pushes. So in the event that Sakzu does play for split push, this might actually be a little bit difficult for the side of CFU Gaming. But hold on a second, as we do have Singh managing to take a kill down over to the side of Cypher. They're looking at the next one, and that is going to be King Ares, completely isolated. As such, he will go down. But that is Sakzu that has been caught, going back in for a second take. Punished for the greediness. Punished for trying to land additional hits over the CFU Gaming. That's not what they want to do. All of the outer turrets are now destroyed. We have the Holy Defense that is still available at the top lane and the bottom lane. The bottom lane's Holy Defense will go down right about now and take a big chunk off of the Lord's HP. But they should be able to do quite a number to this middle lane T1. I don't think that they can take it down though. But that is a good immobilized flicker from the side of OP. He ensures that he's not going to be in the area of the AOG. But the full barrage just deals enough to really put a number down onto Cypher. The defense game from Team Max is lacking. Due to the massive amount of gold that they are lacking, this Sea Helmet will make things worse as a tectonic charge lands right down the layers on BMO, but it's not quite enough to execute them at this point in time. The main thing that CFU Gaming did is take the Q1 turret in the middle lane, or rather P3 turret down in the middle lane. That's more than enough for the Ogi Shadow kill. Flashes down, OP goes taken down, and Stower Box DCC. However, Sakzu will sacrifice his own life. That is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. CFU now makes their way down to the bottom lane because of the single lone Siege Minion that marches right in. So 2 free turret for the side of CFU Gaming, while in the meantime, Singh picks up a kill onto Cypher again. This Ixia paying dividends, and now the RWM opens up. Lei drops down to the Zaman Force and will dispatch Singh with no questions asked at all, claiming a double kill after putting Wadu down as well. That's a good fight from CFU Gaming. They overstayed their welcome, I gotta have to say. Definitely overstayed their welcome. But the fact that they managed to get middle lane and the bottom lane T3 with the first Baby Lord, that is a massive bonus. You have no idea how far ahead they are for the fact that they are able to do that. Normally what you would expect in a normal curve game is the first Lord takes down all of the outer turrets. You don't touch the inhibitor turrets because you're not confident. Only the second Lord and onwards, you have the opportunity and the potential to take down the inhibitor turret. Because at that point in time, it's way past 12 minutes. You do not have any more holy defense. It would not take the Lord's HP down to an all-time low, like 10-20%. But right now, the fight continues to go on. Detective takes the Lord down. While right now, King Ares doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but they do have Revitalize. A full barrage! Sing will lay waste right down on Team Max with Cypher and Lei taken down for the trade of Detective. It doesn't matter for them at all, as they should still be able to do well and try to end this game. A new wave of creeps moves on and open up here in the middle lane, and Sing another killing spree for himself, potentially maybe even get a little bit more. Wadu so much value as CFU Gaming picks up a win for game number 1. A dominating performance coming in for the side of CFU Gaming. Played to the absolute T. I gotta have to say, CFU Gaming is just a different beast altogether, right? In most cases, whenever we look at Fredrin, we'll be like, okay, that's a very slow hero. Okay, that's gonna be a little bit of a problem. But no, that's not the case for CFU. They know when is the pulse spike. And in fact, I think that Sing's statistics, when we looked at the head-to-head, that doesn't answer anything. The thing about gold laners is that they need to understand when they pop off, and they need to understand when are they able to jump into team fights, and when do they just kind of get out of lanes and not care about gold farm from the lane anymore, but really anticipate and jump themselves in the team fight. And Sing is that kind of player where he can carry the team because he knows when to jump in and when he can group up together with the rest of the team in order to go for very strong fights altogether. I'm not too sure whether that was Sing's call, but basically if there is someone that is coordinating Sing and telling Sing, hey, you are good enough. You are good enough, you can come in the fight. And whoever that person is, does a very good job. But we also cannot undermine the pressure that Wadu is able to bring out in this game as the Phoveus, the MVP of CFU Gaming. Most of the time, we see Phoveus as a cockroach, a very annoying hero that just deals some damage and just keeps on bouncing and ping-ponging damage time and time again. But Wadu is different. He's doing a very good job in this game, and I really want to see a lot more from him. As such, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna leave you guys with the highlights and the post-game statistics, and I'm gonna go off for a short little break. And once we are back, we'll give you game number 2 between CFU Gaming versus Team Max. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for game number 2 between CFU Gaming versus Team Max. Now, this is definitely gonna be one hyped, anticipated game. CFU Gaming, they managed to bring on such an amazing game number 1, and they just kind of floored it. This is a scary team, as they just get stuff worked out. They just get stuff working. Individually, they are really strong in their own regards, and I think that is what really sets them apart from all the other teams out there. As much as I would really like to see Team Max be able to, walk this game away, but CFU is too big of a titan, right? It's too big of a shark, a megalodon, to really just bring it down. It's kind of tough. I gotta say, it's really difficult. But regardless, I'm gonna have to take this moment in time and give a huge shout out over to our official telecom partner, Cellcard, as you will be able to level up your game with Cellcard's official MLBB gaming bundle. In this gaming bundle, you'll be able to enjoy unlimited and worry-free Mobile Legends Bang Bang gameplay and receive valuable in-game currency. It's an all-in-one package. The monthly MLBB bundle provides 235 diamonds for just $6. And activation is just as simple as activating through the Cellcard app, or perhaps just dialing into a very specific number. You guys should be able to search that up pretty effectively. And in fact, for all the MPL attendees, they can actually subscribe to the MLBB bundle and present it at the Cellcard booth at MPL Cambodia to claim an exclusive gift and a legendary AO skin. The complete package for anyone that is watching MPL KH in the hall itself. But everyone else in the live chat, I would assume that you guys are not Cambodians and you guys are from all over the world. Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, so on and so forth. Just give them a heads up, and of course give them a huge shout out as well. As MPL Cambodia, this is pretty amazing production thus far. I absolutely love what they have got in place. Great production. I love the overlays, the graphics, the stage, the players, the crowd. Damn. But anyways, for everyone that just came into the stream, welcome to MPL Cambodia Season 9. I'm currently live here at MLBB Esports, as well as Mobile Legends Bang Bang YouTube channel, watching the live chat at the same time, as I am currently solo casting. So if there's anything that you guys have to say, if there's anything that you guys want to say in the chat, please feel free, slap it on there. I'll be happy to kind of read that and see what you guys have got to say. As we go on to game number 2 between CFU versus Team Max. Right into broken walls. We'll talk about the bans in a short bit later on. Let's go through the chat a little bit. We do have a couple of I'm too soft. No way am I soft. No way am I soft. Come to Casa MPL Cambodia. To be fair, I did had my opportunity at MSC 2023 that was held in Cambodia. That was an amazing experience, if I may say. In fact, I will show you guys. What my souvenir is on the final day. I'll show you guys my souvenir because one of the hosts of MPL, not MPL, the MSC 2023 actually did give us something, and I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys on the final day. I will wear that and have fun with that. It might make me a little bit hot over here, but I'm just gonna crank down the air condition so that I don't sweat that badly. So now we're done with the banning phase. And Ruby Sakna, Grok, and Lancelot. Hayabusa, Gatakacha, they are all available. Yi Sun-jin as well, so that is going to be an instant pick for the side from the Megalodon. The ball will now be passed over to Seo Baby for the next upcoming pick. Gatakacha and Kimi. Okay. They really do like the Kimi. I mean, to be fair, Kimi does have a lot of crowd control in her kit. And I think that is an amazing kit for me. So just like that, 4 layers of crowd control just from these two, right? AOG, Taunt, Immobilize, and Displacement. Oh, we haven't seen Kalia in a long time. So having the Kalia as well as the Yi, we do have the pick off and team fight that can kind of work in our favor for now. Hayabusa joins in the fray for Team Max. I think Burst Hero right now is pretty important for CFU Gaming in order to utilize the Tsunami Slam as much as possible. So if this is going to be a roam Kalia, it moves together with Yi. The roaming trio is more or less settled already. The ones that will generally want to get out of lanes very often is going to be the side lane XP. And this is a composition that can actually play double fighter. So I would suggest having a Yuzhong for themselves. Yuzhong is good. Unfortunately, Esmeralda has been taken away. I don't believe that they would want to play a Uranus for this one.
Let them play the hero.
They banned their own. Okay, they banned the Yuzhong.
Desperately
Okay.
needs.
Since CC is taken away as well. At one point in time, I think Ruby will be thrown away too. Ruby must be thrown away. Phobius is still very possible, especially after seeing the performance of Wadu. I think he does play a very mean Phobius. Otherwise, we can always move down to Arlott or Alice. A lot of damage over time, but the Alice doesn't necessarily help with Kalia's win condition. Arlott not exactly as well. If you really want someone that can work very well for this, is probably Phobius. Phobius is remotely the next one that can do well and can really make full use of Kalia's Tsunami Slam. We could see a Bane though. Oh, Xbox! Oh, Xbox might be good for CFU actually. We've got a Roma. Still Baby has to pick up one of the side laners. If they are deciding to go for what? A high loss side lane? To be fair, Kalia can actually go XP too. Lapu, okay. I expected that. There's no way the CFU game is gonna have 3 Lapu for themselves. So now they have 2 options, right? Do they have enough damage? Technically for early game, yes. Technically early game they do have damage. I would like to see an X-Ball. And for gold lane, Yuzhong is taken out. Alice and Xbox would probably be my answer.
I will choose my own path.
Okay, Arlott.
Despair that I see.
Nathan! So they are actually gonna go for marksman here. So Nathan does make full use of the Tsunami Slam. So I'm actually okay with that. Arlott is just gonna be a setup tool for the team. So at least they did manage to check out one of the boxes, and that is a hero that can make full use of Tsunami Slam. So that is a win condition that we can see, and that's a win condition that can work. We're left with the final side lane. Likely gold lane. They have Hayabusa that can play for lane. They have a Kimi as well.
All the injustice in the world.
So it's gonna be a Cho gold lane. Okay. It's a Cho gold. I can appreciate that. I would think that Hayabusa can make full use of the Way of the Dragon. So at this point in time, it's all pickoff. This is a game of pickoff. Whoever is able to get a decent pickoff is probably gonna be the one that will move on forward. It's a pickoff game, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited to see how this is gonna be like. Between CFU Gaming versus Team Max. So it does seem like Elden Lord Taobao actually got that pick right. Not too sure whether that was his prediction or not, but that was the right prediction. The Arlot did came out for CFU indeed. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn. We go with both of the junglers that will be starting at the purple buff right off the bat. We'll talk about lane priority right off the bat as well. It is understandably a it's a Kalia plus the Yi versus a Gatokacha plus Kibi. Honestly, I think the Gatokacha plus Kimi is the one that has the lane priority right now, but this is massive amount of damage coming in already. Trade between the two. It is the Kalia for a Gatokacha. So, pause 5 for pause 5. So, the difference is, OP got a kill from CFU, and Sakzu got a kill for Team Max. So, it's working in favor for Team Max right now. It's good for Team Max. More farm, more kills over to Sakzu, the better it is.
Roll out.
Very passive play from King Ares. I don't have to talk too much about the XP lane because just from that situation, you know who has the lane priority. This game is mostly gonna be played in the middle lane as well as the river lines. The quick movements down to the bottom lane. I think that the main thing that we are definitely going to see from both of these two teams is pick-off. They want to play pick-off, but we do at least have side objectives that CFU Gaming can go for. They are really good at siege comp as well, as a siege comp because of OP that's playing as the RW, that has the RWM. Zing can bring turrets down really fast as well. Well, in the meantime, Team Max, they don't really quite have that. As such, they're just going to be opening out the team fight. The RWM opens up. King Ares opens up and right into the face of Wadu. That takes one person down. Detective will go down as well. Sakzu picks up the turtle and the double kill credited over to Sakzu. A great opening fight for Team Max. And that is a big play from King Ares that allowed Team Max to get themselves to that spot. Great opening. Forces OP out of RWM, that's one. Gets a kill onto Wadu, that's two. And brought Detective to such a low amount of HP just from the fact that he opened up that bottom bush. That bottom bush was so important. This is an expected lane priority after level 4. What Lapu Lapu just have such a strong priority the moment that he reaches level 4. At this point in time, it doesn't really matter too much about what happens before level 4 because from level 1 to level 4 is such a small gap. It's such a small difference. There's not much that you can do against your opponents just by winning it that 1 or 2 lanes. All you gotta do is just hide on the turret, get your level 4, and absolutely crap on your opponents shortly after that. That is the weakness of a Arlot in the XP lane going up against that Lapu Lapu. Because Lapu Lapu just outright wins him after level 4. He's already at level 7. In fact, one full level ahead of Wadu. And whenever he has the opportunity, he will just go straight in and just pop up with the ultimate. Should more or less be enough to really push CFU Gaming's XP laner, Wadu, into a tough spot. As right now, CFU, they are constantly looking for action. They're constantly looking for opportunities. But the only problem right now is that even if BoxCC goes in for the Tsunami Slam, there's actually not much they can do. Good taunt coming in. That is going to be a Tsunami Slam. There we go. Just going to be pulling King Ares right in. And that is going to be the final slash coming for the side of Wadu that will be able to get a kill down to King Ares as well. Detective gets himself running away with a single dash off the glaive. OP is still going to be fine right now. But Wadu picks up a double kill on the Bimo the Key at the sacrifice of his own life. Is a 2-for-3 trade. Massive amount of value credited over to the side of CFU Gaming. Despite all of that, Xing took the opportunity to go all the way down, take some of those energy shields, and that is big gold. So Team Max, I think that at the end of the previous fight, they had 1.5 thousand gold. And right after Xing's fight at the bottom lane resolves, the gold advantage just changed to 1,000. So it's fair to say that Xing has got like 500 gold from that moment in time. But hold on a second, here we go, up to the top lane, Bimo the Key takes down the kill, down onto the turtle once again, pretty darn fast, while the next one is just going to be looking out for a kill down on the OP, and he will go down indeed into the hands of Bimo the Key. 2.2 thousand gold right now, Boxy, CCC, and OP. Now, both of them is dead. Unfortunately, for CFU Gaming, whatever that they tried to recuperate, they have lost it almost immediately. Currently at 2,500 gold, make that 3,000 gold in favor for Team Max. Looking to clear up the waves even more, and looking to bring down the T1 turret in the middle lane too. Bimo the Key, not quite there to be able to bring it down just yet, but he did quite a number, and I think that that's more than enough. Okay. Looking for something here. Snipes onto Cypher. Slows him down for a bit with the Void Crystal, but forces a taunt on Cypher. It's gonna be safe and sound for now. But back onto Stalemate. 3,000 gold in favor for Team Max. King Ares opens up, goes for the stun, not gonna land. Mountain Shocker opens up and sees Team Max, but there's the RWM that has been popped up, but Team Max with a counter engage! Down over the CFU! Punish them for all that's good! OP is the only one that survived in that encounter. Boxy, CCC, and Detective and Wadu had to fall just from a single kill that they have gotten off of Satsu. That was bad value trading. Well, for the side of Team Max, they gained a lot from that one. They gained a heck lot from that one. Very good place from that. And in the meantime, the next turtle has spawned up in the top side. Sakzu, just somewhere within the vicinity. Seems like they will want to go for a little bit of steal down at the orange buff. Lays right here. Opened up with the Mountain Shocker. Now they know where they are. They want to look for an opportunity to kill, but the Mountain Shocker did not manage to lock down on the lay with that Shumpo. The turtle will in the end go down to the hand of Sakzu. They're going to be fine. RWM has also been popped right now. With the conceal play, they are looking out. Tidal Strike plus the Tsunami Slam. That's going to be more than enough to be able to take down Cypher. Bimo the Key, the next one down. Well, right now, they're just focusing on to the next one and hopefully be able to get a kill down on Lei. Lei now had no choice but to go for the Whale of Dragon, hoping that he will be able to get a little bit further. Wadu is just a little tad bit too deep now, but we do have the Mountain Shocker that will be able to do a decent amount over to start the King Ares. It is 4v1, and King Ares is holding on, almost getting the kill down on the box. This is C. But it wasn't able to in the end of the day. As such, CFU Gaming, they're slowly climbing back up into this game, and they're slowly getting themselves back. Slowly but surely. That's the name of the game for CFU. As long as they have the opportunity, and as long as they do see the value of doing so, they're gonna jump, man. They're hands down just gonna jump. 8 minutes in. CFU Gaming's lineup is a lineup that can definitely play into the late game. They're not too afraid about losing in the early stages. This 3,000 goal lead doesn't mean anything to Team CFU Gaming as of yet. Team Max, they're happy with it. But I can't help but say that they don't have what it takes to win late game. They absolutely do not. The only one that have got the late game insurance policy is the Hayabusa and the Kimi. But even Kimi herself is not someone that I will confidently say, hey, he's going to do so damn well in the late stages. He's more of a mid-game hero with good amount of utility in the late game. The Traction Pulse plus the Immobilize, more or less enough from a single person. But that's Conceal. Tidal Strike looks for one, but wasn't able to get anyone just as of yet. Wadu now finds himself stuck right within, but the final slash lands on the 2, puts them inside of the RWM. King Aries doesn't have a lot of HP, as such he will go straight down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. While the rest of the members from the side of Team Max, they're focusing and hoping that they will be able to still stay around. This is all about trading out as well as extending the fight a little bit longer until Saksu joins in. Gets an assassination kill on the box CCC, while the Lord is still in the enmity of someone. But not that it matters. It's 3-4-1 trade. Saksu should be able to take this Lord down no problems, because Detective is currently at level 13 while Saksu is at level 14. Might want to go for kills. He does have the Ogi Shadow kill now. Splashes all the way through on the OP. The next one is Detective. Picks up for double kill. Cycled the two of them into oblivion. And Team Max finds himself at such an amazing 4,000 goal lead. Should be coming in a little bit stronger later on once the Lord starts to march in, because this is the very first Lord of the game. It should allow them to push in the bottom, mid, and the top lane. All of the outer turrets more or less should go down soon. So the amount of gold coming in from Team Max should skyrocket to a good 7,000 to 8,000 gold. We do have a bit of FPS issues here, but don't worry, we'll get that. We're getting that sorted out as we speak. But I'm watching the exact same thing as you guys, so don't worry. I might be missing a couple of things from the drop frames, regardless. But the RWM right now opens up. Just to hope that they will be able to catch on to one person, but that doesn't seem like that will be the case. The whole defense in the middle, whole defense at the top crashes and is gone. The bottom lane is still looking at a very slow push, though. But they would definitely make their way down to the bottom. That is a free T2 turret in the bottom lane that is waiting to be captured by Team Max. As it slowly moves on. Box CCC trying to open up the map just a tad little bit. The Void Crystal opens up and sees Cypher. But the quick clear from Detective as well as Singh ensures that they keep the T2 turret down in the bottom lane. They're going to be fine, but take a look in the middle lane. They got to have to be real careful about some of these macro plays right now. But right now, AOG just going to be engaging immediately while Detective was so busy clearing out in the middle lane. Impeccable timing from the side of Team Max. Allows Saksu to pick up a kill for himself. Now King Aries wants to open up more. He managed to put himself right in the face of Singh. And now Lei goes over to the back with a flicker on forward. He brings Singh down at the sacrifice of his own life. It's a 1-for-4 trade. The middle lane will crack open, and Team Max will hope to end the game and claim game number 2. Oh boy! Congratulations, Team Max! That's what we want to see from Team Max. Impeccable gameplay. And they led all the way from the start to the end, ensuring that they gave no time at all for the Natan to scale out of control at all. Because they know that there is a timer locked onto them. The moment that Natan goes crazy and the moment that Natan starts to get a little bit more farm, then the combat mechanics is just not going to be there anymore. So while they have the early game lead, the moment that they start to find some of these timings and Team Max playing the macro game and looking at the map, say, hey, look, Detective in the middle lane. trying to clear the way, this is actually a very good opportunity for us to jump in. And that's why I've always commented on Cypher. Cypher, even though he's playing as a Gatokacha, and AOG is actually a very, very long backswing animation, it takes time to actually land the AOG. But he will always look for the perfect opportunity that even if it's a long backswing, and even if he don't land the AOG directly on his opponents, it is used more as a zoning tool. And that zoned pretty darn well over to the rest of the members over to the side of CFU Gaming. They didn't zone, not exactly, but that landed on a lot of people. And that is a choke point within of their own jungle, and that just absolutely shredded the entirety of CFU Gaming, giving them no chance to rest. And of course, value trading, use the Cho, flicker on forward, get an execution on the Sing, because if not for that sacrificial play from the side of Lei, I think that they wouldn't be able to end the game. Because Lei, he can, oh sorry, not Lei, Sing, he can actually clear waves really fast, as in Natan. The moment that Natan stays alive, no end game. So that is a very worthy sacrifice coming in from Lei. And even if he dies, and he didn't kill Sing, I would understand where he's coming from. Because personally, if I'm the Roma, I would do that as well. If I'm an XP, I would do that as well. If we are able to end the game, end it with a bang. And that worked out. So congratulations over to Team Max, as they found themselves game number 2 that have went over to their way. We are now at a draw. 1-1 between CFU Gaming and Team Max. We thought that it might be a... We thought that it might be a sweep. We thought it might be a 3-0. But that's not going to be the case. That's not going to be the case. Team Max definitely showed what they are good at. Now, once again, I told you guys before that I am in the chat, and sometimes I would read out chats as well. I do see someone say something with the name of the caster. Like someone say something caster, but I don't understand. So can I translate this? I'm just gonna translate this. Oh, that's what you meant. It's okay. I may not have a second caster to help me, but at least I have you guys to help me out, right? So I'm gonna be putting, I'm gonna be using the live chat as much as possible. If you guys do have any comments, if you guys do have anything to say about the teams or anything that you guys want to say about the game, please feel free to use the comment section and just let us know how you guys feel about that. We do have a small little technical issue every now and then, especially right now, but don't worry. The game still went on, and I think that that's the important thing, right? The game still went on. I still could tell what's going on, and I still could cast that. So I would take that pretty well. I take that pretty well. And we still managed to witness the end of game number 2 with Team Max taking themselves game number 2, a game number 2 win. So once again, congratulations over to Team Max. And for the side of CFU, well, we really want them to come back harder for game number 3. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back, we will be introducing to you guys game number 3 and the draft that's involved. If we're the CFU Gaming, can come back. See you guys in the short bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. Back over to MPL Cambodia Season 7. We've got game number 3 coming right up for you guys between CFU Gaming versus Team Max. Game number 2 undoubtedly looked like a powerhouse coming in from Team Max. And it really seemed as though that, you know, CFU Gaming, even though they are at the top of the leaderboards, being back-to-back champions in Season 7 and Season 8, it does definitely seem as though they do have quite a bit of competition this year, as teams are really stepping up and really showing what they are capable of. It's not that big of a power level between the teams anymore. At this point in time, any team can make their way to the grand finals, and any team could very possibly get themselves the championship trophy. If whether they're gonna get that, that is undoubtedly gonna be the question that we have. Now, game number 3 will be in the presence of flying clouds, as we're gonna be jumping right in over to game number 3 between Team Max versus CFU for playoff day number 2. We're jumping in to the draft with Grok, Boxia, Arlot, Hayabusa, Lancelot, and the Fanny Band. Gatokacha, Yisun Shin. Oh, priority pick on the Kimi this time. I think that's pretty okay for now. Prior pick onto Kimi now. We have Gatokacha that can be picked. We have what else is there? Lancelot, no. Hayabusa, no. Joy. So far, we haven't really quite seen a lot of Joys being picked out by MPL Cambodia so far. Interesting how Timego have decided to pick the Yi when the Gatokacha is actually gonna be available. So this is actually a perfect opportunity for Cypher to play the Gatokacha here. It's a very good answer to the Yi right now. And from this point onwards, it's gonna be a Yi Sun-Shin, okay? So Yi Sun-Shin pick is understandable. It could be another jungler for the Satimengo. And to be honest, this is a draft that we saw them picking a Fredrin for themselves in R3. That has happened before.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Oh, the point in time where I believe that that's not gonna happen. I've been asking for a Joy all these time, and now they give me a Joy when I said that, hey, they might not play Joy because I haven't seen the Joy all these times. Caster's Curse at this point in time. It really just boils down to Caster's Curse, really. So Joy.
The hunt begins.
So they have good damage from the jungler right now. Ruby has been banned out as well. Lapu Lapu is available to be banned. Ranger. honestly, CFU should be banning out the Lapu Lapu.
The night sky tells all. Your team is banning.
Esmeralda is a pretty decent ban considering the fact that they do have a joy. Good amount of shields coming in from the Lapu Lapu as well. Let's not forget about that. It's an understandable ban, but that means that they will be giving away the Lapu Lapu. This is a very divey composition, which would make sense why they would decide to go for that Ruby ban. I think we should look at gold lane bans. So far, they have been playing gold lane marksmen for CFU Gaming. So looking at this, they would want to go for a roam pick. Roam's currently, I would say that Hylos is currently available. Kalia is also available. I'm not too sure whether they will be able to do much with the Kalia, but they can always go back to the Kalia plus the Tan pick like previous game. This time, if they were to go for that, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that difficult because they do have a Joy that can actually play and pace very well in the early stages. But with a Cho, it's generally the same idea. It's actually the same idea. Pickoffs. They're going for pickoffs. So Nathan could still be a possible pick for CFG. Well, for Team Max, with the Gatokacha, the lacking of the two side laners, they do not particularly need to play marksman here. Lapu will be one of them. And the fact that right now, CFU does not have any form of shred, aside from Yi. Hylos XP might actually be not too bad here. And Hylos XP might not have that big of a problem dealing with the Lapu Lapu. Oh. Okay, Arrow, triple marksman, and a Uranus. Okay, so Uranus kind of feels the same role as a Hylos.
So, who's next?
Oh my god! Oh, gold lane soon! We just saw this in MPL MY, literally a game before. That was a game ago. That was MPL MY. Now we have a soon. Oh my goodness! From Sing. Oh man, this is gonna be hype. This is fire right now, ladies and gentlemen. The first soon that will appear in MPL Cambodia, being piloted by Sing of CFU Gaming. We gotta keep our eyes peeled for this. I'm not too sure whether they are gonna macro their way to victory or not, but we'll see what kind of amazing plays a soon goal lane will be able to give us. We start things out with both of the junglers. They'll be starting in their own respective purple buff. And so, of course, right off the bat, Soon just starts things off by helping out the Joy within their own jungles. But right now, Cypher doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, as OP as well as Boxy CC is pretty annoying in their lanes. But this is understandably a... I still believe that Kimi plus Gatokacha has a very strong wave clear. But this is also a Cho that we're talking about, right? Cho plus Yif is actually really strong in wave clear too, so we cannot take them out of the fight just yet. OP flickers out as Cypher did manage to pull off a very good taunt right down on the OP. As such, CFU Gaming right now playing things a little bit slow right off the bat, but it's not too big of a deal, I might say. Sing giving some free gold over to Lei. Remember, every time your clones are actually killed by the opponents, if I recall, is 4 gold. And yeah, 4 gold is a lot. 10 of these clones, that is 40 gold. You know what's 40 gold? I don't know. I honestly don't know what 40 gold means to you. If I'm not wrong, it's 4 gold, right? If I'm not wrong, it's 4 gold. But Singh is actually going to be pretty annoying to kind of take down this early. He's still a fighter after all. And he's a very hungry fighter. A fighter that really wants farm. So as long as you kind of give Singh that opportunity to just farm ahead, you can actually go pretty darn crazy in the late stages. This is a very strong late game composition from the start of CFU Gaming. In the meantime, RWM opens up right underneath Sakzu. And OP takes the first kill of the game. OP indeed. My king. OP, my king. Sun or Sun? It's Sun. It's Sun. I'm Chinese. So, trust me. It's Sun Wukong. Some of the Cambodians actually speak Chinese too, if I recall correctly. It's Sun Wukong, not Sun Wukong. It's Sun Wukong. It's kind of the same thing as you say Yi Sun Shin, not Yi Sun Shin. But that's Korean, so that's completely different thing. But Chinese, Korean, completely different thing, but same Sun. Yeah, the funny thing is there was that exact same conversation in MPL MY as well. The MPL MY desk actually, they decided to call him Sun. But I'm like, they're wrong. They're wrong. It's Sun. It's Yi Sun Shin. No. It's Sun Wukong. I'm Chinese. Trust me. Anyway, Singh now finds himself in a tough spot because of the Zaman Force, as that ends up to be such an easy kill in favor of the Harith. Very good play so far. Now, in the middle lane, it does appear to seem as though we do have the Joy that will go in pretty crazy onto Bimo the Key. And that is the first kill that they have gotten for themselves, or the first kill for the Southern Detective, but at the sacrifice of his own life. 2 for 2. So far, that's going to be the scoreline. But the difference is one of the junglers has been taken... Oh, no. Both of the junglers have been taken out at least once. So we're not exactly looking at any form of disadvantage for any of these marksmen as of yet. Or rather, any of these junglers as of yet. Lapu Lapu can't kill the Uranus, so we actually don't need to care too much about the XP. But Lei picks up yet another kill for himself, and now Detective takes one, but unfortunately at the cost of his own life, as Lei now picks up a double kill. This is crazy, right? 3 kills this early for a Harith. He's gonna pop off early. He's hands down gonna pop off really early. And I think that is amazing for them. If the turtle currently now spawned, but doesn't seem like either one of these teams are actually too interested in getting a kill down on the turtle or just rushing the turtle down. Sakzu is finally here. There's all 5 members from Team Max. Opens up with the Mountain Shocker. He does see a little bit of opportunity as the RWM coming for the start of OP just going to be branching out. But Team Max, they are collapsing themselves over to CFU. Box this is CC. Kicks down over to King Ares. He will be fine for now. But Cypher tries to go for a taunt on the OP. Did not work out. But hey, payout. Team Max manages to get yet another turret in the middle lane. However, we have forgotten about Singh. This is an annoying hero. He will just split push for days. Don't worry, he will split push more. From this point onwards, he will just keep split pushing. Does he? I believe that he has a Wind Talker already. He should have Wind Talker right now. Once we have the item builds later on, we'll have a better idea. But oh, take a look at that. Crazy damage. The Mountain Shocker does well. Foxy CC immobilized. Bimo the Key gets the kill. But Revenge Frag coming in from Wadu. Might be able to get a little bit more on Cypher as well. The stun goes down. OP, where's the Void Blast? There we go. Wadu picks up double. But Lei should be able... Oh, wait! The priority! The fight priority now doesn't go anywhere. And now Detective takes the kill! For Sakzu. Avengers for Lei. Detective, though, manages to get the bounty kill onto Lei for that 3 kill spree that the Harris have. In the end of the entire thing, Team Max still have an advantage. Team Max still have an advantage with a total of 1400 gold advantage. That should be able to bring them to a pretty decent pace. Well, Wadu shuts down the Saksu. It's a very back and forth match, really. Team Max takes a kill, CFU takes a kill, this, that. A lot of kills that is just crediting to either one of these two teams. But by the end of the day, it's all about the goal laters. If whether it's the Harif that will get the farm, or would it be the Sun that gets the farm? All Sun wants to do is split push. As long as Team Max is able to manage their waves, then Sing is essentially going to be useless. Team Fight, it may be able to do decently, but I wouldn't count on that. Take a look. Sun is all the way up in the top lane. They don't care about this turtle. Detective is all the way up in the top lane as well. The top lane is just going to be cleared out. CFU Gaming is just buying as much time as they can from Team Max, and now he appears down at the bottom. King Ares have no choice but to respond to this immediately by recalling home. Good thing is, this is Flying Clouds. So if they do want to make their way immediately over, they can. As you can see, he's flying. He's literally flying. My only problem with Boxicity is that so far, they don't really have a way to make use of the way of the dragon. Not much ways to use the way of the dragon. Most of the time is really going to be reliant on the detective, but he has to be prepared. He needs to be prepared with all of his dashes before actually going into the Rhythm of Joy. Is it Electrifying Beats? I think Electrifying Beats is the ultimate and Rhythm of Joy is the dashes. But now Saksu looks for the opportunity. Oh, the iframe! Ha ha ha! That's what we want to see. No, but now OP, he will use his RWM. And that will do a decent number over to the side of Cypher. But we are only 9 minutes and 25 seconds in with about 1800 gold in favor for Team Max. It doesn't really quite suggest that any one of these teams is having a very good time as of yet. This looks like a game that might actually drag to 24 plus minutes. This should be a 24 plus minutes game, actually. That's a kick. Not going to do too much at this point. But a flicker from King Ares ensures that he's not going to be singled out and completely displaced by the Way of the Dragon. But personally, I don't think that that's necessary. He still have like full HP, no one's around. By the way, the RWM opens up. I don't think that that's gonna do too much to anyone from but Cypher. But Sakzu, in the end of the day, will still go down to the hands of Wadu. This is actually gonna be pretty darn good for the side of CFU Gaming as 3-person, 4-person is ready down. Cypher's next one on the chopping block. CFU Gaming takes a full wipeout over to Team Max. That is 3 turrets in the top lane, middle lane. Oh no, even the bottom lane. There's no holy defense! Dude! There's no holy defense down in the bottom lane! That's a free inhib! Even though Team Max managed to take the Lord down, but that is hands down a free inhibitor turret! Oh crap, that's painful! Oh crap, that is painful. Quick little replay. Most of the fight and most of the damage, actually, Wadu did a lot. Take a look at that. But now, the Lord marches down the bottom lane. CFU Gaming is preparing themselves for an eventual jump over to Team Max. They do have the idea and they do have the opportunity. Now the RWM opens up, and of course the AOG is just going to be jumping right to the back. Unfortunately, OP will not be able to survive to see another day. Detective slowly joins in. This is actually the perfect time, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he will be able to survive that. Wadu is the next one. Lei picks up a Maniac. Sing, the last member remaining from the side of CFU Gaming. Well, Team Max have a Valiant Lord that's preparing to push. But unfortunately, the Holy Defense will wreck that all the way down. Soon, very aptly, on the cloud. The Nimbus cloud, actually. But this Ray, he's gonna die. And Team Max, they focus. It's 12 minutes game. What the hell is that? That final line from me. That was not meant to sound Hong Kong or anything. That does not mean to sound Chinese or anything. That was just me. But what the hell was that? Oh man! Team Max got themselves 2 games off of CFU. You know how insane that is? Okay. You guys may not understand how insane that is. Let me help you guys understand this. Okay, maybe it's not that insane. Okay, here's okay, so let me tell you guys this. A little bit of history lesson, right? CFU Gaming has been back-to-back champions when it comes down to season 7 and season 8, right? Season 8, the grand finals was between CFU Gaming versus Team Max. If I recall, that was 4:1, either 4:1 or 4:2. Season 8, 4:1. Between themselves and Team Max. In this year's, or rather in this season's regular season, CFU Gaming won everyone. It was 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. But there was one team that 0-2'd them. And that is Team Max. Team Max is the kryptonite of CFU Gaming. Yo, we might actually see a double upset of today. If this is actually gonna happen, where Team Max drops CFU Gaming down over to the lower bracket, do you have any idea how scary that is? We will talk about this once we are back from the break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna pass you guys over to the highlights and the post-game statistics. I will be back. We'll talk about the stakes later on. Ladies and gentlemen, see you. Don't go anywhere too far. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again for game number 4 between Team Max versus CFU Gaming. Now, let's talk about CFU Gaming right here, right? Because CFU Gaming, they are an amazing team, right? Went in for multiple different tournaments. First place for Season 7, Season 8 for MPL Cambodia. They went to the Vikings Mekong Warrior Invitational. They got first place there. Went over to the MSC 2025. They got 9th to 12th place. They have international experience. This is not a team that you really want to mess with. And the only reason why they got out, they got pit up against SRG. So the Cambodians would definitely remember that very unfortunate thing, right? Because this is the same lineup that went over to MSC. Wadu, Detective, OP Singh, as well as Boxy. This is a lineup that will show the world. Well, in the meantime, their only kryptonite that is showed in the regular season. They lost 0-2 to Team Max. And Team Max is not exactly the kind of team that you would expect them to, go ham all the way. Because in their own games in the regular season, they found themselves in a 0-2 against 3 teams. Galaxy Legends, See You Soon, and Pro Esports. So, they are not the reigning champions. They're not like reigning powerful kings of regular season. They found themselves in 3rd place because of these 0-2s and managed to find themselves some victory against like Dark Rise Esports, Team Flash. We also have Valhalla and surprisingly that CFU Gaming as well. So that 2-0 definitely means something. And I think that 2-0 kind of match win might actually mean something here. Because remember, the moment that CFU Gaming were to be dropped by Team Max, double upset in a single day, that means the very first lower bracket semi-finals is Galaxy Legends versus CFU Gaming. The top 1 and 2 seed of the regular seasons, which everyone would have assumed that they are the one that will be going to the grand finals. But that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case because Team Max, they are here to potentially put a stop over to CFU Gaming's reign. As we move on to match point in favor of Team Max, we have Boxia, Grok, Fanny, and Yi Sun Shin that has been banned right now. We're waiting for a couple of more bans to go. Alert has been thrown in. Lancelot, there we go. So Team Max may actually prioritize the Hayabusa here. Otherwise, the Hayabusa might have been stolen by Detective. Unless they might want to go for another kind of playstyle, another way to play, essentially. But I would like to believe that Gatokacha, CC, and the Hayabusa, Kimi as well, okay. They are all very much priority picks. But they can definitely still go for one of these priority picks. It entirely depends on what CFU Gaming is looking for. They picked the Gatokacha, they picked the Granger. Gatokacha is not going to be a problem for them at all, considering the fact that they have already picked up the Kimi. So this is hands down Hayabusa. They're hands down going to pick up a Hayabusa and very potentially a Lapu. What other rumors are we looking out for? I don't think that they're going to Cho here. I haven't quite seen Cypher play the Cho, but he has been playing a lot of Gatokacha. Grok is out. Not surprised. Oh, Hylos. Okay. Might be a Eve pick right now. Oh no, it can't be Eve, right? Yeah. Because Granger has already been picked. No point for them to kind of go towards that direction. They pick up a Fredrin. The Fredrin that scored them a win in game number 1.
land is our homeland, and it will soon be your burial ground.
Lapu Band makes sense together with the CC. It's a front-to-back composition from CFU Gaming. Good amount of crowd control. Yeef is still a decent pick actually. They don't have to play aerodynamics. They can just kind of go along with that. But aside from Yeef, if they do not want to play Yeef, even Farsa is fine. Even Farsa is completely fine. But they would want to leave the Farsa for the final pick, because they would want to see what Team Max is going to pick for themselves, and if whether they have any form of crowd control that can allow them to reach all the way to the back line to really stop the Farsa. Otherwise, Jusin's fine. Jusin can be a really good answer to the Hylon too. Speaking of which, I don't think that I saw a lot of Jusins in the MPL Cambodia. Jusin 5th place, 27 total picks and total of 57 pick and bash. 86.15% pick ban rate. Kobe's thrown in for a ban. They might want to pick a side laner first. Right now, this doesn't look very divey of Team Max as of yet. There's no reason for them to pick Ruby, but Ruby is still very universal. Goes for the Yuzhong for a little bit of a damage class for themselves. The problem is for Team Max, they don't even know what that mage is gonna be. If they were to take this entire lineup at face value, this is a very front-to-back composition, right? So they don't have very strong burst. They need some AoE damage. And Alice fits the bill pretty nicely. I think that's fine. They would probably want to have a marksman for this. Okay, they're gonna go for Ruby then. Okay, early game centric with late game insurance from the Hayabusa as well as the Kimi. Pretty divey. They can dive pretty well. Yeah, they are still gonna go for Eve. Okay, totally understand that. Totally understand that. They have a lot. In fact, the amount of mages that they can pick is anything. It can't go wrong. They all will work pretty well. So I gotta have to say, like, CFU Gaming, this lineup is pretty neat. I'm pretty okay with this lineup that they have gotten for themselves. I'm not too sure how to feel about Team Max. This is also a team fight composition, right? This is a team fight composition. You can kind of work your way across with some team fight with a very good initiation coming in from either the Traction Pulse, follow up with the TOR from the Alice. Ruby is a pretty good answer to some of these initiating games as well, right? You can even play someone, pull them all the way deep in. You even have got the Glorious Harp to kind of work your way through. Just not exactly sure if whether they have enough shred to realistically be able to deal with Fredrin, Gatokacha, and the Yuzhong. So we'll see how that goes, and if whether Team Max will be able to get themselves the third win of this game against CFU and put a 3-1 scoreline in this series. CFU Gaming, they risk the tournament chance to go over to the grand finals in a smooth, easy way. As right now, this lineup needs to work out for them in order to get themselves into match point. To get themselves into match point, it would definitely put Team Max into a very tough mental state, and CFU Gaming getting back at Team Max again. Just one single game is all it requires for them to go into a hard reset to bring these series into a best of one. so revitalized. We're not looking at pickoff. CFU Gaming is just hands down going in for front to back. They just want to play front to back. While in the meantime, for the side of, I would say, Team Max, they're playing for wombo combo. But I'm not too sure if whether they have enough damage to really wombo combo this. They don't have like a big ticket ultimate to just deal a massive amount of damage. I think it relies a lot on to be more the key to deal crazy damage in the later stages of the game. But I would still say it's kind of tough. At least we do have a very standard combo between the Hylos and the Kimi. It's a very standard combo that we use on the side. But as of right now, Little Wanderer will go to the side of Team Max. Not too big of a deal. President is a tad bit slow when it comes down to the rotation, but this is kind of normal to see. The opponent's purple buff is currently still available for the picking. So CFU Gaming, they just reached the purple buff, and technically speaking, the Hayabusa should be done with the purple buff very soon. They're also done with the beetle. Oh man. Lei might actually be in a pretty tough spot, right? Even though he does have Spell Vamp, but he needs a massive amount of creep waves to really Spell Vamp all of that. That's the fast clear. Movements from CFU all the way down to the bottom. 4 members. Damn. I don't see King Ares as that big of a deal. I don't think that he's that big of a deal, to be fairly honest. He's a good initiator. And he's also a very annoying hero that just wouldn't die. But we have a couple of that heroes from the side of Team Max. But now, revitalized all the way onto Cypher. Does not have ultimate to get himself right out of dodge. As such, a free first kill for the side of CFU Gaming. They managed to zone mostly everyone from the side of Team Max away. Beam to keep with the traction pulse, but Sakzu is just nowhere around in order to go for a steal of the turtle. Detective found himself level 4. Re-engages. OP opens up the RWM. The TOR to connect down the Cypher as well as over to the side of Sakzu. But unfortunately, that's going to be 3 members down for the side of Team Max. CFU Gaming working out pretty darn well in a 5v4 fight. Sing, we can expect him to go a little bit crazy here. We can definitely expect him to go crazy. And this is why I do like CFU Gaming's lineup. They have a very solid frontliner, very solid way of snowballing. It's a very hard wall of a protect the president kind of game. They just need to throw everything and every farm over to the side of Sing. First item, we've got a Sky Piercer. He knows he's ahead. He knows he's ahead. He knows the team is ahead. Just go for the Sky Piercer, join in the team fight. CFU Gaming wants to end this game by 11 minutes. They need to find dividends in all of that, ASAP. So yep, hyper carry on to Sing. As much as possible to give middle lane and gold lane all to Sing. So that he will be able to pick up the Hunter Strike for the next item ASAP. CFU Gaming, they're not even afraid of team fights. In fact, they encourage the team fight. So that Sing can slowly and eventually creep up. Come in at the best time, the right time. Steal some of these kills. Whip himself up with some crazy stacks onto the Sky Piercer. And of course, his own passive stacks as well. Remember, for every amount of creeps that he kills, he actually do increase in damage. So he does have pretty good scalability over to the later stages too. Turtle currently available up in the top lane. Detective now finding himself having the enmity of the Turtle. But it doesn't seem like Team Max. Oh, okay, there we go. Sakzu is just around the vicinity. Unfortunately, OP no longer have the RWM to actually control the fight. But it's okay. Sakzu will go down after trying to go in to steal the Turtle. Now the AOG also lands right down. But it doesn't seem like Team Max will be able to run away from all of that. Cypher opens up with the glorious pathway that allows him to run right out of dodge. And Sing already picked up the Hunter Strike. 5 minutes Hunter Strike. He's crazy. Yeah, CFU Gaming, they are very ahead. They are so ahead. Detective, you are a little bit too deep. He does have a very my god, ref! Oh, Detective, please run away! Will he be able to? No, he will not! The rest of the members from the side of Team Max, they collapses themselves over to CFU with OP the next one down. That is a very big mistake from Detective. He's just way too deep in for absolutely no reason. It's unfortunate, but this is actually going to be a small little entryway and a breakaway for Team Max to actually get more kills. As such, there we go. 3 kills. 3 consecutive kills. Sing joins in the fray, clears out the wave. It doesn't matter if whether Sing gets a kill or not. I don't think it is going to be that easy, but this is going to be a 2v4. And they almost managed to win this. They managed to get a single kill. The Traction Pulse lands on the Wadu. The two of them single-handedly pushed 4 members away. And this is all farm. This is all farm for Sing. He got a free wave. He got a free turret to take down. OP is here anytime to open up the RWM in the event that someone pops in. Sing is so far ahead, guys. You have no idea. He's probably at least 2,000 gold ahead of everyone. Look! Look! 2,000 gold! Exactly 2,000 gold ahead! Ah! As such, Detective is still doing the same thing, but not too big of a deal. Bottom lane pushes right up. Void Crystal lands, RWM lands as well. AOG, the whole wobble combo, Urga Burger! From the side of CFU Gaming, they managed to clear 2 members. The Black Dragon form emerges from the depth of hell. And the bottom lane will be able to clear it out pretty darn easily. Sing is putting out some crazy damage that everyone from the side of Team Max, they are just not wanting to watch this. They do not want a piece of this Granger. 5 kills. He got he probably have a full 4 stacks. He have 40 stacks of Sky Piercer stacks now. 40 stacks. Eight minutes into this game with a 6,000 gold lead from CFU. 7,000 gold with the Malefic Roar from Sing. He's gonna melt down all of these tanky heroes. Now OP opens up RWM together with the AOG from Box CCC. It pushes the rest of Team Max away. That more or less allows them to take a free turret in the top lane and very potentially take the one in the middle lane as well. But they are just starving Team Max from any form of farm that Team Max will be so far behind while CFU Gaming just gets whatever that they can. So what works right now is honestly a really tough, it's gonna be really tough. Team Max right now, they need to play from behind. Sakzu is what, level 10? As opposed to Detective that is at level 12. It is not impossible for Sakzu to catch up though, but that will take some risks and that will take a little bit of, yeah, it's risky. Side pushing, side lane pushing. He's probably the only one that can go for split pushes, and he should be able to get away from all of that as well. But unfortunately, King Ares finds himself completely cocked out, and Wadu comes all the way in. But it's not going to be part of the battle at all. Nine minutes and 40 seconds in. 7,000 gold lead. 7,000 gold lead for CFU Gaming right now. I think that's the end. They are too far ahead. CFU Gaming is way too far ahead. Cypher is not even tanky for what he's trying to do. What is that? Oh my god! 3 Death Sonata almost brings BMO the key down. That is just plain dirty. Absolutely dirty. But perhaps we might be able to see a little bit more. As now the Lord plunges his trident over to the mid lane turret T3. Team Max would not even defend this. But they need to find a way to bring down this Lord, no matter what. Do they have to shred? No, they don't. But they can still deal enough damage with the help of the turret, or rather the core. So the Lord is finally down, but at the cost of their own T3 turret on the top lane. They open up the RWM, that's going to be locking down the BMO the key as well as Cypher. He does have Revitalize, so he's going to be staying in the fight for a little while longer, while Wadu opens up with the Dragon Tail onto King Ares. Not quite enough to deal any damage to him at all just yet, but that is going to be a pretty good AOG one. In the meantime, the rest of the weapons coming from the side of the Team Max is just going to be flying up into the sky, and now the Shadow kill from the side of Sangsu. He wants to get a little bit more. He gets a kill out of the box, but CFU Gaming with 3 of them going up against another 3 from Team Max. They take down the T3 turret down the bottom lane. They came here and they got what they needed for sure. They came out with a bang and they've gotten what they needed. This Broken Walls map is going to CFU. This is too much for Team Max to climb away. This is way too much for Team Max to climb back. 642 stacks onto his passive and 70 stacks onto his Sky Piercer. Yeah, you're not getting out alive under the hands of Sing. No way. CFU Gaming seems like they might go for a kill down the King Ares once again. That Death Sonata picked up a kill. That is 80 stacks onto that Sky Piercer already. Sing picks up yet another kill. He's maxed out, dude. CFU Gaming is completely maxed out. This guy is not stopping at Sing. He picks up a Savage, and that will equalize his game against Team Max. We're going all 5 games, guys. I'm casting 10 in games today. I'm traumatized. Holy crap! This is MPL Cambodia. The regular season means nothing, guys. Regular season means nothing at all. There's no power rankings. They are all equal. We kind of saw that coming from Sing, huh? We kind of saw that coming from Sing. Got such an early game lead, 1 in the lane, pick up 1 kill. He just like, you know what? Let me just skip this guy. Let me just skip the Hunter Strike. Go straight in for the Sky Piercer. Ready to fight the moment that he got the Sky Piercer. And then shortly afterwards, got himself the Hunter Strike. And there's already 10 stacks onto the Sky Piercer. Oh, congratulations to Sing. Another Savage that's clocked in to MPL Cambodia. Could have done, I could have done better to announce that Savage for Sing. I apologize. It honestly would have been, that's a massive hype moment. I feel that's took it away from Sing. But, oh well. Congratulations on the Sing from the side of CFU Gaming. I'm gonna leave you guys over to the highlights and the post-game statistics right after this highlight. I'll be back with you guys after a very short break. Don't go anywhere too far. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are right back again for the final game for today here at MPL Cambodia Season 9, Day 2 of the playoffs. We have got amazing games for today, and I am surprised because, man, shout out to everyone that's in the chat, man, that has been with me for this entire journey from the afternoon all the way until now. My name's Abstract, your caster for today, hailing all the way from MPL Singapore. If you guys enjoy the commentaries thus far, would love to support me in my commentary journey, please hit me up on Instagram at suchabstract. You know, the you know, that Doge meme like a decade ago, you know, such funny, such this, such that, very wow kind of thing. Yeah, it's such abstract. You guys can follow me on Instagram. Every follow is very much appreciated. Gotta have to plug myself. But you know, aside from plugging myself, I gotta have to plug more, such as Legend Cinema, our official entertainment partner, as you'll be able to experience and extend your MPL experience beyond the arena with Legend Cinema. You can enjoy the latest blockbuster movies, savor delicious food, and relax in their spacious screening halls with wide, comfortable seating. And exclusive to MPL fans, you can show your support and instantly receive a 10% discount on all ticket types. This special offer applies to all tickets purchased. Tickets will be available for purchase on the Legend Cinema app and the website at www.legend. Wait, hold on. Legend Cinema. Let me double confirm again. www.legend.com/.kh. So find them there on their website or download their Legend Cinema app. Okay. I'm just baffled at the fact that we are looking at 5 games for both series. And here I thought, right? Here I thought it would be, you know, 3-0s, 3-1s for both series. We are so damn wrong. We are so wrong. We are literally at the point in time where both teams, they are biting the bullet and they are just waiting for that one opportunity. I don't know if whether this is gonna be legit, because I don't know, this is kind of tough to tell which team is the one that will actually move on. Because to be fairly honest, man, I'm looking at the first series. It was an intense nail-biting experience. And then now, this is also another nail-biting experience. Right now, we are slowly advancing and waiting for us to head up into the drafting phase. And so far, both of these two teams, especially for CFU Gaming, I'll say, CFU Gaming, I cannot expect what the draft is gonna be. I cannot expect what kind of draft they're gonna bring out. It could go anywhere, it could go any way. As right about now, let's just jump right into the final game of today. Team Max versus CFU Gaming. Game number 5. The winner moves on over to the upper bracket finals to face off against the one team, Pro Esports. Pro Esports is waiting for them, and the losers heads down to the lower bracket semifinals to face off against Galaxy Legends. We have Buxia, Grok, Fredrin, Fanny, Lancelot, and Gatokacha that has been thrown into the banning pool. we have got we do have Hayabusa, Kimi, Yi, that is open.
Your team is picking.
As such, this is gonna be a Kimi pick, Pryo pick. CC is still available as well, but I don't remember or seeing CFU Gaming actually picking up a CC for themselves. Hayabusa might be the pick here. That's a Joy. That's an Angela! Oh! What a solid opening. So this does kind of seem like a hyper carry, hyper jungle kind of lineup coming in from CFU Gaming. I can expect that. So at this point in time, you'll probably expect tanky heroes from this point on that's picked up from CFU Gaming. So Shred is good. Shred is important. Hayabusa and Kalia. They do have the pick off. They do have late game insurance coming in from Hayabusa. This is also another hero. Hayabusa is another hero that can play kind of as a position 1. Lafu is a pretty decent pick here. There we go. What Team Max would want to do is ban out all of the tanky heroes, such as... I'm not too sure whether at this point in time it still makes sense for them to ban the Hylos. Actually, yeah, it still works. They will still want to ban the Hylos. Hylos can still go to the roam, and Angela goes mid, unless CFU decides to pick a Cho, because Cho does clear wave really fast, and that would help the Angela, who doesn't clear wave that fast in the middle lane at all. And for a Hylos can't really clear wave that well. It needs to really stick onto the waves in order to clear them. But to be fair, if the love wave is going to be hitting you, you're technically not going to be losing all that much health either way. So if they go for Hylos, I think that's still fine. Okay, good ban on Joe. The main thing Max is that you need to remove roam heroes that can clear wave pretty well. And at this point in time, I think that most of them are already removed, right? Let's see. Ganakacha is out. Grox is out already. Alice can't be. Esmeralda can't be. Cho is already removed. Hylos is still there. Khalid. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, yeah, Khalid. Khalid, good ban. Wait, hold on a second. They actually go for Granger? This is not going to be Hyper Carry Joy at all. Hilda doesn't clear wave all that well. Matilda, no way. They're too squishy if they were to do that. Badang. I wouldn't say that Badang is a yes. The last pick coming in from CFU should be a Hylos. I don't see any other ways that they can go about this. But now Team Max, they finalized their composition with the Harif and the Arlons. These two picks coming in. This finalized them. Hilda? Huh? This? Huh. Broken walls, Hilda, burst damage. They have to hero. This is a very jacked up composition with a decent amount of damage, but it's not as tanky as I would have expected. ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the day, and the coach are now making their way down the stage to make the final drop of the day. It's Team Max that stands at the apex, pretty much waiting for CFU Gaming as the Megalodon ready to check down one of their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time as we head over to the land of Dawn to witness the team that will move on to the upper bracket finals. Which team would it be? Well, we gotta wait and see to find out. As now we have Team Max gonna be starting off at the purple buff, while CFU Gaming starting at the orange buff. Both of these junglers will end up in the XP lane by the end of their rotation. Boxy may have received a lot of damage, but he is a healer after all. A couple of in and outs of the brushes is more or less going to be enough for him to reclaim all of the lost HP. A healer just don't die. A healer just restores HP like no tomorrow at all. Just gonna have fun about that, and we have fun with that. Now I'm mostly gonna be having my eye on Sing, right? Sing had a very strong early game previously, and he's pretty much crazy. Got himself a Savage, and through that Savage, I think he's pretty confident with his ability with playing the Granger right now. Sing is quite literally just gonna be slamming every single one of these bullets right in the face of Lei. We'll talk about lane clear and talk about lane priority. I think, honestly, without a doubt, CFU Gaming has got a weaker lane clear in their middle lane because of the fact that it is, after all, an Angela plus the Hilda. I'm not a very big fan of this draft, to be fairly honest with you, but I guess that they can make some miracles, and I think that they can do something over here. As now the rest of the members from the side of Team Max, they are literally just going to be jumping themselves around to Wadu. As such, that Hot Guard is not going to do anything for Wadu at all. King Ares have went down. The next one, this is going to be a quick little pullback coming in from Cypher, hoping to get a kill down onto Detective. OP flickers on backwards, and it's going to be fine. Bimo the key as well as Sakzu, hoping to take more for themselves. But that's not going to be the case. They lost 2-1. Detective re-enters the fight as the electrifying beats take Sakzu down to allow CFU Gaming to take a free turtle. King Ares, this is not a possible good fight at all. He might actually go down here. I don't know why. King Ares, why? Too comical. Way too comical. Cypher trying to strike himself right out of there. But because of the fact that they have a hot guard, oh no, OP is in a bad spot. He might go down, and indeed he will. The next one is going to be on the side of Wadu. Cypher joining the fray. He does have the Tsunami Slam, but it's not going to go straight for that at all. King Ares flickers on forward with a stun down on the Boxy. Managed to claim 2 kills over to the side of CFU Gaming. And that is a good amount of farm that they can credit over to both King Ares as well as Bimo. They get a stun down over to Detective. There's not a fully charged electrifying beat as such. You can still stun him down. The photo has been bought by the side of OP. Can definitely be more of a menace from this point on. Sakzu at level 6. Just picked up his first item, and that is going to be the Hunter's Strike. Sing has also picked up his Hunter's Strike. So you can very clearly see the difference, right? The way that he played in the previous game versus the way he played in this game. He understands that his team is ahead. And he immediately made the rectifications to ensure that he will be able to continue and play around with that advantage. Now, they do not have any form of advantage. So he went to be a little bit more safer. Go for more utility and more strong and better wave clear, and that is going to be the Hunter Strike. Allows him to have more mobility to make his way down to the middle lane, clear more creep waves, get more farm in order to get himself the Hunter Strike a lot faster. And now in the middle lane, Nasila Boxy flickers on backwards. The hard guard is already going to be tagged down onto him. OP got out of the hard guard. Detective is going to be the next one onto the chopping block, but he's not going to be taken down as of yet. Detective focuses down onto the purple buff while the fight continues down for the side of Team Max. The Ogi Shadow kill is just going to be working onto Wadu and allows him to pick up that kill onto Wadu indeed. Cypher doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but he still will be safe and sound. Detective looks for the electrifying beats, but doesn't have an additional dash to make it all the way to Cypher. As such, the fight resolves with only a single death over to the side of CFU Gaming. Massive value for Team Max. And Team Max, they will blitz down this turtle. Gave Sakzu that kill onto the turtle. And now Lei puts himself right in front of OP. Does have the Zaman Force and picks up a double onto Boxy. Cypher will lose his own life as Detective focus down on Lei! Lei picks up a triple with only a sliver of health. No matter what you say, that was just pure value for Team Max right now. Pure value. Lei and Sing should more or less be around the same goal. And the reason why I say they have almost the same goal is more of the fact that Sing has been present in some of these team fights. He's got 3 assists while Lei has got 3 kills. Generally, as a Harif, you farm slower than a Granger. Granger can farm a lot faster. So with 1:0:3 versus a 3:0:0, a Granger and the Harif should be generally of the same amount of gold. You're looking out for Ares. Wadu, misclick there. You want to clear these waves fast. Feather of Heaven picked up from Lei. That should be his 3rd item. With the fact that he's got 3 kills. Okay, let's talk about this, right? If it's really the 3rd item, he would have number 1, Feather of Heaven. Number 2, he would have the Starlim Scythe. Yeah, I don't think that... No, I don't think it's 3rd item. The 3rd item is usually a Holy Crystal. So that is actually the 2nd item. To be fair, Sing, he does have got this Sky Piercer, and Sky Piercer is a lot cheaper. But in the meantime now, it kind of seems as though CFU Gaming, they're looking for an opportunity. Good dash from Detective, but unfortunately, he would not be able to get a fully dashed up electrifying beats. Sing picks up a kill on the King Ares. That is 10 stacks credited to that Granger. We're slowly getting closer. Sakzu will get himself right out of dodge. Does he have got Ogi Shadow kill? No, he don't. So Wadu cleaves his great sword right over to the ninja. As he's unable to get himself right out of that fight. The Lord is available. CFU Gaming should be able to take this Lord down with no problems whatsoever. A completely neck and neck battle between Team Max and CFU Gaming might actually start to swing towards a certain direction. And that direction might actually be CFU Gaming right now. The Lord now marches down to the bottom lane. With a couple of these T1 turrets that is available for the picking in the top and the middle. With Sing all the way at the top lane. He's gonna get a lot of farm out of all of that, but I don't think that that's gonna be too big of a problem for Team Max to defend their T1 turret here. They cleared that pretty easily. But now they move together in tandem to move down to the bottom lane, deal with this Lord. They just need Lei. Not too sure whether he would actually use his Zaman Force for this, but I hope he does it. Middle wave clears pretty fast. There's a good final slash. Actually, they managed to pull Sing all the way into the turret's nose, but that is gonna be also the hard guard that will be executing down the Singh. Lei picks up a mega kill down over to the side of the detective, but Singh follows up in response and in kind by picking up a kill for his own. The fight continues onwards as King Ares commits himself right into the face of Boxy just for him to eat the Death Sonata. But Saksu found an angle all the way to the backside to deal with Singh. Creeps down over to him and brings down the amount of Sky Piercer stacks over to him. And now he continues on, hoping they will be able to do enough damage over the side of Wadu. But now Lei, another one of the Zaman Force, takes double for himself. And the middle lane is taken down too. Team Max, impeccable defense. Impeccable defense. And very strong fight back. Singh, he may be ahead in gold, but it's not that much. 300 gold ahead. Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar for the side of Singh. But do note that his Sky Piercer has been reduced because of the death that Saksu managed to inflict over to Singh. With a 5-man rotation. All the way down from the side of Team Max, they're looking for more opportunities to take some of these bounty off of these standing objectives. They may have lost the top lane, and I think that they are going to lose the Holy Defense as well. Oh no, they did not. Okay, they're fine. The Holy Defense is still going to be intact, but for another 40 seconds from now, the Holy Defense will go down in at 12 minutes mark. It's not going to be that big of an issue, to be fairly honest. So they didn't see the need to actually clear out the wave up to the top lane. Completely neck and neck in terms of economy. In terms of levels, it does seem like Saksu hit level 15, while Detective is only at level 14. So right now, CFU, they actually do have a disadvantage at that 50-50 Lord fight. And he's only halfway to level 15. It will take some time before he will eventually be able to do that. As such, the Lord is going to be looking right into Lei. Boxy flickers backwards. This might not be good as the Ogi Shadow Kill is just going to be activated. It's not going to be enough to get a kill down to Boxy just yet, but he's just going to be teleporting all the way backwards, and the rest of the members coming from the side of Team Back, they want to get back. People the key has been caught by the side of Wadu. The rest of the members from the side of CFU Gaming, they will definitely want to collapse themselves down on Team Max with 4 members down already. Double kill credited over to the side of Singh. CFU Gaming outright beat down over to Team Max with that amazing fight with about 20 seconds onto the cooldown. The death timer onto Team Max. They will want to bring down this T3 inhibitor in the top lane. Saksu, he needs to try to clear this out as much as possible with the Ogi Shadow Kill. Can he even do it? He cannot! CFU! They make their way over to the upper bracket finals at this final moment. One fight is all it takes for the Megalodon to emerge victorious. To break the surface of the waters, launched up like a titan out of water. They chow down onto Team Max and sends them to the lower brackets. It is not the end of the journey for Team Max as of yet, as they're going to be facing off against Galaxy Legends next. They don't seem to have a very good track record against Galaxy Legends though, as we see in the regular seasons, but I have learned to not care about the regular seasons anymore. Every single one of these MPL Cambodian teams, they are a whole new beast coming into the playoffs. Congratulations once again to CFU Gaming. We're gonna be passing the time over to host, and that's the time for me, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ashtrack coming in from MPL SG. I will see you guys again tomorrow.
បងឡំតែជាមួយនឹងផល3ទល់នឹង2សម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះដើម្បីទៅជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកបន្តទៀតមិនដែរបាទដូសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះដោយសារតែយើងបានដឹងហើយថាគេគឺបាន2បន្ទុកមុនយើងសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះដូចគ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរតែគេបាន2បន្ទុកមុនមានអារម្មណ៍អត់អីរងព្រួយខ្ញុំចឹងរហូតហើយខ្ញុំចឹងរហូតហ្នឹងហើយតាំង
មុនមក
តាំង
ធម្មតា
អូអញ្ចឹងមានន័យថាភាគច្រើនគឺគេបានបន្ទុកមុនហើយតែយើងអាចខំបែកមកវិញណោះ
ហ្នឹងហើយបង
ហើយធម្មតាមិនភ័យអត់សួរតាមត្រង់ភ័យអត់
អត់ហ៎
អត់ភ័យភ័យអត់អ្នកមើលមិញអត់ភ័យទេណាជាលើសេយូ100%មកបើជាហៅមកទៀតមកយើងអូខេអញ្ចឹងដល់សារដល់ថ្ងៃស្អែកគឺយើងត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Pro Esports ហើយ Pro Esports ក៏បានប្រាប់ដែរថាគេក៏ចង់ប៉ះយើងដូចគ្នាមានអីផ្ដាំញ៉ាទៅកាន់ Pro Esports អត់តាមអ្នកម៉ាត់មកបុកស៊ីអូខេបុកស៊ីក៏បានដែរចឹងចាប់ផ្សាយទៅកាន់មិត្តរួមពីមុនក៏បានតែម្នាក់ក៏បាន
មានអីដឹងវាយអាម៉ាប់ទៀតទេ
អេគេលើលេងម៉ាប់ពេញណា
បាទ
គេលើលេងម៉ាប់ពេញ
ម៉ាប់ស្គមបាញ់អស់
ម៉ាប់ក៏ស្គមបាញ់អស់ឥឡូវមានអីជូនពរទៅកាន់ម៉ាប់របស់យើងអត់មានមិញមកថាចង់ឲ្យជូនពរទៅកាន់មិត្តភ័ក្តិម៉ាប់របស់គេតែឥឡូវឲ្យណៃនិយាយវិញមានអីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់ Pro Esports អត់
អត់មាននិយាយហ៎បង
អត់មានអីនិយាយហ៎
បាទប៉ះប្រូមាននិយាយហ៎ធម្មតា
ធម្មតាចាសខំដល់ថ្ងៃស្អែកយើងធ្វើបានល្អទៀតដើម្បីទៅកាន់វគ្គបន្ទាប់ទៀតណា
បាទបង
អូខេជួបពោសនាល្អជាមួយអ្នក CU Game អញ្ចឹងកុំភ្លេចហៅមួយទៀតមកអូខេអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវនេះក៏សូមដល់ទូទីជួយទៅដល់ caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នា
បាទ MVP player របស់យើងនៅបានលើសិងតម្លៃ hero ការ៉េងចា7-1
chọn ấy
Stand này,
ấy
stand
ti thiểu nó cái tay kia thiểu
ấy phải.
nó cái tay kia
Stand này.
bay
Cuột chân nhỉ. Hai nhầm rong,
hay lo cho mày hay lo
nhầm rong ai nhá. Nhầm rong ai.
đây này chơi này
Mà bình. Mày ở chậm đi. Stand này.
mày không được cơ đi kìa
Giờ hai lo sama.
mày hay lo một góc mày
Ayah main po. Phải tiếp ăn. Nãy đâu? Em mơ gì? Stand up đó bro.
nhà đâu bi
À, phải chạy mình nhóm mày. Tạt mày.
thôi này thua pin đi
Ya po minin này.
อย่าพร้อมเลยดอก
Ngọc chụp.
Rồi bay
Stand rồi. Ê hai nhá. Đi mày. Hai nhá, cho mày nè. Đâu gì?
mày đâu bi
Đi mày đâu bi mà. Stand.
cho cái miếng chưa
Ya.
bị con mình
Pong rong. Stand này hai nhá. Sao vậy?
ai cho rồi
Chạy anh sâu thế.
thằng ban kia chấm đấy đi vào nhá
Tiền. Ở đây trực đi. Em ơi nhóm ơi.
mà hai cha
Cho khỏi pi. Đây. Bao nhóm rồi. Vào cái mi. Mày nhóm stand này. Này.
đây
Này. Ê, không.